Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope you guys are all doing well. I have my coffee. Hope you guys have your favorite caffeinated beverage. I'm going to have to keep that coming today, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't think I've ever streamed at this time of day. It's like this is where the sun comes in. So that'll help. That'll definitely help. Anyway, thank you guys all for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, obviously this is a very important something near and dear to my heart. So felt it was important to see if I could lend some of the support from the community and from friends and family to support those organizations that are important to both me and Sunflower Mama, and important to women who are bound to be afflicted with this disease going forward. But we'll talk about that more. So let me go down and see who is here. Chump Change, thank you for being here. In the trailer, I heard. Pearl Rival, Crypto Bedell, All Set Miner, Alexander Fleener, Diesel 846, Chris Hanley, thank you, sir. Who's the first guest? It will be King in about an hour. I left the first hour to talk about everything regarding ovarian cancer and play a video from Sunflower Mama. Let's see. Gary Gensler. No, Gary Gensler will not be arriving. He was invited. He declined. If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. Let's see who else is here. Automatic Beats. DJ Mines. Thank you for being here, sir. He will be here in 5 hours. So we will have plenty of guests. You will not have to listen to me droning on endlessly for 12 hours. I will have guests along the way for most hours. I have a couple hours that'll still be open, but most hours I will have a guest. Let's see. I think I said S. Chang. Yes, I was tardy today. Sorry. I felt it was important for me to actually put up a Facebook fundraiser to attract more friends and family to donate. And so that took a lot longer because you can't just like invite all. At least I couldn't find a way to invite all. So I had to click through a lot of people, a lot of people. So Alexander Fleener, thank you for being here. And let's see. I see a lot of repeats at this point. Crypto Bedell, Neo Morpheus 1.0. Does that mean like if you had a baby, that would be 2.0? Instead of junior, you number. Interesting. Anyway, and Mining King, getting coffee now. Yeah, I have mine. There is nobody else here to drink it, so I have 3 cups available at my disposal. So I will be making coffee runs, bathroom runs. Obviously, I can't make it through a whole 12 hours. Already figured out at some point I'll make an order for Chipotle to be delivered. So that'll probably get me through the 12 hours. All righty. Well, let's get started. I'm sorry, Padoak Miner, Yeti. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. So the donations are actually, the links are pinned. There are 2 different organizations. And, well, hey, no time like the present. Let me get over to those organizations. We'll talk about this one first. Hang on, let me share my screen. And that window, share, and add to scene. Well, that's not the one I want. Nope. There we go. That's what I wanted. So September is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, in case you did not know that. Everybody knows that all the cancers typically have a color associated with them. So the color associated with ovarian cancer is teal. So you'll see a lot of teal on these websites. So OCRA, Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance, kind of has it in its name. They are a lot about the research in not awareness, but actually getting an indicator, some type of test that can be out there that women can take that will allow them to know that they have it. I mean, with breast cancer, you have mammogram, but with ovarian cancer, it is a ultrasound that can give you a really good indication of whether or not you have a tumor. But the key is with the most common type of ovarian cancer, which is one that starts actually in the fallopian tube and then grows into the ovary. Once it gets to the ovary, it goes gangbusters, but it can take like an average of about 6 years that it grows in the fallopian tube, totally unannounced. No, you can't tell. There are no symptoms whatsoever. But if there was a way that they could test to actually show that that cancer is in the fallopian tube, that would be a wonderful thing. So there's a number of grants and things like that are going on to try to get this early detection. Most other cancers have much earlier detection. I mean, obviously, the most deadliest of cancers, such as pancreatic cancer, for example, do not have early detection either. Colon cancer, get a colonoscopy when you're supposed to. That will allow you to do early detection. But like I said, ovarian cancer and the most deadliest of cancers do not have this. So that's a big portion of their research. And then the other, obviously, is in refining treatments. And treatments have been getting better over the years. PARP inhibitors have been available for about 10 years now. And the application of those is still being learned, and more PARP inhibitors are coming out. And what PARP inhibitors do is they don't allow the specific type of cancer if it's related to the BRCA gene, which I'll get into in a little bit. If it's related to that, it does not allow a certain protein to synthesize to allow the cancer to grow. So it basically inhibits the if there is any cancer, it inhibits the cancer growth, doesn't allow it to grow. So that's actually currently what Sunflower Mama is on, at least until January. And then we'll revisit it at that point. But the idea right now is that she would be off that drug in January. Anyway, but this is what this organization does. They also do lobbying, because we all know the biggest amount of money that is out there is from the government when it comes to grants and such. So they have a lobbying group that that obviously lobbies those particular groups within the government in order to get more funding towards ovarian cancer research and to help pay for that research. So anyway, that is that organization in its main focus. Now let me see if I can find the other. Not that one. You know what? It's probably just easier if I create a new tab and just do this, because their website's ovarian.org, nice and easy to remember. And they're the National Ovarian Cancer Coalition. And what their main focus, well, they're actually kind of like, they do everything. They don't focus on any one thing. So they help people that have been diagnosed. They spread information. So they have packets of information that they can provide to doctors for support to their patients, things like that. When you are diagnosed with it, it is very scary. And as we all know, if you've been to a doctor lately, they only have a certain amount of time with you. We're very fortunate to have the doctors we had with Sunflower Mama. They were absolutely amazing. Her current cancer doctor is amazing. Her gynecological obstetrics, she's the one that actually performed the surgery. She is amazing. But we were very, very fortunate. So anyway, they are big into information. They also have, I think, pretty much emulated what the Susan B. Komen organization did for breast cancer. They really focus on fundraising events, walks, endurance events, those types of things, to try to get the word out. That has been very, very effective. The challenge that they have is they're not, again, because survivability isn't great with ovarian cancer. They have to recruit the caregivers and family members of people that have passed, as well as survivors, to actually help support the cause, as opposed to breast cancer, which has the ability to, get a lot of survivors to help with the cause. So that's their focus, is getting the word out. But again, they also provide money to research, and like I said, so if we look at, so you have newly diagnosed, recurrence, so there's all these support and resources. Also can put you in touch with counselors, people that have been through it. They're basically all support for anybody that has been afflicted with it, as well as trying to help prevent it, and catch it at earlier stages. So both organizations have been rated extremely well. So this is the National Ovarian Cancer Coalition, got 100% with Charity Navigator. There are a number of ovarian cancer charities, so I was very selective in the ones that I selected. Both of them have 100% rating with Charity Navigator, and the other one also Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance. So you can feel very good in the fact that both of these charities, a good portion of the money is going to go towards the research, the support, go towards anything related to helping people prevent more deaths, is really what it comes down to. We all want to prevent more deaths of any type of cancer. So let's go through let me actually go to the chat and see what you guys might be saying. Oh, Yeti, thanks for tweeting it out. I appreciate it. I'll probably wait for a little bit. Probably when King gets here and we're talking, I will tweet it out. So, all right. So let me see if I can find the things I wanted to look for, because there's a number of key. Well, there's that too. There's a couple of key things, and some of this is going to be talked about in Sunflower Mama's video, but there were a couple of key statistics that really hit home with me. One is that 1 in 78 women will be afflicted with ovarian cancer during their lifetime. And 50% of them, approximately 50% of them, will die as a result of the disease. So that's 1 in 160 women, given current state of affairs, will die from ovarian cancer. That's a lot. Yeah, I was absolutely shocked when I saw that statistic. And I'm not as shocked as I would have been, say, 10 years ago, because we weren't in that age bracket. The most common age for ovarian cancer is between the ages of 55 and 64. And 75% of those cancers, of the ovarian cancers, are what they call high-grade serous ovarian cancer, HGSOC. That is the one that is the most deadly. 13% of all of those cancers, HGSOC, are caught during stage 1 and stage 2. That's a very small number. But if you catch it stage 1, like 93% survivability. When I say survivability, that means 5 years or beyond. Typically, if you can make it to the 5-year mark cancer-free, there's no guarantees it can still come back, but the odds of it coming back are very remote at that point. Always a chance, but it's very remote at that point. If you catch it during stage 2, which is when Sunflower Mama caught it, the doctors caught it, you have a 75% chance of a 5-year survivability. So again, 25% chance of it returning, but still a lot better that once you get into stage 3 or stage 4, 2/3 of the women die. The average lifespan of women that catch it during, well, overall, of all ovarian cancers, the average lifespan is 40 months. That's it. So any woman that's the prospect a woman has when she's found out that she has ovarian cancer, is that. Again, when Sunflower Mama went into surgery, we did not know what stage it was. We had no idea. We were hoping that it was caught early enough, but we knew that the tumor was big. So when the doctor came out and gave me the news, I was overjoyed. When she said, yeah, I still remember the words. She's like, it was gnarly in there. Her tumor was wrapped up in her colon. So they had to, you want to make sure you get it out in one piece so it doesn't spread. Let's just leave it at that. I won't draw the picture for you, but so she had 10 to 12 centimeters of her, 10 to 12 inches of her colon removed. The sigmoid portion of her colon was removed. It was wrapped up in the sigmoid. So she also had that to deal with in recovery. But yeah, we did not know. You have this big unknown going into surgery as to what stage you're in. And in fact, even after the surgery, you still don't know for sure. They have to send it off. They have to send off different pieces. They have lymph nodes that get taken out. And they test each of the lymph nodes to make sure there's no spread on the edges of the abdominal cavity. They take out the omentum, which is a fatty border, an upper cavity. Basically, I think it's against the diaphragm, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that, but that's my recollection. They take that out. They test that to make sure there's no spread to the omentum or beyond it. So their result was it spread within the abdominal cavity, again, because it intertwined with the colon, but it didn't go beyond the abdominal cavity, meaning that was the definition of stage 2. It was the very end of stage 2, but it was still stage 2. So again, we are very, very thankful that it was caught, at that point, because it gave her a good prospect for non-recurrence. Again, no guarantees, but so far so good. 2 years from the start of chemo, kind of in that heart of when recurrence could happen. So every month, Sunflower Mama goes in and she gets a CH125 test. And we hold our breath for a day as we wait for the result. So far, the CA125 has stayed well below where it would be of concern. One thing we learned was that particular test, it's going to vary. Hers has varied anywhere from like 8.5 to 12 in that range. Doctor has said, do not worry about that. Says if you have a recurrence, it's going to jump a lot. It's going to go 5 times. So it's going to be like above 38, which is where that border is. In 1 month, it'll just boom. That's kind of the way it works. So he's like, do not be worried about these little adjustments within that small range. So anyway, we hold our breath once a month. Once you've had this disease, even though you're in remission, you're living with it for at least 5 years, hoping that it doesn't come back. For any of you that have a loved one out there, certainly please share in the chat. If you've had a loved one afflicted with ovarian cancer, and what the result was. At pretty much anybody I've talked to, -1, that person has died. Those are the stories that I hear, unfortunately. a friend of ours, part of the cycling club that my daughter belonged to, his wife was diagnosed with ovarian cancer during the same time period that Sunflower Mama was diagnosed. The problem was that their doctors were idiots. She knew something was wrong. It took them 8 months to figure out what was going on. And by that point, it was too late. It was in stage 3. So 18 months later, she was dead. So yeah, it is a tough disease. That's for sure. It knows how to kill. So if you are able to, if you have the wherewithal to do, please donate. I would very, very much appreciate it. Goal I have for the 2 charities combined is 10,000. I know that's a lofty goal, but if we do hit it, I will be giving away a 3060 Ti. So more on that later. We'll see if we can get close to that goal. So let me go back to the chat. Kirk McIntyre, financial failure. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Let's see. Thank you, Dakota Miner, for the donation. Very much appreciate it. UK Miners Club, appreciate you tweeting it out. Let's see here. Thank you for all 31 people that are here. I know this is not like a light subject. It'll be much, who watches telethons? I really want to know that. People tune in, but bottom line is I kind of thought of it like that, where bring in the entertainment, the other YouTubers, and just talk about stuff, not focus on this the whole time. I just wanted to take the first hour to talk about the disease, help people understand why it is so important that this disease needs support, because it is only 1% of all cancers diagnosed. Yes, it does have fewer cancers, but those cancers are extremely deadly, and there have been a lot of advancements made in treating the disease. This is a disease that is, I don't think any cancer is curable yet, but the survivability could be considerably better if there was early detection, which I think is feasible. If we got early detection, the survivability would go way up. Also, I think if there was a different way of looking at, and this is my personal opinion, maybe there's been some studies of this, but if there were more doctors that were willing to do ultrasounds as a early detection for women of that age, of 55 to 64, or whatever the age would be, that they do a yearly ultrasound. I don't know how expensive that would be. I don't know how, because of how the speed of the growth of it, whether or not that ultrasound would even find it when it's in the fallopian tube, and would yearly even be enough, or would it just be a matter of luck? By the way, ultrasound was how my wife's was found. So, all right. Glad I was able to get through that, because yeah, it's been, that period of time was rough. Me and Sunflower Mama got, I think, much closer. I mean, we were always close. I'm not saying anything like that, like we had problems with our marriage or anything, but I was there every step of the way for her. And I mean, who wouldn't be? But she appreciated it. I appreciated her strength through the whole thing. She was absolutely unbelievable through the whole thing. She was so strong. Yeah, amazing woman, but you guys already know that. All right, so let me do this. Let me play the video. Let me see how to do this here. All right, so here is her video. It's about an 11-minute video, and while that's happening, I'm going to eat breakfast. So here you go.
Hello friends, hope you're having a glorious day. 2 years ago, today, September 20th, I started chemo for ovarian cancer. And coincidentally, September
First
is
of all,
ovarian
I never got a
cancer
chance to update that QR code, so don't try to scan that QR code. It'll just take you to EVMux. I'm hopefully going to fix that at some point today, but right now, don't pay any attention to that QR code.
It's Awareness Month. I finally felt brave enough. I don't know if brave's the right word, but strong enough, brave enough to make this video. Decided it was about time, since it's been 2 years since I started. It's not quite as raw. So first I want to start out by saying I'm thankful that I've made it this far. The help and love from all of our friends and family. I was able to really focus on healing and my health mentally and physically, so I appreciate everything from everybody for that. Enough with all that sappiness, I guess, and now let's get on to business. So 19,000 women are diagnosed with ovarian cancer every year. Out of those 19,000, 13,000 will die. It's 1% of all new cancer cases, but 2.1% of all cancer deaths. It's a pretty high number. There is no early detection test or screening for ovarian cancer. There are some symptoms, but they can be kind of hard to notice, especially as we get older. I want y'all to listen up, because here's the part where I say the quiet parts out loud. It's not going to be comfortable, but y'all need to hear this. And we actually need to start talking about this kind of stuff more, so that more women are aware of what's going on. So if you have any of these, not all of these, if you have any of these, you need to see your doctor. So abnormal vaginal bleeding, especially after menopause or in between periods if you're still getting them, or any discharge that is not normal to you. Not all discharges are bad, but if they're not normal, then they are bad. If you have pain or pressure in your pelvic area, abdominal or back pain, bloating, changes in bathroom habits such as frequency or urgency. When I first realized I had symptoms, I found every excuse in the book for it to be everything but ovarian cancer. My first symptoms were when I rode my bike, I felt a pressure in my lower abdominal area. I just thought it was because I hadn't been riding my bike in like 2 years. And bad bike fits, so that kind of thing. I was like, well, it must be that, so I just stopped riding my bike because it was uncomfortable. Well, turns out it was an 8-centimeter tumor, although it wouldn't have been 8 centimeters when I was starting to feel that pressure, but it was still there. Also frequent urination, because at the end it was pushing on my bladder. And, you know, even my 29-year-old son, who doesn't even live with us, was like, man, you're going to the bathroom a lot. But, you know, it is what it is. I found it, but I ignored the symptoms for probably too long. And I got really lucky in that aspect. So if you have any of these symptoms and they last more than 2 weeks, see a doctor. The first one, vaginal bleeding, see a doctor immediately. Also, push to see the doctor as soon as you can. I recommend an OBGYN because they're more equipped to do ultrasounds and things of that sort. Let them know if you have to. I had to cry on the phone to get to be seen by somebody, and then miraculously they were able to squeeze me in. So it's definitely, don't let them tell you, well, our next appointment's in 3 months, because those 3 months could be the difference between whether you have curable ovarian cancer or not. Partners of women, if you see any of these symptoms in your partner, make sure they go to the doctor. Push them to go to the doctor. Ovarian cancer can spread quickly. The weeks can be the difference between whether it's curable or not. My tumor, in a matter of almost 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks, grew from 8 centimeters to 11.5 centimeters. So fortunately it hadn't spread to anything else. So therefore it was in stage 2, but you know, that's a significant growth in just a matter of 3 weeks. So the lifetime risk of ovarian cancer is 1 in 78. And it's most frequently in women aged 55 to 64. But the 5-year survival rate of ovarian cancer is only 49.7%. And that's scary. I'm lucky mine was caught in stage 2, but I'm not technically out of the woods yet. There's a 70% reoccurrence between 18 and 24 months. We're right at 24 months, but some doctors go by when you had your surgery. Some guys go by when you started your chemo. Some guys go by when you finish chemo. So I started chemo 2 years ago today. I finished chemo on January 3rd. So kind of still right in that window. I go once a month for a blood test, the CA-125, to check for that. But you know, every month I'm there at the doctor. The instances of reoccurrence in stage 1 is 1%, up to 10%. The instances of reoccurrence in stage 2, which is what I'm in, is at 30%. Stage 3, it goes 70 to 90%. So that's the difference. That's a big jump. And then stage 4 is 90 to 95% reoccurrence in the first 18 to 24 months. If you make it to 5 years with no reoccurrence, there is excellent long-term survival after that. So even if you get past the 2 years, there still could be an issue with, you know, still being checked through the first 5 years. So there's no early detection for ovarian cancer. There's no screenings. It's just all based on individual reporting. If you have symptoms, like I had symptoms, they did an ultrasound and couldn't find my ovary because it was supposed to be the size of my thumb, but it was 8 centimeters. That made them run a test called the CA-125, which is a cancer marker test for ovarian cancer. That came back, anything over 38 is considered probable ovarian cancer based on other tests. And mine was almost 500, but people can have it up into the 20,000s. If it's under 38, you're considered normal. They don't run that test if there's no other indications because it can have some false positives. It's only used when there's symptoms and then other tests, ultrasounds, CT scans, and whatever, so it's more of a confirmation. Once you get that test and they can confirm that it does show that you have ovarian cancer, they're able to use it to then monitor you for cancer going forward. So, sorry I'm out of breath. I'm taking a walk because it's beautiful. Look at this place. And I just walked up a big hill. There are some risk factors for ovarian cancer, but they're kind of vague, not really reliable. And I had none of them. Nothing that was on the list was, indicated that I could be at risk for ovarian cancer. But of course, I never do anything the easy way. So, I had to go and get the hard to find cancer, right? Nothing straightforward about this one, that's for sure. It would be nice if there was a test or a screening, like breast cancer, there's screenings and multiple tests for ovarian cancer, but there's not. There are a few groups that are working on some tests and some screenings, but they are seriously underfunded. So it's taking a while. I also feel that because the number of women who get ovarian cancer is less than other cancers, and it only affects women, there's less of a push for a cure or better screenings. It's just, you know, it's only 2%. So it's not on everybody's radar. And I suppose, you know, it's not on your radar unless it happens to you, but I would not wish this on my worst enemy. So I would like to work to get better screenings and put out the knowledge there so that people know what to look for. Frankly, breast cancer, I feel like they just have a better PR department. So they get a lot, and true, more women get breast cancer percentage-wise. But, you know, they got what they need. They can funnel some money over. That sounds wrong. But anyway, thanks for watching until the end. I know it was boring and I'm really bad at this, so it might have been a little painful to watch, but if it saves lives and the information gets out there, then it was worth our collective discomfort. I feel that. I will include some links to a couple of groups that are really doing great work but are seriously underfunded. I hope that you'll share this far and wide and get the information out so we can save more lives. Here's to being on the green side of the grass one more day. Thank you for watching. See you later. Bye. Hello friends, hope you're having a glorious day. 2 years ago.
Oh, thanks. I guess I was muted, so that's why she was calling me. Alrighty, sorry about that, guys. So we'll go back over that. So $411.72. Maybe thinking, why? That's a little odd. It's because Yeti donated. He donated in this thing called pounds or something. Anyway, so that's why that number's not a round number. So $411.72, as well as $120 over here. So we're over $500 raised. So I appreciate all of my donors. You know, Alexander and Integra guy with $100. As there's a guy, Tom Grossi, who is a football YouTuber. He is a big Green Bay fan, which, yeah, I watch the guy even though he's a Green Bay fan. If you know, there's a big rivalry between the Bears and the Packers, and lately the Packers have been winning so much more than the Bears. Anyway, but whenever he gets a $100 super chat, he always goes boop. So boop boop to both Integra guy and Alexander Fleener for the hundo, so as he calls it. So anyway, I'll continue to call those out. Anyway, thank you guys. Really appreciate all the support so far. Let's hopefully keep it going, and so we can hopefully hit that goal. All right. Trying to think if there was something else I was going to talk about. regarding this. Oh, I remember. So one of the things that, well, two things. Now I remember I knew there was two things I wanted to mention. So you heard her say this when she was talking, and what she was saying was um, that she had advocate for herself, and I think this is true in all medical things, is that if you just sit back and let the doctors do things on their timeline, things can get out of hand because they have so many things on their plate. You need to advocate for yourself. It's your body. You need to know, and this goes for really anything. You need to your body, and if something's wrong, you need to let the doctor know. And if the doctor just kind of goes, I don't know, look healthy to me, and there's something wrong, don't stop. Don't stop. And in this particular case, it was found that there was a growth from an ultrasound. And initially, when you called the doctor, they were 3 weeks out. It wasn't 3 months, but it was 3 weeks out to get an appointment. And we're like, no. So that's where she referred to it. She's like, she had to be on the phone crying because she knew that there was a possibility she had ovarian cancer. She had done enough reading to scare the hell out of her. And lo and behold, after calling her doctor, that doctor called the other doctor's office, pleading, saying, hey, can you get this person in? They have an 8-centimeter growth, but it was a doctor to doctor call as opposed to just calling for an appointment. So lo and behold, they opened up a little early on that day, got her in first thing, scheduled the surgery immediately. Immediately, meaning it was still 3 weeks out because there were a number of things that needed to take place. They wanted to know what was going on. So needed to do a colonoscopy, which failed because couldn't pass because the tumor was so wrapped up in her colon. And a number of other like scans and things like that to try to get some type of view before she was opened up to have it removed. It really is, as the doctor had said, it really didn't prepare them for what they saw. But she's done many of these surgeries, so she knew that there's no way to know exactly. And she told us that there's no way to know exactly what we're going to see when we. And in fact, the one time I cried, hard, was the doctor told me that I will call you if we decide not to proceed. And that'll be about 45 minutes into the surgery. If you don't hear from me, you're good. So the phone rings 45 minutes, except I'm away from my phone, like literally like 50 feet. I'd walk to get a glass of water. When I got back, the phone was dead. I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? So I try calling the phone number back. Nobody answers. I'm trying to figure it out. Thankfully, like 2 minutes later, the person called back. I got it. And they were telling me that she was going forward with the surgery. That was a huge relief because we knew that there was a possibility that she could go in there and go, sorry, nothing we can do, at least at this point, until, shrink the tumor through chemo and that type of thing. But I knew if that was the case, it was not a good outcome. The other part of it is that you do scans at one point, but the cancer continues to grow. So for her, it went from 8 centimeters to 11.5 centimeters in 3 weeks. So I know a tumor isn't a perfect sphere or anything like that, but it is a volume. Okay. And admittedly, the length is probably, it's the length of the tumor. So, but let's just say it was a sphere because I don't have any other geometric thing to actually base the volume of this thing on. But if it was a sphere, that means it grew to almost 3 times the size. Do the math. It's r cubed, radius cubed. So 4 cubed versus 5.5 cubed. actually 5.75 cubed. And it's the ratio is 2.9 to 1. So that thing grew a ton. So can you imagine if we waited another 3 weeks, where we would be today? Have no idea. And I'm glad I don't know. So be proactive in with the doctors. Make sure. And I look back at my friend. They were dealing with a doctor for 8 months, and then they finally figured it out. I don't know how they dealt with the doctors. If they had any clue as to what was going on, any of these things, I have no idea. I wasn't involved in it. But it's extremely unfortunate because she was saying, I have something wrong, probably even before when my wife figured out something was wrong. And I have no idea. I'm guessing because it was pelvic pain, they weren't going to a gynecological oncologist. That would be my guess because it hadn't gone to there yet. They were thinking it was something else, I guess. I don't know. But it's sad that there are women out there that know something's wrong, but the doctors can't pinpoint it because they're not thinking that. Anyway. Alrighty. Well, we are getting close to getting my first guest. So we will wait here for a little bit. Let me see what other comments. Yeti says, Mrs. Yeti's double bypass was 7 hours of hell for me, so I totally understand. Yeah, mine wasn't that long. If I remember correctly, it was like 4 hours. Hold on. Sunflower Mama calling again. Hello. See, this is what happens when she's not in town. She can't produce for me, so she's telling me via that. All right, hold on a second. Let me fix the screen. Let me unshare this. Remove from scene. There we go. All right. Anyway, so yeah, it's rough. Just sitting there, you're so helpless. And all the other really bad part was calling my kids and letting them know what we just found out. Your mom has ovarian cancer. That's some tough words to deliver to your kids. My son was kind of just numb. Be the best way I can put it. And my daughter was upset. So that was tough. That was definitely tough. Okay, let me see what else. Cherish, thank you very much for the donation. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Yes, I know I was muted, Mining King. Hey, well, at least I got a bunch of interactions all telling me you're muted, you idiot. Anyway, see, this is why I need guests so that they can keep me on track. Well, let me ask you this. So I got 5 minutes until King comes in. What you guys have any questions or any topics you guys want to talk about today? Sure, you guys are really tired of hearing about vast AI. One of the things I thought I might do during the hours that I don't have a guest is actually just doing a live search for all of the different AI programs that where you can actually sell your GPU processing power. So we'll see. Drink coffee. There you go. There's going to be a lot of those today, I'm sure. I imagine right now the two times are at 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. are the two times that I don't have a guest at that point, which is fine. Yeah, there'll probably be a lot of those. I won't add to it by saying what the word is, but you guys know what the word is. Starts with and ends with A. Thank you, Sadie. Sometimes I appreciate that. If you guys, oh, really? Well, let me see. Wow, that was a big jump. Mrs. Yeti, thank you very much for your donation. Mining King, thank you so much for your donation. And Augustin Cortez, I don't know who you are in the chat. But thank you all, boop, 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 for all of your donations. Very much appreciated. Yeah, so that puts us over $1,000. So thank you. That puts us on track for hitting the $10,000 goal. Now I expect at the beginning is probably when I would get a few more, but who knows? One thing I did want to mention. So EVMux, well, all of the platforms, whether it be StreamYard, EVMux, or whatever, they all have a limit as to the amount of time you can live stream. So with EVMux, it was 6 hours, unless you paid for the upper tier, and I wasn't going to pay for the upper tier. So I will, at 6 hours, stop the stream, create a new one, and restart and reshare and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully at that point we'll get some new viewers, since that will kind of re-key people that I'm doing this. So I actually thought about it. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe I should do it every 3 hours, but I think it'll just be easier to do it every 6. That'll get us to the 12, and we will go from there. Should I bring King in 2 minutes early? Yeah, size of a softball, S Chang. Yeah, it was big. Definitely big. Let's see what other comments I got here. Yes, thank you again. Thank you to all the people that have donated. I'm humbled. I appreciate that so much. Put the donation in the small window. I may be able to do that. This is the one. Yeah, I could do that. That's a good idea, Sunflower Mama. Oh, well, Chump Chains, and you can just fulfill 5 to 8. How's that sound? Can you guys handle Chump Change for 3 hours? Just kidding. So yeah, that'd be great. He's actually coming at 6. So that would be awesome. Sunflower Mom, when I talked to her this morning, it said you should make like a reward if anybody catches you with your eyes closed, but that would just be like a challenge to Joker Miner. You'd just be like this, looking at my eyes. Creeps me out. Good morning, Network Bits. How are you this morning? Excuse me. And Little Time Mining didn't say hi to you yet, so appreciate you all for being here. All 38 of you. Like I said, I'm sure you all don't have time to spend 12 hours with me today, but appreciate you all spending a little bit of time. Who is on before DJ? That would be Second TL. So the schedule is King now, which I will bring him on in just a second. We have Geek of All Trades at noon. This is all Central Time, or as Crypto Mikkel says, cool Standard Time. So Iowa Crypto Mining at 1. DJ Mines, Second TL at 2. DJ Mines on from 3 to 5. Chum Change now is on from 5 until 8 for 3 hours. And then Hobbyist is on at 8. And Hawk is on at 9. So that is the full 12 hours. So, all right. Well, without further ado, let's bring in Mr. Mining King. I didn't even remove from scene. Oh, you're there. Okay. I guess got to change.
Max.
What do I want here? There we go. And I'm going to try to share the screen.
Whoa.
But make it a small screen. Let me see what I can do here. That kind of works. That works. but we need the guest
There
of
you
honor.
go.
We need the guest of honor. Oh, but you need to move over.
No, not me. I
Yes,
gotta sit more
you.
over this side now.
You're the guest of honor here.
I gotta sit more on this side.
How you doing, Mining King?
I'm all right, man. I just, I went to bed late, so just get my Starbucks. So.
Yeah, in his defense, he was thinking I was scheduling it for his time, not my time.
Yeah, I thought I had more time.
He thought he had more time. So when I told him, I'm like, hey, I'll see you in 5 hours. He's like, what? And he's like, I said, yeah, I was talking about my time. He's like, oh, okay, well, then I'm definitely going. Bye, everybody. He was gone so fast at that point. So anyway, so again, I appreciate you coming on. Hey, does anybody know if, I know I saw Red Panda here earlier, has he gone live? Because we were going to do a live reaction video if he was going to go live. Let me see.
DJ says get a coffee maker. So I do have a coffee maker. I drink Starbucks on the weekends because it's my treat to myself. So during the regular week, I just drink regular coffee. So it's my cut down.
Yeah, I have to admit, I've been drinking a lot less coffee, and I think it's been helping my hip because I didn't realize caffeine was like a big driver of inflammation. And so hip's been doing better. Still have trouble going up and down stairs, but walking, I can actually, like, if I really focus on it, I can walk normally without a limp, which is good. So let me, why am I on this? Oh, there we go. Descriptions. Let me see if he is live. It does not appear he is live. He talked about, he had a scheduled stream. Let me just double check by searching.
He's just running late. He's a Hollywood movie star.
Yeah, I know, but I wasn't sure if he had to really. Unfortunately, left mining off the name, so I got a whole bunch of Red Panda videos.
Full Time Mining says to substitute sugar for honey in your coffee. I don't have any sugar in my coffee anymore. No sugar.
Yeah, you drink good coffee.
It's
coffee's good black.
Well, okay, I could drink it black like regular coffee. I would prefer to have half and half in it, just a little bit. So, which still doesn't have sugar in it. If you read the ingredients,
that's the way Sunflower Mama drinks it. She actually likes to have a little bit of coffee with her half and half.
Yeah.
Just kidding. She
a little bit of coffee with her.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like anytime if we go out to breakfast or something, and she was always like, yeah, bring lots of cream. Lots of cream. Because usually the restaurant coffee isn't great, so you do have to kind of water it down with cream to make it drinkable. So it does appear he still has his. Oh no! Now he's doing it at 7 p.m. So he's delayed it. So
okay.
Well, good. Then Chum Change and I can do the live reaction video to Panda's video. Man, jet lag. He's got headache and cold chills. Man, that sucks. That's the thing is flying. I used to fly all over the world, and flying to Asia is fine. It's because you're kind of, I don't know if you're going with the sun or whatever, but basically you take off during the day and you land usually late at night. At least those were the flights I took. And so basically you're just tired, you're exhausted. You just want to get to the hotel and go to sleep. And you immediately sleep for 8 hours. You get your night's sleep, and then you're pretty much fine. I mean, yeah, you're going to get a little bit of jet lag, but it's so much easier to fly that way. When you fly back, I don't know what it is, but man, it just takes forever to get back. At least for me, it always took me forever to get back on the clock. In fact, when I was flying east, I flew to Spain. Again, all this was for business. I flew to Spain, and we were only there for a day. So we were there, had business meetings. I was freaking exhausted. during the meetings. And anyway, so that night, of course, now I'm wide awake because, again, jet lag. So I finally go to sleep like late that morning. My flight's at like 9 a.m. And so I'm like, all right, I set my alarm. I don't know what happened. I woke up at 10. The flight was already gone.
Oh,
I was like, oh, crap. So I called the office. Obviously, couldn't call them right at that point because it was 10 a.m. in the morning, but called them a little bit later saying, oh, my God, I'm so sorry. And she's like, don't worry about it. You just don't let it happen again. It happens to many people once because of jet lag, especially on these day trips. Don't worry about it. Just make sure that you make the next flight. And this was back, I mean, we were flying business class. So those tickets were, you could change them just as long as there were seats available. And so there really wasn't a financial penalty other than paying for another night's hotel stay. But anyway, and back then, I know a long time ago, there wasn't as much remote work. I mean, we did have laptops and we did have the ability to like dial in, but it was cost prohibitive. The hotels didn't have good Wi-Fi at all.
Right.
There wasn't the VPNs that you could do. You had to dial in because the VPNs didn't exist. At least not like Cisco has now. So anyway, but yeah, lots of international travel stories. Those were during the 90s. I did a lot of traveling around the world. Maybe I'll share some of those stories with you guys later on. But you done any traveling around the world?
No. Nope. All here in the U.S. No, I have not traveled outside the U.S.
Yeah, it's definitely a good experience because you experience other cultures. I spent 2.5 months in Saudi Arabia, not for the military, and was doing a project while I was there for the Riyadh province police. And so we had a host, a guide who took us around to all the locations, made sure that we could get through checkpoints, all that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, we got a good look at the culture. I mean, the one thing I learned is people are people. So, yeah, guy had 2 wives. So what? It was just a regular guy. It just
seems like way more headaches.
We talked about that. We did talk about that. Like, is it really a good thing? And it's so ingrained in their culture that it's more than norm. And there, a lot of them are arranged marriages, things like that. So
does the second one have to live with you, or can you like have another house and make him go away, and that way you don't have to deal with them, right? Like,
no,
I don't want to see you till Tuesday.
The one thing he said is he had a schedule. He had a schedule, and the wives get along because it's normal. Oh yeah, my husband's gonna go to bed with her on these nights and gonna go to bed with me on these nights. It's a different normal is all it is.
Right.
So the other part of it is you can look at it from the wife's standpoint. If they don't want to deal with the husband, the other wife can deal with the husband,
right.
That type of thing. So, but yeah, he did say, yeah, there are times that, one's more needy than the other. And anyway, it's just a different set of problems, but it was really interesting. We never saw his wives. That's the culture is, the wives are in the background, making us tea and bringing, food, that type of stuff. But he brought out all of that. So yeah, when I was there, I saw 4 women. And what I mean is 4 women that weren't like completely covered. And 3 of them were at the same time at the hotel. They were flight attendants. I'm trying to remember who the 4th was, but anyway, it was interesting 2.5 months. Oh, and so I left with 3.5 months until my wedding day. And I left for 2.5 of those months. So 3.5 months to 1 month prior, I was gone. I highly recommend that because all of the final details and such are being planned at that point. and the husband really, your opinion doesn't matter. Does not matter. But they will still ask you. But she couldn't ask me. So it worked out really well. I highly recommend that if you are offered to go somewhere and that was the other thing. I got paid more. I got hazard pay because it was only a year after the war. So there was still some danger over there, or at least some assumed danger over there. And so all of that extra money that I was able to, squirrel away went towards our honeymoon. We had a 2-week honeymoon. So that was absolutely wonderful. We went to the U.S. Virgin Islands. So
Nice.
yeah, it was great. Stayed at Keneal Bay the first few nights. It's an amazing place. So anyway, there's a tangent I didn't think I was going to go down today. I'm sure it will be the first of many.
See, look, you just have to watch all 12 hours and you're going to know the life story of Max Voltage.
Pretty much. Pretty much. That's what happens when you have to like talk for 12 hours. But
right.
So how are things going with you with your AI rigs? How many are rented right now?
What is that? I'm a minor.
We're not going to go into detail or anything. I was just curious how things were.
All right. No, yeah, it's going all right. Some of the rigs dropped off yesterday, which I noticed a lot of people's have been kind of going off. Well, I would say not offline, but they're not being rented right now.
Right.
Maybe people on the weekends aren't renting them as much. I did notice that the prices for 3090s went up. That the average rented price went from 11 cents to 18 cents. So,
wow.
So on my 3090s, and that's for unverified too. So what I did was to bring whatever 3090s weren't being rented, I adjusted the prices to 17.5 cents. You know what I mean? So I'm somewhere around that area to see, but they haven't got picked back up yet. I'm like out of 10, I'm at 5 rented.
Oh,
If
okay,
I put all those
bad.
back, if I put them all back down lower, I'm sure they'll all get picked instantly back up. I'm just I'm trying to find that happy medium though, of where you're making a good income, but you're not going too cheap. Because if you go too cheap, you get all those weird miners on your freaking system. You know what I mean? So I haven't had any of those for like at least a week or so. So most of my stuff has been either language models or I had the brute force password thing. I think it was called Hashcat. Now that I remember, I think it was called Hashcat.
Oh, is that what that is?
I think that's what it was called.
I've had that on mine. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, it's for passwords. Yeah, other than that, it's just language models and stuff like that. I did find another company that I reached out to that does they have an open marketplace as well as like you can have a subscription for like monthly for certain amount of resources.
Oh.
And so I did make an account there, but their install, if this is really what it is really easy. Like if you wanted an easy version of AS, this is the place. It's literally like just copy and paste 3 lines. It's do apt get this, go to the directory, run the script, and that's it. You don't install any NVIDIA drivers. You don't do anything else. It does everything.
Wow.
So it's but they list the rig after they test it and they run tests.
Right.
So this is not this isn't as like I want to say as free roam as like Fast AI where anybody could just like pick it up and make a rig and have it listed, right? Like we have like mining stuff. Like these guys actually, they're going to the people who run it are actually going to vet everything out. And part of the application process is like, what GPU do you have? How many lanes does it have? All this other stuff, your bandwidth, all this other information. How many of these rigs do you have? And then I got an email from them. It's been about a day. I got an email from them saying, well, before we put you in our open marketplace, we do try to match you with current customers who may or may not want some of these servers already, so we can just directly match you with somebody who would use your hardware. So kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of a different approach. So going to try these guys out.
Nice. That's pretty
I
cool.
wanna
Yeah, I know. I want to build 2 more. I've got 2 more processors that aren't running. I've got 1 more motherboard cooler combo. So I certainly the first one's going to be relatively inexpensive, and then the biggest problem is going to be I'll probably have to go on like Marketplace or probably even eBay to find a Gen 10 motherboard for the 4-core. I still have that 4-core left. Remember when I upgraded Sunflower Mama's computer to a 6-core, and so I still have that 4-core left. So I got those 2 that I'll build, and then after that, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. The problem is though I'm deciding, do I use like, 'cause I don't have any other cards that are 12 gig, and I know 12 gig is pretty much what we want. Um, that's really weird.
So some of the other places like RunPod,
Hmm.
which this is going to be like a much more difficult platform to get into. Kind of like if you want to get into RunPod, it's going to be more for higher end people, but they require 12 like actual um, units of 24 gigs of VRAM for their. Uh, so I would have to have 12 3090s if I was going to do the workstation things, right, and have them all separated. So that's RunPod is like definitely more for like commercial stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Um, and it's going to require. It also requires that each machine has 1 gig bidirectional.
Right.
So that's like a lot of bandwidth to keep up all the time. You know what I mean? Now, granted, you don't have to have it like I don't want to say like 24/7, but you don't want to oversaturate too much. You know what I mean? Because then obviously when they benchmark or they do things, the customer isn't going to have those speeds, and then they complain, and then they can get you off the platform. So, uh, yeah, I was thinking I was going to try for Run Pod, but I don't think I could get 12 machines and keep the 1 gig going both ways, even with 2 gig.
Well, typically it's not, from what I had read. With I didn't read Run Pods, but one of the other ones said, yeah, you need to have 1 gig up and down, but you can share that across all of your machines. So
Right.
I would clarify that maybe with Run Pod if it has to be per machine. Because I mean, think about it. If you had 8 cards or 10 cards in one rig, it's still 10 cards, but it's all on one motherboard. Is that going to require 10 gigs just to that one? I don't think so. I think that's unrealistic.
Well, no,
Um,
but because my machines are split up like that, that they would. I'm assuming that they would each have to have 1 gig then, because mine are split.
well, think of it as like flux nodes. They're going
Yeah,
to test
no, you
one at a
can
time.
oversaturate, you could cheat, but eventually,
It's not
eventually,
cheating.
okay, we're bending, right? We're bending the rules, all right?
I
Okay.
would say it would be worth clarifying with them, is all I'm saying.
But at
That's all
some
I'm
point,
saying.
though, after having so many rigs on, if so many, let's say out of the, say I had 12 3090s and 12 separate machines, if they all pulled at once, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be in trouble, right?
Right. So, hey, as a quick so we had All Set donated. Matt Plumley donated $102. Boop. Thank you very much, Mr. Matt Plumley. And Chum
Get it.
Change donated 100. Boop. Thank you very much. Rob Sterapoli. Boop. Thank you very much for that hundo. And those were the ones from before. So we're up to 1,300
Nice.
on that one. Let me check out the other one. Do a refresh here. Got another Joe. Thank you, Joe, for that $5 donation. Much, much appreciated. So it looks like the research company is getting the majority of the donations at this point. But hey, doesn't matter to me if that's the one you guys want to donate to versus the other one. It's all about total amount going towards ovarian cancer charities. So again, much, much appreciated. Yeah, I knew Joker Miner that was you. I just didn't know if you wanted to make that public. So thank you, Joker Miner, for the donation. But Joker Miner, you bugged me on last night's stream to do a poker table, and then you didn't even show up.
Oh man.
Yeah. So, okay, well, all's forgiven. Thank you for the donation. Anyway, Chum Jay says he likes the boop. I'm glad you like the boop.
I think he wants.
It was not my idea.
He wants to clip it to put on his Go XLR.
Feel free. Feel free. I will say I'm not the original booper. That would be Tom Grossi. Maybe he got it from somebody else, but he's much more elegant in the way he does it. But anyway. Oh yeah, and Yeti said Hashcat is password cracking tool. He said that up above. And thank you for spreading the word, Chump Change. Again, appreciated it. Anybody that wants to spread the word, it is much appreciated. The more, the merrier. Anyway, so yeah, I'm right now. I've got, well, last time I checked, I had 3 out of 4 rented, but for whatever reason, the 4070, I got it below your price, and your price was already like stupid low. So, and it still wasn't rented. So I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. And the funny thing about it is the one that is the most rented, admittedly, it got rented shortly after I started. So when I started them at low rates, and then as the reliability came up, I raised the prices. Well, this one had been on like forever, still is, and it's like at 7.1 cents on a 3070, and it just hasn't let go. That's been my most steady. Now, admittedly, it's mining. It's QL runner, which is cubic, and then 3DP mining, which I'm not sure what that specifically is. But yeah, that one's got mining on it. But the other one, actually the most, and I always like looking at what they're using it for. The most interesting one was there's a project called Einstein at Home, and it's renting it's not actually Einstein at Home is actually donating your compute power, but somebody was renting mine in order to donate it. But it was somebody out of the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee University, and they were doing some type of astrophysics compute, because it was their astrophysics department that was using it, and one of the projects that they're working on is related to astrophysics. So pretty interesting. Cool. Yeah, it was.
The one I would say that I've seen that's like, yes, educational is like Prime Grid. That's one I had on there. It's for, I'm on their site right now. It says Prime Grid's goal is to advance mathematics by enabling everyday computer users to contribute their processing power towards prime finding.
Towards what was that? Towards what?
Prime finding.
Prime finding?
Uh-huh.
Is that like prime number finding?
Yeah.
Interesting. How far have they gotten?
Here I'll send you. I'll put in Discord.
Okay.
There's the that's the link to what it is.
Let me see.
It's really interesting, like all these different things that people use your system for. You know what I mean? Like I would never use it for that. So.
Okay. Interesting. Prime Grid.
Then I'm trying to remember that password.
I guess my question is what use is this? Like, why? Who cares? Who cares if you find a prime number at like in the trillion or a quadrillion or even higher? So on July 5th, 2023, Prime Grid's 321 prime search found the mega prime, which was 3 times 2 to the 2,092,000. Oh, sorry, 20,928,756 power minus 1. So let that be like a Trivial Pursuit question. What is the highest found prime number?
And then, hey, that password one, I found it because I remember I searched it. I also just posted it in there.
Okay.
It's called Hashcat Advanced Password Recovery.
Interesting.
And whenever I use the Docker and the BPY top and H tops and stuff like that, I just Google whatever's
Right.
on there until I find something that's kind of like, oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, and obviously there. What's the other one? Docker, whatever space PS. Will
Yeah,
show you if
sudo
it's on
Docker.
there. Yeah,
Sudo Docker PS.
sudo doctor space PS. And so that can be helpful too if it's not showing up in BPY top. Because I mean, some of them just say Python 3. You really don't know what they're doing other than,
Oh, right. When you do the NV top, yeah, it'll say like Python server or something like that. Yeah.
right, exactly. Excuse me.
I mean, yeah, UK Miners Club. I mean, maybe Hawk could rent some GPUs on Fast AI and then use Hashcat to try to brute force his way into the his Neox wallet. Maybe that's what Hawk could do. I don't know how to use Hashcat, but I'm sure you could read their documentation and figure it
I'm
out.
sure. Christopher Hanley just donated. Thank you, sir, for the $10 donation. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I like I said, maybe later on I may do like a search of different AI programs that are out there. Yeah, one actually, I don't remember what it was. In fact, actually, if I go to Einstein at Home, I can find it.
Is it the one you're talking about? You told me about that Mindsum 10 said something about.
No, different.
That's a different one.
Let's see. Is it this? No. Hold on. Where did I find this? It's trying to find. Oh, here we go. Teams. There it is. Gridcoin. It's number 3 on this. And if you pull up Gridcoin, it's actually a cryptocurrency that will pay you out in Gridcoin. But
They'll pay you out in what?
They'll pay you out in Gridcoin, which isn't worth
What
much.
does it do?
It basically, it's basically another marketplace, basically, but it's choosing what to do, and it's taking your compute power and sending it to Einstein at Home. At least that's one place that it's sending it. I don't know if they have a marketplace or whatever. Here, let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, Fluid Stack is another one, UK Miners Club, but they do like a lot of higher end GPUs. Like you're not going to find a lot of consumer stuff there.
So Gridcoin, this is rewarding volunteer distributed computing. So it's attracting people who are already want to do things with Einstein at Home or other voluntary distributed computing, and awarding. And I don't know what their coinomics or whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so I don't know anything about this coin. I just found it was interesting that it was the 3rd highest group. When I looked, actually, it was the 5th highest group. So, hey, for those people that were planning on just giving their processing away, why not get some Gridcoin? Maybe it'll be worth something someday. I have no idea. So, anyway, there really isn't. I forget what the exchanges were, but they were exchanges I'd never heard of.
Yeah, Boink. That other one down below. What is Boink? Halfway down the page. That was another thing that was on one of mine. It's from Berkeley. I can't remember. This this was also on one of mine at one time. This, which is also, I think, is what it's talking about down there in the middle. What is Boink?
Yeah. Open source platform for volunteer computing that lets individuals use their computers and phones to help science research. It is free to use and already home to 30 plus projects over a range of scientific disciplines. Examples include protein structure prediction, Rosetta at Home, and I think that's folding at home, I believe, as well. Mapping the Milky Way galaxy, and tackling problems in public health and clean energy. And obviously 30 plus projects. I know Einstein at Home was another one of those projects that they provide compute power towards. So yeah, this is so interesting, because we're moving from a time period where people that had unused compute power would just donate it. I mean, I remember back in when COVID hit, we took some of our GPUs, which weren't making a whole heck of a lot at the beginning of 2020, and took them off and put them on to folding at home, because they were doing research as it relates to COVID. So folding at home got an influx of compute power. But again, that's all donated compute power. Not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just simply stating that I think we're getting more towards a lower cost, but that the people that are providing the compute power will receive some compensation for what they're doing. And I think that's the model that is becoming more and more common, which honestly, if you're a miner and you don't like AI, the bottom line is it's taking a bunch of compute resources that are out there and putting it to use, and not only mining. It allows those compute resources to be used somewhere else and not just mining. So
For transactions and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So all right, let me get back to that. There we go. All righty. What else is going on in your life, man?
I work a lot on the network, so I don't have a life. No, I mean, other than that, I really don't do a lot. You know what I mean? I just got the kids. I got my dad, and I haven't made a lot of YouTube content over the last week and a half. I've just been really busy, like working on the network and working with Terra stuff. So I haven't really made a whole lot of stuff. Mainly because I felt like I was making a lot of AI content, and I wasn't doing any mining content. And I'm like, I'm a mining channel, but I don't know what kind of mining material I'm gonna do, right? I've sold my ASICs. I no longer have my ASICs. I sold the L7 to the hobbyist, and I sold my S19 to a Terra client. So I no longer have any ASICs. Well, I have this small like iPolo, but I don't really count that thing. But I got like 40 GPUs on, but they're on my own pool. You know what I mean? So I just mined my own Radiant pool, and pretty much it. Other than that, though, I just there's so many new coins coming out right now, and there's like coins that are, you know, not like legitimate. So I don't want to do any content on new coins right now because nobody knows what's going to go on.
Right.
Too sketchy right now to make videos on coins at this current point in time.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Yeah, I mean we're getting towards the end of the bear run, but I think coins that might be coming out now, maybe trying to get set up to take advantage of the bull run when it comes, where people will pretty much invest in anything because it's crypto. Especially, I think we'll get a bunch of crypto that'll be named after other successful crypto projects.
Oh yeah.
trying to make them relatable to that.
Is it
Yeah.
because there is one like isn't like Baby Caspa or something like that, or there's another K heavy one, right?
Right. So yeah,
Yeah. It's
we're gonna
everyone piggybacking off everyone else's success. You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Exactly. And maybe they are real projects, but I mean, history has shown typically if it's named after another project, probably not worth your time.
Right. Exactly.
So, or some version of that.
Right.
Um,
What
I'm trying
about
to
you,
think.
Max? What do you got going on?
Work, crap at work, more crap at work. Anyway, we won't talk about work, but yeah, work keeps me busy. Um, trying to find time to finish. I had started taking, I got my Azure fundamentals certification. And so now I got to find time. I was going to do it this weekend, but then I was surprised at the amount of stuff I needed to do with relation to the stream and a bunch of other things I had going on. Also trying to figure out what I was going to do with, um, uh, with additional rigs. So I was kind of just saying like, okay, where am I going to get this money from? Should I sell some hardware? Kind of just thinking through all that. And then I realized, wait a minute, I'm going to want to record some things, Yeah, that shows my age. Record some things when I'm out in when I'm out in Fort Lauderdale at the conference. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to do it all on my phone. I want to do it on my ZV-1. So I'm like, okay, let me make sure I can find everything. So I got my 4 batteries. I've got my, handle stick, whatever. I got that. I made sure I had I don't have an SD card in it right now because I'm just using it for live streaming.
Right.
So I've got the SD cards here. I got the battery chargers. But the one thing I didn't have was a microphone. I mean, obviously it comes with a built-in microphone, but it's not ideal, especially in a conference environment where there's going to be a lot of noise.
Right.
So you want to have a shotgun mic. So I did buy a shotgun mic. It's coming in today. So actually, probably be able to do an unboxing once it comes in. So, but yeah, that's kind of been my weekend. Let me see. Well, that was last weekend. God, I had a ton of stuff I got done last weekend, which was really great. I actually have tomorrow off, even though technically I don't have anything specific, but I'll be getting ready for the trip. So probably if Sunflower Mama's still here, probably go out and buy a little bit of clothes on Tuesday morning.
So you flying out Tuesday then?
Yeah, flying out Tuesday at 4:30. Me and Goat are on the same flight actually. So we get in about 8:30. So yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see what we do as far as who's gonna pick us up. So I don't know
I'm sure Hawk. Right.
Well, he could, but you guys have got TerraHash Tuesday, so I was gonna try to see if I can get somebody else to pick us up.
Oh, he'll pick you up, Dad. Don't worry.
Well, I know he will. I was gonna try to see if maybe Jeff Geek could, but he might be busy, kind of getting ready for the next day. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anybody's renting a car when they're there, or if everybody's just trying to find a way from the airport. I know it's not that far from the airport. It's not walkable. Well, it's kind of walkable. I think it's less than 5 miles, but it'd be a heck of a walk. That's for sure. But yeah, definitely getting excited for it. Meet a whole bunch of people that I've never met in person, except for someone.
He's leaving that hanging right now.
You caught that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the hang. I was like, he's gonna let this hang. He's gonna let it hang.
Yep. But anyway, it's definitely gonna be fun meeting everybody. Everybody else met people at Mining Disrupt. I couldn't go to Mining Disrupt, so yeah, this will be not all the same people. I know DJ's not going, and I'm sure there's a number of others that aren't, but a good portion of the community is going. So definitely looking forward to meeting all my fellow YouTubers as well as other community members that are going to be there. So
If I did fly down, I would have to just go work up at the data center and, you know, fix the switch and some of the servers I need fixed. I'm not trying to say anything right now, but if you're listening, Hawk, I need those fixed.
He hasn't gone there yet? What's going on, Hawk? Slacker.
So if I did go there, I would probably work until the actual conference day is probably what I would do. So
yeah, I kind of figured that. I was I was debating whether to go out on Monday. The Airbnb was rented from Tuesday through Saturday. So I was like, okay, I'll go out Tuesday. And then I was looking at flights, and then I remember, excuse me, Geek of All Trades had said, oh yeah, I'm flying out. And again, he's moved to the Chicago area, so I know he's flying out of O'Hare. So I was like, oh, you're flying out Spirit, right? Yep. I'm like, which flight? He's like, this one. I'm like, oh, well, same price. I'll just fly out on the same flight you are. Make it easier for anybody that might be picking us up. So yeah. So we're on the same flight. Sorry to him. But yeah, I spent a little bit of extra money to get a seat because I'm 6'3", and Spirit seats are smaller than, I mean, all airline seats are small, but Spirit is even smaller. They are like a cattle car, unless you get an emergency row.
Have you flown Frontier?
I have not flown Frontier, but yeah, I mean, Frontier and Spirit are in their own class as far as cattle cars.
So look, Spirit at least has like four seats on each side, right? Where you can pay a little extra money to sit like in a bigger seat and have more leg room, right? And that used to be first class, but they don't, you know, it's not first class anymore, right? So I don't know what they call it at Spirit, but Frontier doesn't have that option. It's just cattle from front to back of the airplane. there is no special seating anywhere. Everyone's just crammed in there.
Yeah. So I ended up spending a little bit extra money to get a seat and got an exit row. So I have extra leg room. The only problem with an exit row is you've got, because everything has to come out of the arms. So they're like solid sides. So I'm not a small person. So yeah, getting my butt into that seat is not the most comfortable thing. I'm not.
How many hours?
I think it's like 2.5, 3.
That's
3 hours.
That's not bad. See, it's like to do well. Miami, I think, was a little further, so I think it's like if I did decide to go, I would fly into Orlando because there's direct flights that are nonstop from me to Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
That means I'd have to rent a car, which would be another expense.
Right.
If I fly to Fort Lauderdale, there is direct flights, but they're all red eyes, which means that they all fly like out of here like at 11, 12 o'clock at night and get in like at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning their time. So I did that once, and that was awful.
Really?
I don't sleep on planes.
Okay.
I stayed up the whole entire day and felt like crap. So it was a long, like, one day.
I can sleep anywhere. Now I can't sleep in a like this, like especially with the knees. That I can't do, but as long as I have at least a little bit of leg room so I can move my legs out a little bit, yeah, I can pretty much sleep anywhere. The other key is don't ever put yourself, you're getting exit rows. Yes, you get extra leg room. Don't ever take the first row of exit rows, because the first row usually has either no recline or reduced recline because of the fact that it's an exit row. They want to make sure that those stay upright. So the key is always take the second row of exit row, the last row of exit rows, so that you can recline. So always thinking. So yeah, for those people that are of reduced vertical stature, you don't have some of those problems. Right, King?
Yeah.
How tall are you?
I'm like 5'9".
Oh, okay. So average.
Like 5'9", 5'9.5".
You're not short.
So
I don't care what Hawk says. Anyway, I wonder if I heard Endless was like really
Oh
tall.
yeah, he's tall, man. He's way tall.
Who else is tall?
Well, I mean, he's like the tallest one I think that we met last time.
Oh, okay.
I'm used to hanging around Honk, but he's taller than me. So
Yeah, he's 6'2". He's shorter than me. Not by much, but he's shorter than me. I always let him know that. Hey, so you guys got any questions for Mining King? Oh, so Geek of All Trades. I hadn't looked at chat for quite a while. So Geek of All Trades says I'll get us an Uber, no biggie. UK Miners Club said fluid stack. I don't know if that was, it's a while ago that he put that in there. I'm curious if that's another AI program that's out there. Not sure about that. Let's see what else. Geek of All Trades says, sheesh, now I gotta move again. Docs you. Chicago area is a enormous place. Enormous. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Trust me. Yeah. I've let people know like approximately the area that I live in, but all you know about Geek of All Trades is that he moved to the Chicago area. So good luck finding him in about the 9 to 10 billion people in the metropolitan area.
How many people live there? Really?
9 to 10 billion in the
million.
Sorry, 9 to 10 million.
I was like billion. I'm like, well,
yeah, no, sorry.
That's some exponential growth here.
Yeah, 9 to 10 million people that live in the metropolitan area. Alexander Fleener says nobody walks in Florida. Yeah, I pretty much have seen that. We used to go to Florida every year for spring break. Used to go to the Fort Myers Beach area. That was fun. Take the kids down there. I used to remember one of our most fun vacations when it was just me and Sunflower Mama. We drove down there because we needed to find a place because the previous place we had stayed, we couldn't stay there anymore. So instead of just looking online, because this was early 2000s, probably around 2005 would be my guess, 2004, somewhere in that range. Anyway, so we drove down.
I was just graduating high school at that point.
Yeah. Well, we had 2 kids at that point. So, and my in-laws always came with us too. Well, because originally they were renting places and then we started renting the places. But we drove down there, stayed at Diamond Head, I think was the name of the place, and met with a realtor, looked at a couple houses and found the house the first day. We're like, okay, now what are we going to do? So we stayed like just 2 nights at Diamond Head and then drove up to Orlando and went to, we didn't go to Disney because we had been there like so many times. So we went to United, what Studios. What am I trying to think of? Universal Studios. And went there. We had never been there. And that was fun. That was a lot of fun. That was just fun. The 2 of us.
Nice.
All right, that's going to be Sunflower Mama correcting me on something. What are you going to correct me on?
Gotta keep him in check.
All right, bye.
Gotta keep him in check.
Yeah, she's telling me, read the chat sooner and refresh the page. There we go. We're up to 1,459. And we have another hundo donation from Bokiko. Boop. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And John Cape Cod Crypto donated $50. So very much appreciate that as well. So we are continuing to make progress. Very much appreciate that. Let me see what we got here. That one still is at 135. So, yep. Seems like Okra is is taking the majority of the donations, which, like I said, does not matter to me, whichever one you want to donate to. They're both great charities to donate to. So,
Great,
all
Max. You're
right.
doing good, man.
Yeah, we're getting there. Getting there. Have to put
Now
on
you're
the.
building a you were building a computer, I thought, to like donate though, right? Or
I
something
had
like that.
talked about that, and then I was like, that's gonna be really boring because I was gonna build it on stream, and I'm like, no, it's gonna be really boring. So, and honestly, what are all of us gonna do with a computer? Probably tear it apart and use a little bit of thing here and a little. I'm like, what's the point of that? So that's why I just went down to, all right, I'm gonna donate a GPU if we hit the goal.
Okay.
So. Let's see here. Kaiser said, to the Mining King, speaking of doxing, Panda shipped me a box with your address.
With me?
That's what it says. Max voltage to the mining. Hold on a second. I've been having problems with spiders like coming down, like really teeny spiders coming down.
They're attacking you. They're taking over.
Well, they're like literally you cannot see them, and you'll see them out of the corner of your eye, and you back up, and they literally were right here. And I don't know where they're coming from because as soon as you look up or you do like this, it's gone. But anyway, so yeah, he said max voltage to the Mining King. Speaking of doxing, Panda shipped me a box with your address.
With yours or mine? With mine, I don't care.
I mean, I have given people my address too, so I'm not really that worried about it.
You can go see my real name on the Terra hosting website, so I can't really hide, so it's okay.
Yeah.
And then if you look up my name, you'll see that the Mining King LLC is in Arizona. So also public information.
Yeah, we do typically, TechMan, we do typically spray outside the house for ants. And when I say we, I mean Sunflower Mama.
You know what I found to work best for ants is this stuff called, I think it's called taro.
Is that the thing where you set it out and it goes to eat it and then takes it back to the?
Yeah, it's like this liquid though, and I've used because years ago or early on in life, getting my first apartment and stuff like that, we had bad ants. I tried all kinds of stuff with like borax and all this stuff, like all these other people told me to use. I got that stuff. They never ever they went to the traps and then they went back and then I never ever seen them again. So every house or apartment I lived at, I just always set a few of those traps. Like I do it like twice a year. I throw the other ones out, put new ones down. Never have ants ever. It's the best stuff.
We don't set them out, but as soon as we see some, we try to figure out where they're coming from, and then we'll set the traps directly at those locations. Even maybe drizzle out a little bit at the entrance and exit point. But the key is that you can't kill the ants. You have to let them do their thing. And that's what a lot of people have trouble with. It's like you see this mass of ants and people are like, and they start getting, no, leave them alone. They have to do their job of taking that food poison and bringing it back to wherever the nest is, and it will kill them all.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because man, hey, if you have it like if it's decently bad, if you put one of those taro things down, dude. I had one like when I was down in when I bought this place, I wasn't down here all the time at first, in between Washington and here, and we got some ants, and it was getting sort of bad. So like I put some traps down, and the next day I woke up when I was down here, it was like all black inside of the trap, like they had just been like engulfing themselves, like it was crazy.
Yep.
It was utterly insane, like how many ants there was. So. But yeah, you just have to set the traps, and you need to just kind of just let them do their thing, man, and just trust that the taro stuff's gonna work. Just give it like a week or two, man, and then like all of a sudden you just won't see them anymore.
Yep, it works wonders, no doubt, no doubt. We've had mice problems here before. We don't generally see them in the house. We built in our basement. Well, our house has a fireplace pad. We didn't build a fireplace, but in the basement, that means we got like a bump out where the fireplace would go. And But we didn't do that when we finished the basement. We put our entertainment center in there back when, you had cathode ray CRT TVs, where you had a really deep. So we basically built that out so we could put, a 32-inch to 36-inch TV in that area. Now you don't even need that, but it's there. Well, anyway, there's a big space behind that, like underneath, that type of thing, because it was a shelf, and underneath that shelf is completely empty. So what was happening is mice were getting into like the inlet by where the air conditioning was coming in. We didn't know that. We knew that they were coming in somewhere. We couldn't figure out where. And then once we had our air conditioner replaced, it was like, oh, did you guys know you had like this little spot? Like, we do now, and now we know what was going on. So since we had that sealed up, we haven't had any mice in the house since. But yeah, poison is really the best way, the easiest way to get rid of mice. One of these days, maybe I'll actually take the drawers out so I can see back there and clear them all out. It's kind of scary to think what might be back there.
Just left them there.
Well, yeah, because I mean, they desiccate. They don't smell. They're dry. There's nothing, they're not decaying. They're dry. So, right. Anyway,
That's another job for Sunflower Mama, right?
No, that's probably one I will eventually tackle.
You're gonna fall on that sword? All right.
Yeah, that to me doesn't really bother me. It really doesn't. Actually, speaking of that, yesterday, I don't know if anybody else has problems, but God, some people are just not smart with use of the bathroom. And at work, somebody was putting paper towels down the toilet, and this got really, really far down the line to where it blocked up both bathrooms. So the plumber was out on Friday, and he was rooting it out, and there were a couple different blockages. And I mean, I'm talking, this is like 150 feet away down the line where this blockage was. So he finally, and it's just disgusting because it's backed up and it's sewage water. Anyway, so he finally gets it unblocked. He's like, oh, there it goes. I actually have a video of when he unblocked it. Anyway, he pulls the thing out, and it is full of paper towel, like handy wipes as well, and latex gloves. Are you kidding me? Who's going to throw latex gloves? So now I got to go back and like figure out, okay, who has access to latex gloves other than the sanitation people? And I'm going to wring the sanitation people's neck if I find out they're the ones who have been throwing the latex gloves down the drain.
Who does that? Who flushes latex gloves down the drain?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is actually, it's kind of funny actually. The guy was like, because he was one of the guys that replaced like the pump, and so he's like, well, I don't want to go in there. I don't want to like root into there because I don't want to damage the pump. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I'm like, yeah, it's funny, I haven't heard the pump go off. And he's like, you won't hear it. It's 15 feet down. I'm like, what? It's that pit is 15 feet. He's like, yeah. He's like, you don't like somebody out there? And he had told me before that that pump will eat through anything. He's like, yeah, you could throw a pair of jeans in it and it'll just spit it out like it's nothing. I was like, damn. He was, what he was implying was, it was like, yeah, you got Jimmy Hoffa hiding somewhere. That's where you throw the body. It was just like, obviously joking around, but I was just like,
semi-joking.
No, he was totally joking, but he's like, yeah, it would do the trick. But anyway, but I was just like, I had no idea that was even there. I mean, there'd be no reason to know that. The pump was fixed before I actually started working there. And but anyway, got it cleared. So hopefully we can put this whole bathroom saga behind us, because it's just crazy. It's like, come on, people. Toilet paper goes in the toilet. That's all. Nothing more. Not that hard to figure out. All righty. Well, I don't see Goat here yet. I know he was going to try to figure it out.
No, My old man always told me if you're not early, you're late. So see how all
Ain't
these other
first your
people show
last.
up.
Edward Langley, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciate it. Let's check the next one. Nope, nothing new there. I just had checked a little bit ago, so that's not surprising. Not surprising at all. Wow, we have 57 people here. That
Dang.
is awesome. If any of you are looking for the donation links, they're both in the pinned comment at the top of the chat. So feel free to use either of those. They're both great charities. They both have 100% rating at Charity Navigator. So I made sure that they were top charities and with top goals and missions and all that kind of stuff that is going to help. So Ted said, in the coal mines, we have grinder pumps. It will grind up coal and rock and move it through the drains. Okay, then. I think I understand what you're saying, is that that could serve that same purpose we were just talking about. Oh, nice. Techman Ty says, some of the bones won't fit, though, and stay in the reservoir. Alrighty, sorry I went down that road, but I just thought it was very interesting that the plumber was telling me that. And I do not have that on tape, so that's a good thing. Mr. Baldini, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. And Pocket Change is here. Thank you. She might have been here for, well, yeah, it looks like she's been here for a little bit.
The real boss of Misfit Mining.
Yes, the real boss, no doubt. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I did take her chips last night, though. So actually, I shouldn't even say that. I didn't take many of her chips. I took Iowa Crypto Mining's chips, and I took Tizen's chips last night. That's who I took the majority of my winnings from.
It was from Hawk and them, right? I actually did pretty good, man. I was up when I left.
Yeah. No, I didn't take much from Hawk or much from what's the right of me? Why am I drawing a blank?
I took like 2,600 on the first hand from him. I felt great then. I was like, I'm retired. Like, just cash me out.
Yeah, I was over 30. Everybody starts at 10,000 chips. They're fake chips. It's not money. And I ended up over 30.
That's
I think
real lunch money there.
I think I ended up at like 34. But that's kind of typical. You gotta limit your losses and take advantage of the hands that you haven't won. I will not say the words that I've been quoted on in DCA. But when you have the hand won, there's like no possible way with what the cards are that are out there that anybody else is going to win. You got to see, how can I get as many chips out of them as possible? And you just hope that somebody catches a card that makes them think that they're going to win. So yeah, that's what happened to Tizen. Actually happened to both Tizen and Iowa Crypto Mining. I caught a straight with pretty much nothing else possible on the table. And with Tizen, I flopped a full house, which I'm trying to remember if it was ace. It was ace something. It was ace 10, and the second card was 10 or higher. I don't remember which one it was. Literally flopped it. I had ace, whatever the card was, and it was one ace and two of the other cards that flopped. And I was like, okay, I've got this hand won. So I checked it, hoping that somebody else would bet. Tizen did. And I'm like, all right, I'll go along for the ride, make them think that I'm fishing for a card. Like I'm on, that I need another card in order to win the hand. And so I kept going. And then he had another card. I think he had 3 of a kind, but he didn't have a full house. So he thought he had the hand won. So he bet. I raised a little bit. He kept raising. I'm like, okay, this is going to all in. Sure enough, it did. So, all right. Sunflower Mama's calling again. What did I do wrong this time? Yes.
I think she's trying to tell you to check backstage because I see him down there.
Oh, okay. And refresh. Wow, she even just hung up on me on that. All right, refresh. And Geek is in the backstage. Let me check the other one. That one didn't change. That one didn't change. All right. All right. Let's bring Geek in. Well, that's not a very good look for you.
Well, thanks for having me on, Max. I appreciate it, man.
No problem. I appreciate you coming. Thanks for keeping me company.
Yeah, no problem, Max. You take care.
You too. Have a good day.
Geez, I just get here and the king leaves. That's cool. I see how it is. I feel the love, man. I feel the love. Max, you got like half my face cut off. I'm gonna have to. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, cut his face off. He's leaving.
Yeah.
Where's the leave room button here?
Where's the leave room?
Well, I can kick you out if that.
How do I leave this place?
See you, King. Bye.
Bye.
Oh goodness. So this is probably weird for the people on my channel because I'm showing just my half of our conversation live on my channel.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, I don't know. Why not, right?
Right.
So for the 7 people that are in my chat or in my stream right now, click the pinned comment and go over to Max's stream. We're doing a goat raid.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it very much. And for those people watching on mine, I'm sure you guys all know who Goat is, but he has some of the, to me, I'm a geek, so I love his content because it's very technical, but also with humor thrown in. So love your content, Goat. It's just,
thank you, sir.
It's one of those, it just hits me in the right way. So maybe not for everybody, but I love it.
It's for everybody. Don't worry.
Okay.
Everybody loves it.
It probably is for everybody, but I'm just saying that, yeah, love it. So
like
what were you planning on talking about today?
I feel like I've been hitting some writer's block lately on videos. Like, I tell you what, man, I missed my solar. That was like such an easy just go-to of, hey, I'm going to try this week and we're going to change things around and do that this week. And like, it just, I don't know. So I haven't really been putting out too many videos, a couple of shorts here and there. I think I've only done like 2 videos since we've lived in this house, 2 or 3. But I got that big truckload of workstations yesterday and actually got I got into it. So I cracked the password, got in there. And
oh, you did? Awesome.
Yeah. So I'm going to be doing, what is that website? It's a website. It's weird. I've never seen this before, but it uses a like master password that Dell has for their machines.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go into BIOS and you try to make a change, it'll pop up and say, enter your password, but it's got like a serial number, not the service tag, but like a serial number on the password entry screen. And this website, bios-pw.org, you put in that serial number and it gives you a list of possible factory Dell passwords. And then you just put that in, it's case sensitive, and you hold control and hit enter and boom, it just blows it away. And I hit, reformat, start from scratch, and it puts everything back at default. And then I can go in and install, Ubuntu and all that.
Nice. That's
Hell
awesome.
Yeah. So now I just got to do it 11 more times.
Only 11.
Only 11. And when I'm down at, when we're down at Cypherpunk, I'm going to talk to the wire guy, see if he can make me some custom wires like he did for King. He was talking about last night on SNL. Yep. I got those adapters in. Fucking Amazon's amazing up here. I just got to say that. Yeah. Like Georgia, I was actually contemplating like, why the fuck do I have a Prime account? I'm not getting it next day. The videos on Prime Video are hot garbage. I'm like, why am I paying this $130 a year? And it keeps going up. I think it's like $150 this year.
Right.
And, but no, dude, I had them. I woke up this morning. They were on my front porch.
Yeah.
I ordered them last night. They were there. I looked at the thing and it said it was delivered at like 3:30 this morning. Like, this is fucking amazing. I love
the
it.
Warehouse. I don't know which one delivers to you, but we have 2 warehouses in our area. We have one in Kenosha and one in Shanahan, and they are both. And when I say a warehouse, like Kenosha is multiple warehouses, and Shanahan, I don't know if it's one big warehouse or multiple, but it's huge. And these are the distribution centers, not the fulfillment. Well, sorry, the fulfillment centers, not the distribution centers.
Not distribution, yeah.
So the fulfillment centers are basically all these places. They just stock everything. So they basically fulfill the order and send it out to the distribution. And then each of the places where the drivers pick things up, they receive all these shipments. And so back in, I think it was 2016, that's when Amazon actually started same day. And we actually were doing it. We were doing same day deliveries. And so the company I worked for,
your logistics center.
Yeah, the company that I worked for at that time.
Oh, gotcha.
The company was actually T-Force, was the company in Chicago area. There were 3 companies that were doing it, and then the others eventually failed, and we just grew. And we were hoping that we could continue to expand, but the writing was on the wall that they were in the process of just taking it over for themselves. They were recruiting like crazy out of the company, and took some people from our company and actually took our plans that we put together and just literally pasted them into Amazon, their system. So
yeah,
it's just kind of their way. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, it was, fascinating, the fact that at, I think it was 1:30 was when the truck left Kenosha.
Okay.
And they would bring, multiple, whole truckload of Gaylords full of boxes. And actually at one point it got to the point where it was over a truck. We had to send 2 trucks. So especially like around the holidays, obviously. So when the truck leaves, and actually when it was 2 trucks, it was when the second truck left, we would get the download of all of the packages and the routes, because we had like a certain set of routes. And then we would take those routes, and I say quote unquote routes, they're areas. And we would then have about 3 of us, anywhere between 3 and 6 of us, depending on how busy it was, actually take an area, and we would create the routes so that it was as efficient as it could possibly be. The routes themselves were pretty well laid out with the software, but we always wanted to make sure that we could save time. And the other part of it is it really depended on how tight the routes were as to how many packages you could put into it. So the more packages you had for the given set of area, the more packages somebody could deliver. So if it was a standard, 30 packages per route type of setup, maybe they could do 40 stops because everything was like in a super tight area. So, but yeah, it was intense, but we had a great group. We all got along really well. It was fun. It was fun. And how I actually got into this was kind of interesting. You guys will probably be like, well, that sounds like you. So I was doing health insurance at the time, which we won't even go into that because that's a total cluster. Yeah, we won't go into that. But anyway, bottom line is I was looking for some additional funds, and a guy that I knew who was in the Uber community reached out and said, hey, I'm now working for this company and we need Amazon drivers. Would you like to do it? I'm like, sure, I'll try it. If I don't like it, I just stop doing it, type of thing. So first day, it was like 15 guys showed up. We did it. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of fun. And we got, again, kind of a community among the drivers. So it was fun to show up every day to say hi to people. I got like my neighbor involved. He was doing it. It was fun. It was work, definitely, but it was fun. Well, I got to know the people in the office, and I would notoriously there'd be a package you couldn't deliver. So you'd have to bring it back. So when I brought it back, I know you guys will find this hard to believe, but I like to talk. So,
no.
So when I would go back, I'd start talking to them like, hey, how's it going? And they would tell me like, oh yeah, man, we're doing this, that, and the other thing. And there was one guy, I can't remember his name, but he was kind of the guy setting up the computer tracking spreadsheet, and linking everything together and such. And they weren't doing well. They were at 90% or so on-time delivery, which is not good. You want to be closer to 99% at least. Yeah. So I'm like, well, what are your challenges? That type of thing. And I'm like, well, what kind of data do you have? So I started going through the data. And I'm like, well, you have all of the data to predict how many packages each of these drivers is going to be able to deliver. You take their first hour, they've delivered 6 packages in the first hour. Okay, well, if they've got 24 and they've got 4 hours, great. They're going to finish. No big deal. But if somebody's delivering 4, then you can predict that they're going to need some help. So there's going to be some people that are really fast, they're really good at it, and they're going to finish 2 hours early.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd be able to predict who was going to finish early, figure out where they were located, and send them to recover, rescue, as we call them, rescue routes.
Yeah.
And we would pay a little bit extra for people that would do rescue routes. Of course, the people that were being rescued didn't like it because we were taking packages away from them, and they were being rated, or they're being paid on how many packages they could do. But it's like, dude, well, then you know what you have. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do this. You're slacking off. Sorry, you're going to be rescued. So anyway, we'd have issues with that, but in general, most people were very cooperative. And we went to like well over 99%, over 99.5%. And so as I was helping him develop that spreadsheet, he just finally just goes, "Do you want to work here?" Like, sure. So then I started working there for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was actually a really good group. Actually, that my boss back then is my same boss now, actually. But it was a really good group, and I really enjoyed solving the problems that were presented, because the next big problem I had to solve after Amazon went away was FedEx SmartPost. And FedEx SmartPost basically is a FedEx shipment, but it actually, the final mile is delivered by the post office, hence FedEx SmartPost. And around Christmas time, I mean, the volume just blew up. So you had to specifically plan for that period of time. The previous year when I wasn't involved, and this, by the way, is also what the post office does, is they would get out like 90% of what was supposed to go out that day. The other 10% would get squirreled away in the back. Yeah. It's already late. It's already late. I don't need to worry about that. I need to make sure that I'm staying on time with all this other stuff. Not first in, first out, but all about metrics.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because that 10% is going to sit in the corner. And if you don't get 100% of Tuesday's orders, then Monday's 10% still sits back there. And Tuesday's 10% sits on top of it. And then Wednesday,
And that particular year, they did that time and time and time again. And so literally FedEx is like, what is going on? And they had to finally tell them. And they're like, okay, we're not going to send you anything for 3 days. And all you're going to do is get out all of that backlog.
Wow.
That's how bad it was. So when I was put in charge of the project, they're like, we have to be good this year. Otherwise they're going to fire us. There's no doubt they will absolutely let us go. So, we basically put together a plan. It's just flow. It's like inbound, sort, outbound. Yeah. It's pretty simple. Yeah. But the key of it is you have a certain amount of drivers. So how do you get more stuff delivered from our facility to the post office? It's minimizing the amount of time that a driver's in a door. So how do you do that? You have bodies that make sure when that driver shows up at the door, all I forget how many pallets go in. I think all 12 to 14, depending on the size of the truck, because they're 26-foot trucks. All their pallets are literally sitting at the door. All they have to do is take a pallet jack and roll them in, and then they're gone. So our goal was to get them in and out in 15 minutes. So, wow. and it worked. I mean, it worked really, really well. I mean, it surprised us as to how well it went. Only bad thing is the building that we were in, because we actually rented out a separate space for it that year, there was one heater in the far corner. And it was a really, really cold December. December in Chicago typically isn't that cold. That year we had many minus 10 degree days. Yeah. And you're just sitting there on a concrete floor. Oh yeah, it was cold. And again, it's a 24-hour facility at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was pretty cold. But anyway, like I said, you guys are going to learn a lot about me during this stream.
That sounds like a perfect opportunity to bring in some S19s, you know, and like load up your sections with S19s just blaring away.
Oh yeah, we had the power. You know, it was 3-phase power, and we weren't using any of it.
Yeah, I bet. That's excellent.
Yeah. So what else you got going on?
Oh man, a lot of changes at work. We've got. When we get back from Cypherpunk, I'm kind of accepting not really a new role, but kind of changing roles to be more of a consultant, like pre-sales engineer kind of thing. So
cool.
it's going to be good. I'm going to work with customers and essentially like do an internal Microsoft audit. So we're reviewing their Azure environment, their 365 environment, optimizing licensing, future planning for growth or, you know, or shrinkage or whatever it might be, and kind of helping customers go down that path to future planning, you know, 3 years, 5 years down the road. So
nice.
a little less of the hands-on work and like scoping projects and things like that, and more of a customer-facing role, which is fine with me. That's what I'm good at. And that's pretty much what I signed up for. And then, you know how it is. You do one good thing and like they hang more hats on you and more hats and more hats.
Yep.
Pretty soon you're a fucking hat rack and you're like, and your salary doesn't go up, but you sure are wearing a lot of hats.
Yes, I am completely aware of that.
Yeah.
I don't think my boss knows how many hats he's put on me.
I'm sure he's aware.
Oh no.
And he's just waiting.
No, I really don't think, because
Really?
it's always like, why isn't this done? Realize this, and this were what I needed to get done, because that's all part of the regular part of the day.
Yeah.
And that are part of my job title. It's not even part of running the warehouse. And he's like, I don't want to. Then it's always, I don't want to hear that. It's always about, what didn't you do for me lately?
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of drives me nuts.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
You know what?
Anyway.
When you're a cloud engineer, you don't have to worry about things like that. Because you get a ticket, you work the ticket, you close the ticket. Or a project, you know, hey, we're building an Azure environment. We're migrating servers from their server closet to Azure. And when it's done, it's done. You know, you've got 70 hours allocated to the project. There you go. And you'll juggle lots of different projects at the same time. But, you know, I don't know. If I ever have anything to say about it, I will never go back to like a 9-to-5 work in the office, you know, kind of job again. I will always do something like this, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I do like about being in logistics is there are problems to solve every day. It's not like you're just going there and like, yeah, whatever. Like the latest one. Oh, so we have e-commerce coming into our building. So most of our customers have been moved out to a separate building. So again, we're not losing customers. It's just moving it to a different building that has space, and then building out our building, like 2/3 of our building, with all of these racks, like library shelf racks type of thing.
Yeah.
But it's putting us in a much smaller footprint, and not all the customers have been moved out. So end of the month is coming, and we have a deadline to, you know, free up all this space, which is fine. I looked at a map and I'm like, wait a minute. We need to clarify where the western edge of this area is, because that wasn't the map I remember. And so we went up front at the end of the day on Friday, met with the engineers. They're like, well, let's walk out on the floor. I'm like, all right, so the southern edge is here, right? Yeah, it's these pillars, right? Okay, good. At least I got that right. No problem. Now let's go to the western edge. So we go to the western edge. I'm like, it's these pillars, right? He's like, yeah, wait a minute. Let me take a look. Well, no, it's to this aisle. I said, I thought everything was based upon pillars. He's like, no, because here's this pillar, here's your aisle, and all this stuff that you thought was going to be yours is not.
Yeah.
And that's like an extra, God, 1,500, 2,000 pallets we got to move by the end of next week, including all the other ones we still have to move.
On top of, yeah.
Right. So we started putting together, obviously then started rushing, putting together plans for this week of, okay, where are we going to put all of these extra pallets? So we started saying, okay, well, we can expand this area. In fact, one of them was, we just have to free up the area. We do not have to make it all usable because they won't build the racks all out to that. So like the pillars that I was just talking about, we can move pallets all the way up to that. We won't be able to get in and get them if they build the racks up to that point. But until they build the racks up to that point, we can still get at all those. So as long as at the end of the month, we have everything out of there, even if we're up to that pillar, even though we can't leave them there, we'll still be within compliance. So anyway, it's going to be an interesting time. We have our last customer getting moved out this week, but we have to do a shuffle. So you've got a case pick area. So we have to move the customer we have left. We have to move them into another area, but that area has to get restriped. So they're going to restripe that. Then we move all this stuff. Then the area that comes from has to be restriped as well, because we're going to make longer bays so that we have more storage. And then we'll have at that point, we'll have all of the space we need to get everything into that space. But that all has to happen this week, so it was funny because I was like, we were actually doing voluntary time off because we've been relatively slow. And I basically said, I said, well, next week, we won't be doing any VTO and you're probably going to be doing overtime. So
yeah.
Hang on a second.
Oh, your producer's calling.
Yeah, my producer's calling.
Oh, man. What is up, guys?
She's yelling at me for talking too much.
You talk too much.
You've been married to me for 30 years. What'd you expect?
Yeah, right.
Don't worry. Those people who are on later, I'll run out of words. That's what men do.
Yeah. No, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
How you like it being in the Chicago area?
It's nice, actually. It's really nice. It's very different moving from dead end street, middle of the woods up to like an actual neighborhood. Like I have neighbors on both sides, and I didn't have that. I hadn't had that for a decade, I like it. The schools are really nice up here, and the area's good. Other than catching a train just about every day, it's like I want to go to Jewel, and now I get to put it in park and wait for 5 minutes for a fucking train to cross.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Like I thought you meant like you were taking a train to work. I'm like, I thought you still worked from home. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, hitting a train crossing, trying to go anywhere in town, or going out of town. There's just train tracks everywhere, and I'm not used to it. But it's nice. I like it a lot.
I'm actually where I live. We live along a train line as well, but generally when we're traveling, we're not usually traveling north, and if we are, there's like Barrington Road and 59 that both have overpasses for the train. Or well, one is the car's going over, the other one the car's going under. Anyway, but so that direction is fine. The problem is going west, which is where there's like not as much civilization going west. That's where we have a train line as well, and that one has gotten a lot more traffic. So yeah, that's still kind of up in the air as far as where all that's going to end up with the amount of traffic. If the towns along the line are going to really force that train company to either build a bridge over or an underpass under the train line. We'll see.
It seems to be a recurring theme.
Yeah.
In the Chicago area. It's something to do with bad traffic, just regardless.
Yeah. It's, Chicago is a train hub. So there's going to be a lot of train traffic, period. So it's kind of just a fact of life. It's just whenever the amount of traffic on the lines increases, nobody likes it. So it is what it is. But glad you're liking it.
Yeah. Yeah,
We'll see
I
what you
am.
say in January.
Yeah. We didn't have snow in Georgia like at all. And if it did snow, it was gone by noon. So our, sledding hill was a mud hill very quickly. And so we're excited to play in the snow again. I mean, I'm from Indianapolis and my wife's from Chicago area, like
Oh, okay.
Schaumburg, Grace Lake, Northbrook, all the places. So
Mm-hmm.
all up this way. And so we're used to, we grew up that way. Um, it's nice. My daughters are like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to a friend's house." I'm like, "All right, see ya." Yeah, they didn't do that in Georgia. Like there was just nobody in the neighborhood they would go hang out with, and it was very different. And there was kudzu everywhere. If you know what kudzu is, it's a vine that just takes over trees. So
Oh,
like going down the road here, you'll see that's a different type of tree next to that one and that one. In my area in Georgia, it was all kudzu. It all looked the same, just a giant green blob. It was wild, and it'd kill all the trees that were under it because it would, starve them for sunlight and water and all that stuff. And it was like it's a big change, and I like it. I've got a much bigger house than we had out there, but I
okay.
do miss the sheds. I do
Well,
miss the
you
sheds.
can change that, right?
Maybe. I mean, our garage is full of stuff right now. So once we get everything situated, boxes and bins put away and things like that, then we'll probably have a lot more room in the garage. I'm going to run a 220 out there, a couple of 220s, and probably a fiber run as well. That way I've got everything out there that's stationed out there and it's just ready to go. And then I don't know. I want to get back into automotive again. I used to have project cars like all the time. And back when Craigslist was a thing, it was, I mean, I remember I traded 2 speakers and an amp for a Ford Escort so that I could put my Honda CRX in the garage over the winter, like things like that. Like just hop in the car and go buy 12 workstations because it's 20 minutes down the road. Like nothing
Right.
in Georgia is 20 minutes down the road. Everything's an hour and a half away.
Well, certainly in the part of Georgia you were in.
Yes.
Because weren't you near Dalton?
No, I was about 2 hours from Dalton. So I was in Dahlonega, which is like an hour and a half north of Atlanta.
Oh, okay. So you're between Dalton and Atlanta.
Kinda. So like if Atlanta is here, Dahlonaga's up here and Dalton's over here.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So I was like halfway between Dalton and Athens. Can't really.
Got it.
There we go. Yeah.
I know what you mean. You're reversed because you're doing it with reference to you, but I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. So I was like, it was still up there, and it was it was secluded.
Plus, that means you weren't really anywhere near the way you just did that. You weren't really anywhere near an expressway.
I was at the end of an expressway.
Oh, you were.
Yeah. So
obviously not 75 though.
No, 75. Yeah, 75 goes up that way. 400 goes like straight through Atlanta from way south of Atlanta up to Dahlonega, where it ends pretty much. And
okay.
It becomes like a 2-lane road. And that's pretty much where we were. Like you could take 400 from Atlanta all the way up to Dahlonega and turn left and you're at my house.
Oh, wow. Well, that's convenient.
It was to go to Atlanta, but it was still like an hour and something drive to go. And then there was nothing to do out there. And it was like a good old boys network. And I'm one of the good old boys.
Yeah. You had mentioned that. That sucks.
Yeah. But it's a lot nicer out here. We enjoy it. We really do. Kids are thriving. Wife is thriving. All the things.
Awesome.
So what's our goal here today? What are we trying to hit?
We're trying to hit 10,000.
Okay.
I know that's a stretch goal, but that is the goal. So we're currently almost at 1,500 on this one. Let me check the other one. Let's see. 140 on that one. So Lil Time donated $5. Thank you, Lil Time. Appreciate that. And Jeff Noah, who I know who he is. I'll let him decide whether or not he wants to state who he is. Oh, well, he actually said who he was. All right. So yeah, Baldini. Appreciate the $25 dono. Very much appreciated. So
which of the 2 links is the better link to go to, or does it?
They're both great charities. There is not a better. Just this one just shows better because it has a bigger number. Gotcha. The other one is pretty darn hard to see. Now, I will say with this one, if I was doing it on OBS, they actually provide like a banner that you can put on your stream. But I'd have to upgrade to another tier within EVMux in order to be able to do web links. But then I would have been able to put a web link at the top. So either one works.
Okay.
As I said early on, the OCRA, Okra as I call them, they are more research based and lobbying the government, that type of thing, while the other one is more general overall support and education as well as research. So they're more of a well-rounded charity in trying to make sure that those people being afflicted with the disease have a support network to go to and share a lot of information. While, like I said, the other one is more about not necessarily that, just more behind the scenes and trying to get as much information much research and things funded.
Interesting.
So, hello, Mr. Red Panda. Appreciate you being here. Let me get caught up on the chat here because I have not been paying attention to the chat at all. Well, thank you, Mr. Red Panda, for saying that we both look good today. Yeah, I showered and shaved for the stream. Last night I was looking a little scraggly for Saturday Night Live. So,
yes, I woke up for the stream.
Good for you.
Yes,
it's better than not waking
up.
Prerequisite,
typically.
It's a prerequisite. Let's see. Red Panda, you're all banned. I need to get my BRB. Not sure what that means. I need to get my be right back. Anyway. Oh yeah. Then some mama tells me I never stop talking. Yeah, pretty much.
That's all right.
Yeah. Anyway. And here I thought we were gonna have like dead air.
Oh no. Come on now. we got geek shit to talk about here.
Absolutely. So
okay.
how is your so are you still planning on moving processors, like doing duals, or are you going to do singles?
I don't know yet. For today, for the moment, for this week, I'm putting a couple of these on Flux's useful work so that we can kind of help present, because I'm working with Jeff Gee on this. Mm-hmm. We're kind of helping to present operating useful work with computers outside of just Flux, you know what I mean? Or just the Flux people. So I'm going to have a couple of here running that will link up with theirs at Cypherpunk to really show and present that it's a widespread, collaborative thing, right? That's what the whole point is that mine and yours and theirs and his and hers can all work together for one common goal.
Right.
Instead of just one PC, like Vast is, I'm renting this PC for my process instead of I'm renting compute power regardless of where it comes from, and then Flux distribute its, to that job or whatever. So anyway, I'm working with them to do that. So these couple of machines, I'm just getting up and running, get them access so they can do their thing and we can, show it. But when I get back, we'll see. I don't know. I mean, until useful work comes up, I've got fucking dozen of them. So I'm going to play with it a little bit. I might do a couple with the dual procs and then just like load it up with RAM. I don't know if I can put ECC RAM in it. I might pull some sticks out of the server and put it in the workstations and just load it up as much as I can get. Mm-hmm. I was looking up that like 18 and 22 core processors for this thing are cheap. Like $10, $15 a piece.
Yeah.
But it depends. I mean, depends on the job. Typically having high core counts are great for like virtualization. You know what I mean? Because you can assign those out to the different VMs and things. But having a higher like frequency count, like these are, I think 1.9 gigahertz processors. If I have a 3 gigahertz quad core processor, it's going to perform better on, some processing tasks than others.
Right.
So depending on the job and what I want to build it for is really going to depend on what I do with it.
Yeah, it depends on how many threads they can actually use.
How many they can use at any given time. So having a single 4-core proc that's a higher, processing power would, one, free me up an additional opportunity to add more GPUs, using custom cables, kind of like King was talking about last night, opposed to having quad procs and one beefy GPU. I don't know. Just going to play with it. Might do some videos. I don't know if people want to see that, though. We'll see.
I don't know. I find it interesting. I thought it was interesting that last night, that's one of the things that King was saying. Wow. Yeah. Red Panda Mining comes in with the Canadian $133. Boop.
Heck yeah. It's like $7, man.
Yeah. I mean, geez. Big spender.
Big spender.
Anyway. And Geek of All Trades, I don't know who that guy is, donated 50. Thank you, sir, very much. Appreciate it.
I swear.
Let's see if anything changed on the other one yet. Nope, still 140. Like I said, I don't care how it's transpires, and the only reason why I'm leaving this one up is because the number's a lot bigger. You know what? Actually, let me see something here.
Yes, Joker Miner. 3D printers are up and running, but I don't have my store up yet because I'm leaving for a week. So I'm going to wait till I get back from Cypherpunk to reopen my Etsy store and start selling my 3D prints again, which is perfect timing because like October is when it really starts taking off. Quarter 4 is like, I'll probably make half of my entire, everything I make for the year within the last 3 months of the year. That's what I've done the last 3 years. So it's pretty.
Are you paid hourly?
No. I design in 3D
printing. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking job, but then I know what the question was related to 3D printing, so never mind.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm salary. I get paid the same whether I work 20 hours or 90 hours. And the latter seems to be more often, but yeah.
But at least you don't have to go anywhere.
Right.
Now, with your new job, will you have to travel more, or it'll still be all remote?
It'll still be all remote. It'll probably be 98% remote. There's some large customers that I'll probably still want to sit down and meet with. Like we've got one out in California that we do annual security audits with, so I can join the security team and just kind of collaborate on how we can keep Azure secure as well as our private data center and keep them linked and talking and all that kind of stuff, as well as staying within whatever compliances they come up with this year.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see.
I do have a little bit of extra motivation to actually complete those Azure certifications because my sister works for Fermilab, and she was saying, she's like, oh my God, it'd be great if you worked in the Azure department because they only know one answer when you ask them, can you do something? And that's no.
Yeah.
Why not? Because I can't.
Yep.
Why not? Well, it's not in the budget. It's not allocated. It's not this, not that. Well, what if we made it in the budget? It's not in the budget.
Yeah. They got their blinders on.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not me. It's like, wait a minute, a new challenge? Let me see. Let me figure out if we can actually do this. And then we can decide whether or not we should do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful of that. Like Azure's really good about, here's a new thing, but it's only in private preview or public preview. It's not GA yet. And then you're like, hey, we can do this. Oh, it's not in general availability and we didn't sign up for the private release or anything like that. So it's like, I've run into that where you get somebody's hopes up and you're like, you got to wait 3 months until they release it.
Yeah. And the other part of it with her is the fact that they're part of the government. So there's all the government data centers. Yeah, exactly. So what do they have versus the general public data centers can be different as well. So
yeah, GCC is a whole beast in itself.
Yep.
For sure.
Exactly. But it did kind of get my hopes up like, okay, then I need to get this done. Yeah. Maybe there might be an opportunity there. That would be fun. The other great thing, I know that a lot of people don't have to think about this yet, but the good thing about Fermilab is there's a lot of old people that work there. They don't care about age. They don't care. So that's a very, very good thing. You got to find a job that where that's not an issue.
Well, I mean, in that case, you could be a congressman too, then, right?
Yes,
They don't really care about age. Yeah.
Trust me, that has actually crossed my mind. But just because I want to make a difference.
No, you have ethics. You wouldn't make a good congressman.
That's the thing is, yes, I have ethics, but at the same time, I'd like to be part of a change. Actually have people that care and aren't so focused on getting reelected. Because literally, I mean, I'm trying to remember where I read this, but when you actually become a congressman, not a senator, but a congressman, you're part of introduction into when you go there is, okay, walk over here. Here's the call center. You're going to spend 6 hours a day calling for donors for your next reelection. That's what they do. That's the majority of what they do. That is not what our forefathers had in mind.
No.
When they created this government that, let's try to get reelected as many times as possible. The idea was you went there, you did your job, you helped, you got things done that you wanted to get done for your constituents, and then you moved back into the public.
And then you go home. Yeah.
Exactly. And that just doesn't happen anymore.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't happen anymore. And
now people are discouraged exactly because of that reason. It's like, I don't want to go there to become a fundraiser. I don't want to become a congressman because I love fundraising. So, anyway. All right. There's another tangent.
That's what robocallers are for, though. You just record it once and then it just make that machine make the phone calls.
They do use robocallers, but what they end up doing is they have the robocallers, but when they get somebody on the line,
it'll transfer.
It'll transfer the person to them. So you're just sitting there waiting for that call. When I was in health insurance, that's what we were on, was a robocaller. And if somebody answered, it would ring the phone. By the way, that's why you want to know when a robocall's calling you is when you go, hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Are you there? And then that's when they finally get the person to pick up the phone and they're like, well, hello. And I'm like, at that point, I'm like, click, you're a robocaller.
Yeah. If they don't answer after the first hello and it's dead air, nope, done, blocked.
Yep.
Yeah. No.
Exactly.
Learn that real quick.
Exactly.
Or the one I was getting ones for a while there. Hi, is Brandy there? No, you got the wrong number. Well, while I have you. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
You fucking got
no, you got the wrong number. Well, hey, are you? No.
Yeah. Do you want to donate to the no diabetes? No. Yeah.
So evidently Joker Miner's triggered because one of my FE boxes is, you don't like the fact that it overlaps onto the max voltage sign. Is that what you're saying, Joker Miner? Deal with it, sir.
I think it looks great. Looks
wonderful. It was kind of funny.
How they're just like nice and even and it looks good. I like.
There might be a surprise coming. Sunflower Mama has a project that she might be doing with those.
Ooh,
so nice. We'll see. But it was kind of funny when I got those boxes. I wanted to do a post that Sunflower Mama got 3 of them, and when I started kind of laying them out, I'm like, oh wait a minute, just kind of, and I had them lined up like that. And everybody was like, oh, that's pretty cool the way you had those boxes laid out. So then when we started setting up the background, we're like, okay, we got to do that with the background. Interesting thing is, so you see the top Ryzen box, the second Ryzen box right there has a cooler in it.
Oh,
it's counterbalancing.
Ah, yeah.
So otherwise, the whole thing would tip over.
The whole thing would just topple over. Yeah.
Yep.
Look at you, engineering.
Oh yeah, I guess it was more like wait a minute, this is toppling over. Well, let's put something of weight over here. Like,
put something heavy on it. Yes, counterbalance.
Imagine that.
That's funny. So they move it and trigger you. That's awesome.
Yeah. So anyway, but so what's your power look like at your new house?
I figured it up at 13 cents.
No, I meant as far as amount of power. Do you have a 200 amp or 100 amp?
Yeah, I've got a 200 panel.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Definitely very cool.
It's an old panel.
We only have 100 amp coming into our house, so it kind of limits me on what I can do here. But yeah.
Well, and I've got a lot of free spaces in there now. Like I said before, all of the rooms had baseboard heaters in all of them. and each of those baseboard heaters runs to a single 20 amp 240 volt breaker. And the previous owner removed all of the baseboard heaters upstairs. But we've got this like big like window. Well, it's a window AC. It's a AC that's like in the wall, and it does heat and AC and all that shit. So we're gonna see how well that does. But either way, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 free 240 volt 20 amp breakers that aren't doing anything. So I got plenty of room to plug stuff in, but it's fucking expensive.
So is that thing that does the heat and the cooling, is that a mini split?
No, it's like a giant window AC.
Oh, okay.
But it's like cut out of the wall and into the wall in the front of the house.
Okay.
Yeah, it's wild. And it runs on 220 as well.
Got it.
But
have you guys thought about maybe putting in more mini splits?
Maybe
some.
I'm definitely going to be getting some AC Infinity fans and running ASICs, at least in the basement, and maybe upstairs as well. Like put a couple upstairs to like heat the house. Just, you know, some of the box miners for sure, because they're quiet enough and they spit out a decent amount of heat.
Right.
But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how far it goes and how far my wife lets me put miners throughout the house. I'm not Red Panda mining, so I can't put, you know, a 12 card 3060 Ti rig or, you know, 3080 rig that spits out heat everywhere.
You're not Red Panda mining? That's a good thing.
No, although I told your friend Andy I was.
What?
Yeah, first at Mining Disrupt. So Andy and DJ are like, I just see him over there, you know, shooting the shit, talking and stuff. And I run up and DJ's like, oh, hey, have you met Andy? I was like, hi, I'm Red Panda Mining. And DJ's like, no, he's not really. He's not. I was like, I'm kidding.
Really?
Joking.
No
I'm not
idea.
Really. Yeah. And he's like, oh, okay. Well, I've never seen your face. I'm like, no. You've obviously never seen my channel too. Thanks. But no, it was fun. Yeah. Just being.
Yeah. He's come a long way. I'm trying to remember when I learned about him over a year ago. So I've been watching him for quite some time, and yeah, man, you want to talk about delivery and entertaining? He is definitely all that.
Yeah.
He knows how to bring the energy and all of that. So, and it's just genuine. It's not like it's forced or anything. Yeah. I
think he, from some of the videos I've seen, I don't know if I'm subscribed to him or not. Maybe not. I don't see a lot of his stuff on my recommended page, but the couple of videos I've seen, like he tells a story, you know, and he does it with inflection and he does it in a way that like keeps your attention and kind of addresses it to you. Like, this is what I did and here's how you can copy it, kind of thing.
Right.
So it's, yeah, he definitely does good content for sure.
Yep. Yeah. His latest one was on Neoxinodes and how he's been making quite a bit of money on that.
He also was invested really early in that stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of those invested really early.
Yeah, he's he's big on spec mining quietly. So yeah, he's done very, very well due to certain spec mine coins that he did. But as he puts it, he's like, yeah, I spec mined 50 coins and one hits.
Right.
And
that's
obviously
the thing.
That's the one that everybody hears about, but you know, there were 49 others that didn't.
Yeah. And as long as you're careful about it, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. It's definitely a strategy that can work. Cause he's like, yeah, it's like, I'm not losing anything because they're not really worth anything when you're originally mining them, the ones that fail, but the one that does, you know, you're going to hit over 100 times growth on what you did there. So you don't lose much over here. Even if they go to zero, it's not hurting you that much, but you get a bag and all of a sudden, boom. So
I wonder if he writes off the power for mining and things like that too.
Oh, I'm sure he does. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Right. Well, and so I mean, you can't really do that when you buy the coin. That's the problem. And that was always my kicker, because I was 3D printing and you know, doing other side jobs and stuff, and like the power for mining offset that other taxable income.
Right.
You know? So it was like this small little cycle where I'm still making a fat bag of crypto of some kind over here, but what I'm paying for is offsetting the income of these other things that I have. So it like
true, except you have think of it, the money that you're paying, the power or the crypto. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, when you pay for power, it's tax deductible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But when you buy the crypto, you're not getting taxed on the amount of money that you're putting into the crypto either. So it's really just offsetting, because remember, when you mine, that's income.
Mm-hmm.
So the power is offsetting the income, so your net is zero. Well, when you are buying the coin, you already have that money. It's sitting on the side. So whether you're using it to pay for power or using it to buy the coin, it's a net wash between those two strategies. So yeah, I wouldn't be thinking, oh well, it's good that it's tax deductible. And yes, if you are mining for a business, absolutely you should be taking every tax deduction you can. But if that income for that mining, yeah, you want to take that power against it, no question.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm gonna have to pick your brain on the plane or at the airport about how I can get my power costs down here, up here in the different programs.
I'll make sure I've got a power bill saved to my phone so I can show you what my power bill looks like.
Okay.
But yeah, variable rate power is the way. I will show you the way.
So is it more expensive during the day, or is it like still a base price during the day, but then just cheaper at night?
No, there's like an hour or two during the day where it can be more expensive, not always. And then the rest of the day, it's generally cheaper. Is really what it comes down to. Interesting. So now it's interesting. You said it was 13 cents. I guess it kind of depends on how you're calculating it. If you're removing all of the fixed fees out of it and then doing the calculation, which honestly is probably the right way to do it. Yeah, it probably could be at 13 cents. But if you're including all the fixed fees, it should be right around 14 to 15 cents. Is what I had seen.
So I took. It's over here somewhere. Maybe. Yeah. So this bill that I got included a deposit that was needed. It's like, they'll take like 3 deposits per month. So I took the entirety of the bill, removed that deposit, and what I was left over with, I divided by usage, and that's where I came up with about 13 cents.
Okay. Got
it. 12.89 something.
I wonder if I might have other taxes in mind that maybe you don't, because there are regional differences as well. So I'll have to take a look at that. I hadn't really thought about that, but I don't remember. I know that there's a municipality tax on there, but that's usually pretty darn small.
Yeah, there's like supply is almost double what delivery is for me.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, delivery. You said supply is double or delivery is double?
Supply is almost double what delivery is.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, but you're not including. What about the taxes?
No. So it's electricity supply charge, transmission service charge, purchased electricity adjustment is all under supply, and then customer charge, standard metering charge, distribution facility charge, and Illinois electricity distribution charge is all under delivery. And then there's a whole other section that's taxes and fees.
Yeah. So I'm looking at, so if you take taxes and fees and delivery and add those two together, they're twice as much as supply. Because basically that taxes and delivery plus the taxes and fees and delivery all put together right now on my bill is about 8 cents between the two of those. Now, the one thing you actually just highlighted something. So that purchased adjustment, I didn't actually look to see what that was last month to see which direction it went, but that can make your rate vary by up to a cent. So if that was negative on that bill that you're looking at, it was probably negative, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it can go from minus a half to plus a half. So obviously it can vary by a cent. So every month, even though you're on a fixed rate, it's not fixed because that can vary.
Those liars.
And that's not surprising because if I'm saving a ton on variable rate, that adjustment's going to be more negative. So it's just the fact that isn't going to be as great of a difference for people that aren't on variable, even though they are getting at least a little bit of a break. So, but yeah, it's like I said, if it gets to the point where mining's not, well, really pretty much has gotten to that point where mining is not profitable. It's time of day pricing works really, really well, because especially this time of year, we haven't really gotten into it yet. Right now it's 1.5 to 2 cents on the supply rate at night, usually up until about 6 a.m. It's weird though. We've had an occasional spike here, like at 1 a.m, and I have no idea why. Like it'll go up to like 5 cents. So anyway, but generally it's been somewhere in that range of about 1.5 cents. So obviously then if you're taking 8 cents plus 1.5, you're at about 9.5. So then you're starting getting around to the point, at least you can break even during that period of time.
Yeah.
But as we get more into fall, where air conditioners flat out won't run at all, or might run during the day, but at night they won't. That's where you get this big variation between what you have happening during the day and what you have happening at night. So yeah, you get like 75 degrees during the day, but you get like 49 degrees at night. That's like perfect, because then the amount of energy being used at night like plummets like a rock. And that's when you start getting these negative supply charges. So then now you're talking sub 8 cents at that point. So I have seen more of that in the past, but the big thing is we need to see the supply rate go down. Okay, Sunflower Mama gonna scold me about something else.
Oh goodness! Turn the heat off. We don't have heat. I was just saying that there's no heat. I'm gonna have to use miners for heat. That's what my plan is. And yeah, put a sweater on and lower the thermostat. Instant safety. Yeah, well, and that's funny. Like, I was just saying we don't have heat, so there's nothing to turn down. But we got the windows open. This is like a freaking brisk fall day for us out here. We're used to like breathing through a wet sock in 90-degree. That's a cool day for us.
Right.
We're up here just like already got sweaters on, and it's nice. It's a nice change for sure.
Yep. I do like this time of year. It's pretty nice. So sorry about that, Iowa. I thought I had sent you a link, but then I looked and obviously I didn't, because I don't see that it was sent. Now I got to double check everybody else. I thought I sent it to everybody. Well, I sent it to Hawk, King, Hobbyist, Chump Change, and DJ, I think. Yeah, I did. So
let me get your opinion on something before you kick me off.
Sure, you can hang around if you want. I'm sure Iowa won't mind.
I don't want to hang out with him. Jeez. 2 things. One, what is a good GPU that has an 8-pin and a 6-pin connector? Not dual 8s and not just a 6 or a single 8, an 8 and a 6. The only one I can think of is that I've looked at. I don't have one, but that I've looked at is the those AMD Instinct cards, the MI25, 16 gig HMB2. It's like a beefed up Vega 64 or Vega 56.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I figured it probably had to be an AMD card, because I think they were the main ones that have done that mixed pin arrangement. I don't know if there were any NVIDIA cards that had that mixed pin, at least not since I think maybe the 1000 series. I don't think any of the 2000 series had mixed pin arrangements.
The reason I ask is those R730 servers I have 2 X16 slots, full X16 slots, but the power is only a single 8-pin and or an 8+2 plus a 6-pin. So I can, like, I've got a 3080 in one now, but I'm pulling an 8-pin off of one side and an 8-pin off of the other side, because they got dual 8s. So I'm wondering what cards I can get that I can I can slap in a server. And I didn't know this, but these power edges, at least the 13th gen, 12th gen, whatever they are, the 730s, you put a GPU in it, those fans are like dead set at 60%. So it's like living in an airport because the server room is like right on the other side of this wall. So when they're on, they're screaming. It's wild. I'm like, so I got them turned off, and hey, the workstations are pretty freaking quiet. And then I'm going to be expanding out on some videos that I'm going to be doing, and I want to get your input. So topics for new videos: networking, servers, SAN storage, local storage, AI, or Hackintosh VM.
Those are all good topics. The SAN would be interesting just because everybody thinks of storage as what's the word I'm looking at? A NAS. That's what everybody thinks of. Nobody thinks of SANs.
Yeah.
So I think that's an interesting, basically saying, you want to do a NAS? Are you sure? What about a SAN?
Yeah.
That type of thing. Networking, I think everybody who has done networking recently in the community is always like, yeah, VLANs, whatever. But I don't really think anybody has really explained the reasons why or like how to do it. Like what would be the structure, the reason. I know you had done something that basically showed how to draw your network.
Yeah.
But I took that as more of a focus on how do you draw the topology as opposed to why you're doing the topology in such a way.
Makes sense.
Actually describing like, why do you do a topology a certain way? And the other part is it's one thing when you're starting out a network, and it's another one when you're trying to say, okay, I've got this network, but now I want to move these onto a VLAN. What does that mean? Type of thing. How do I migrate all of this? Those are some out of what you just said. Those are some interesting topics. Hackintosh VM, definitely interesting for those Mac lovers out there. That doesn't appeal to me at all because I pretty much hate everything Apple.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say hate. I prefer things that I have more control over.
Other options.
That's not Apple. Apple's just set it and work. If it doesn't work, which is rare, sorry, you're gonna have to send it in or whatever. But anyway.
Yeah, I think the last iPhone I had was an iPhone 4. If that tells you how long ago.
That's quite a while ago. Yeah,
it's been a while. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good on that. I'll be the Android guy.
Yeah. My whole family was on iPhones. My kids, my wife, and finally got them off of iPhone. Now, iPhone has a place. Apple has a place. I was not about to get an Android phone for my father. I was like, nope, you're going Apple. It's just simpler. Everything has one way of doing things, and you're just going to do it that way because you only need to know how to do it one way.
Yeah.
So for him, it's worked out. Definitely worked out.
Same way for my parents. I'm like, you need an iPhone.
Yeah.
Yeah. What phone should I get? An iPhone. But what about nope? Just get an iPhone.
Right.
Yeah. Don't call me for support because I don't know how to fix your iPhone.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I figured I can figure out things, but it is more difficult just because I can't like go on my phone and just go, oh, okay.
Right.
But
yeah.
But anyway, yeah, he also has an iPad, so that's like his computer. And so that can be challenging at times when he's having trouble with that.
And they all work together. Like all the Apple things in their ecosystem work together really well. They talk to each other and you can access it from all the places, So for people that aren't like, I've got 4 monitors here and that's not enough half the time, like for people that's all they do is, an iPad's perfect. Like my mom, iPad's perfect because she can look up her crochet videos and like put it on a little thing while she's, that's great. But I don't know.
All right,
I
we're gonna
can't.
bring.
Not a fan of the tablets.
We're gonna
Oh, this
remove-
guy. Oh, geez.
We're gonna remove this from the scene for right now, so we can actually see Iowa crypto mining.
Move my camera a little bit. Okay.
Well, I'll eventually switch you over, but yeah.
Okay. Because this kind of shows up differently on this compared to the other streams I've done. So, okay, you'll probably see a little bit more kids in the background on this one.
Okay.
How you guys doing?
Doing good. Doing good. We are making some progress. We're over 1,600.
Hell yeah.
On the one, and on the other one, let me do a quick refresh. 140 on the other one, and let's see if this has changed. 1,662. Latest $25 donation from MC. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Cool.
Nice.
So we are making progress. Like I said, 10,000 is going to be a stretch goal. I'm kind of hoping that maybe getting the word out throughout the week, that at least by the end of September we can hit that goal. But maybe tonight, we'll see.
Yep.
We shall see. Anyway, any amount of money going towards it. What was that?
If you do this next year during like when stuff's starting to change a little bit, bull run starting, I bet you the numbers will be a little bit different.
Yeah, that's true. And I'd probably up my goal a bit more then as well.
Yeah.
Especially if I actually started doing videos.
That'd help a little bit.
Yeah, I think that would. I definitely think that
Maybe
would.
you should message them and tell them they should accept crypto.
Well, we'll see how this goes first, and then I can say, yeah.
Hey, by the way, you wonder how much more you would have got if you would accept, at least the top 5 or whatever, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, ETH, and I don't know.
Or you do something like you make the wallets max and have them public wallets, and then
that is.
I know
I could do
tricky,
that,
but
yeah, exactly. It's a little tricky. It's one thing when you are raising money for people and doing it that way. It's another thing when you're raising money for a organization. So while I could prove that it came from me, but it didn't come from me, so do I have to report the income? And then I didn't want to get into all that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to avoid, because somebody had actually made the suggestion of, well, why don't you make a wallet so that people can mine to it? Yeah. And it's a great idea, but that was why I chose not to do that this year, just because I think I understand the tax consequences, but I didn't want to deal with all the tax consequences.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So we get back into Android versus Apple.
Of course. That religious war is always a fun one.
I know. I think we got 3 Android guys here before you get all the snowflakes that are get on later. Wanting to like Apple, so I think we're good here. Everyone knows where we stand.
Snowflakes.
Yeah.
That got my funny bone on that one.
Well,
I'll have to remember that.
I used to work at Verizon.
I call them lemmings. That's what I call them.
Yeah, I used to work at Verizon. I sold both. So I was there when Apple was brought to Verizon back in the day. So I had to carry both. I've done both. The argument's still pretty standard. If you're smart with computers, get Android. If you're old, get Apple. Or boring. That's all it is. So, well, actually no. Teenage girl or old, get Apple. So,
there you go. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that argument hasn't changed. Apple's good at some things. Samsung's better at some things. It is what it is. So,
hey, they know their audience.
Yeah, and they just keep selling it.
That's right.
This is why I love, and now this will trigger people. It won't surprise anybody with how many tabs I have. Can you imagine what my home screen looks like on my Android phone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, disgusting. Yep.
Oh my God! All the widgets.
Got my solar power at the top, at the top on this side. On this side, I have, now it doesn't work, but it's a widget. Come on, focus. That's not focusing that well. But right here, I've got my real-time pricing, although the widget doesn't work very often. Mm-hmm. Then I have all my different groups, and then I've got my to-do list, my camera, my calendar, all the other different groups I've got towards the bottom, and then the most used across the bottom.
Yeah.
So I don't have a second screen that I go to. Everything I use is on the first screen, and I know where it all is.
Yep.
So it's done better than my tabs because these are all grouped by function. So I've got financial, crypto, games, weather, that just to name a few.
Oh, best comment. Sunflower Mama. It is crazy dumb.
That's funny.
Yep.
It's going to show the town I live in, so let me maybe block that. But this is my home screen. It is just completely blank. Everything that you want to find, you got to find in a folder. Dive down into it. There's nothing there. Just like my home screen, like on my computer. Nope. Right click, view, hide icons. All of it. I just want it fucking clean.
Yeah, that's not me.
That's just me.
Yeah.
I'm still tab happy. Not as tabtacular as you are, but
Spectacular.
yeah.
Hey.
I've got to. When it
I'm
gets
gonna
to the
work
point
hard.
where I'm like, are they on this monitor or is they over here on this monitor? I just close them all and I start over.
I'm gonna try to get that into Webster's dictionary. Tabtacular.
Tabtacular or tabtastic.
Remember that. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like tabtacular. That's much better, I think.
Cleaner.
Should make a t-shirt. I am tabtacular.
I love that. I love that. Now the question is, what picture do you put on there?
No, just the words.
Just the words?
Just the words. Yeah. I have one that I made for a security conference I went to. I said it was all each word was its own line, so it's like this big on the shirt. Like it says #change your password. The end. That's all it says.
Nice.
Yeah. And they all appreciated it.
Excuse me.
I don't care what you're using for your password. Go fucking change it.
Yep. Do we want to talk some mining? I know you were talking AI earlier. I've updated all my sheets, and we can talk about that.
We can definitely do that.
Everyone else
what I'm
going
gonna
to
do.
stuff.
I've been talking for 3 hours and haven't gone to the bathroom yet.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to get some more coffee and I'll be back in about 5. You talk amongst yourselves. Let me remove myself. There we go. And I'll be back.
Okay, Geek,
Hold on, buddy.
question for you.
Yeah.
So you just made the move. What do you like better that's crypto mining related for your new location compared to your old? What have you need to change since you moved?
So I haven't even started mining again.
Okay.
I am completely. So I'll start with what I don't like. I have a mortgage now.
Mm-hmm.
My old house is paid off. I could spend $600 a month in power and it wouldn't hurt me. You know,
Yep.
I expected that, of my $800 power bill, 300 to 400 of it was mining. I could write that off. That's all the things. Now, like, I got a $200 power bill, and I mean half of that is like the deposit that I need for the new location, and I'm just like, oh fuck, that's a lot. When it's really not, but yeah, money's a little tighter now when you have a mortgage.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be growing into it. Punch my mic. In fact, I just plugged in my first miner last night, and it's one of these guys,
Okay.
little 3 watt, solo miner on Dogecoin, and yeah, I mean, I'm gonna justify it in the winter because, like I said, I'm gonna use them for heaters, and I'm no shit gonna use them for heaters to heat my house.
Yep.
I mean, hopefully by November, price will come down on some L7s, and I can pick one of those up and stack up the Dogecoin, Litecoin. What I like about it is I have more options. Like out there, I had my sheds, but in my sheds, I had like a 6x8 room. That was my mining cave. Out here, I have a lot more places I can put miners. I got a 2.5 car garage. Like I said, we're going to put them throughout the house. I've got a giant basement that I'm in right now. I've got another portion of the basement that's actually like my server closet that I've got a big 42U rack and all that. And that's pumping out heat already. So I can put some back there. I can put some over there and put some over there and over there. So I've got more places, and I feel like I'll be able to control the heat a lot more.
Gotcha. You can do the whole chump change, pump it into your your return vents and that kind of stuff and use that?
When I get a return vent, yes.
Okay.
This house had baseboard heaters.
Ooh.
And the guy that had the house before us ripped them all out. He was like in the middle of remodeling. Well, maybe not in the middle, but he had been remodeling and passed away.
Oh, okay.
And we got it kind of an estate. They should have put it on there as an estate, but it really wasn't. But so there's no heaters upstairs except for this like giant window AC that they cut into the side of their house.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, putting a furnace and stuff in. Me being a realtor, yeah, that's gonna be rough. So
yeah,
been there, done that.
Yeah, I already got a couple of recommendations for some local people that will be able to help me with HVAC. We're gonna see. We're gonna tough it out this first year and see how it goes.
Yep.
First house we've had that doesn't have a fireplace.
Yep.
So
yeah, usually it ends up being the AC ends up being the problem. So because usually you can figure out a way to get heat one way or the other. So space heaters or whatnot. So okay. What do you got for me,
man? What's new for you in mining right now?
New, nothing. The shed's full. So I have 5 Bitcoin ASICs. I host 3 other ASICs. So the 5 Bitcoin ASICs pay for my electrical. So I cash those out. And then with the hosting, what that brings in. And then the 49 GPUs, the goal is to have that just hodl whatever I'm mining. So I've been bouncing around quite a bit on different coins. There's like 10 or 12 I've mined the last month and a half. And just I'm following the hash rate. So if the hash rate drops on a coin, then I switch that for a while. And then when the hash rate drops another one, I switch around. And so I just been chasing yield. Yeah. Which is way different than what I was doing 6 months ago. Yet you watched the video from 6 months ago. It was profit, because I was trying to build up the shed, get cash out whatever I made, put it back into the shed with ASICs or GPUs or whatever I wanted to do at the time. Now that it's full, I can't really add anything more. Now I'm to the hodl game, which is a better place to be.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as, the power cost is paid for. That's, the big kicker.
And yeah, I get it. Everyone especially King, makes fun of me. My last bill, I didn't run the numbers, but it's in the 5.3 range cents per kilowatt. Nice. Which is actually, it went up $200. It was higher, $200 higher than I expected because they changed something that was made 0.5% higher. So I wasn't expecting that, but in general, 5.5 cents is way better than 99% of people. So I can't cry too much about it. And then now it's higher in the 4 months in the summer. So now that the summer's over, it'll go down to like 4.8 cents.
So do you know how your power company creates the power? Is it nuclear? Is it
wind?
Hydro?
Wind.
Oh, okay.
A good chunk of it. So since my dad works for him, he used to work at the coal plant that was 30 miles away. Be honest, that thing is barely running anymore. They just do it more for supplemental. And my power company is when you see pictures of wind farms, just lined up down the road. Yeah, that's what they do here in Iowa and Minnesota. So yeah, it's a good chunk of it is that. So otherwise, there is some hydro, but it's not through our company. So I don't know how that works if they buy it from the hydro from the dams just upstream or not. But most of it's wind nowadays.
Interesting.
So
yeah, I talked with when I was at Mining Disrupt, I sat down with Hive OS, and they've got this like initiative where they're working with large farms and the power companies, like kind of being an in-between or broker there to, set up like a fixed supply and using them as kind of like a battery for the grid. So when there's more demand, these farms can turn off some and the power companies will have that available power. So if they're, round numbers, got a 10 megawatt farm over here and I'm used to supplying 10 megawatts and then another 10 megawatts for the general public, but the general public needs to go up to 12. I can drop these guys to 8 and we have an understanding of why and things like that. So it's pretty cool that like crypto and mining in general is being used in that way. You know, it's almost like seeing this mindset of, you know, Bitcoin mining bad for environment to actually, you know, not just helping environment, but helping commercial industry.
Yeah. And so that's called curtailing, and that's especially, I've been watching a lot more Bitcoin mining podcasts. I know not everyone in this, you know, in the stream and so forth follow that too much because we're all GPUs, but I've been getting into it because I think that's my next step would be more in that route. But yeah, curtailing is a big deal, and especially like in Texas, you know, like 3 years ago they had the big problems, you know, all the bad press where it got really cold there a couple of days and they had people out for 3 or 4 days when it was 40-30 degrees out. Since then, ERCOT is the name of the power down there, and they're not on the national grid. They're just on themselves in Texas, good and bad. But they've gone a long way since. They've added a lot more supply, and then they also, and most of that supply isn't costing them ERCOT too much more because they've added a ton of Bitcoin miners as well. And so I know when it was really hot here, most of those guys down there curtailed, and you just follow the Bitcoin hash rate. It dropped for those days. And so, you know, there is a way to do it the right way. And that's one of them. Add a bunch of supply, which when it gets those edge cases happen, you have all this extra supply ready to go. But in the meantime, you got to pay for it. You can't have all this excess just sitting there and no one's using it. And so that's what they did. They, you know, they just planned on it, curtailed when they needed to. They didn't have nearly as many issues as they did before. So yeah, that there is a way to do it.
That's like what was it, Riot, where they got paid more to turn off than they made mining.
Yep,
that's wild.
Yeah, that's one way. The other way is, hey, we're just gonna charge you this low rate, but expect us to turn you off for 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, whatever it might be. And if it's over that, then we're gonna pay you this. But if it's under that, then you're fine. But just we'll give you a day's heads up and you do it. And so there's different ways that they have made that agreement. They're all fine. Whatever agreement works for ERCOT or the power company and the miner, it'll work. So there is a way to stabilize the grid. That's what you see a lot of the Bitcoin miners say is Bitcoin mining can help stabilize, and that's what they're talking about. Is being able to turn off, and take a big chunk off, and that the grid can use it for other uses, but then also add a bunch of supply that, can pay for itself. So.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. That's where it's at now. How are some of these larger companies like, the BlackRocks and these, mega corporations that are going to come in and spend billions of dollars creating new farms and new mining opportunities and all of that, whether it's hosting or whatever they're coming up with, they're going to spend billions of dollars to do it. How is that going to affect, supply and demand when it comes to power for not just us miners, but general public?
Yeah, it still comes down to finding the power is the hardest part with those. I know everyone thinks that they're doing that. I don't think they're doing it on the level that people realize yet. It's a much lower level than people think, because these other companies are trying to expand and stuff, and they can't find the power. And we would hear more about it. We'd hear from the suppliers. We'd hear from people that, okay, BlackRock just built a 400 megawatt facility here, in Texas or something. And we haven't heard that. So I think maybe now they might just be, have an agreement with Riot or Hut 8 or whoever, big companies are saying, hey, we're going to pay you this, whatever these half or quarter or whatever the miners they rent, we get that. I think that is probably going on, but I don't think yet that there's BlackRock's coming in and turn on these huge farms yet. And it'll still come back down to it. Is there's going to be an equilibrium found between price, what you get per mining and what the electrical cost is. And sometimes it's going to work. Sometimes it's not. But that'll still determine everything. There's still a market. Doesn't matter who's buying it. Big companies or a bunch of us small people buying it. The market's still going to determine if it's worth buying it or not.
It's interesting. I just feel like what we have coming is like the perfect storm for the bull run.
Yeah.
We have the crypto ETFs being applied for, which will probably get approved sometime beginning of next year, just before the halving. So you're gonna have an influx of money coming in. You have the economy that, in case you haven't figured out, we're gonna find out 3 to 6 months from now that we're in a recession right now. We're in a recession now. And 6 months from now, the Fed's going to go, okay, we tighten. Now we got to start, loosening those strings up again. Make sure that by the time they have to refinance the debt, I think they have a big funding like next August or something, that they're going to make sure that interest rates are down to a more reasonable level by that time of the year. Anytime you have an easing environment, it's great for Bitcoin. So all of those things kind of put together, I'm looking forward to 2024. Not trying to wish my life away or anything, but I am looking forward to 2024.
Yep.
Well, that is if they don't change the definition of recession again.
True. Yeah, because technically we were already in one. It was just very short-lived. That was a soft landing. The problem, it was too soft, and you had inflation that was out of control. So, well, and that's the other part of it is that if we get the recession, is the government going to go crazy again and say, well, we have to put all this money out for all these people that are now out of work? And if they do that, then they're going to defeat the purpose. They're going to put all this extra money into the economy artificially, and therefore all that tightening done by the Fed will unfortunately be reduced. The effect of that will be reduced. So it's just simple.
Do you guys ever watch Black Mirror? Did you ever watch that series on Netflix?
Mm-mm.
Oh, man. It was really good. It was like, I think it's called an anthology where every episode is different, but it all kind of ties in at the end kind of thing. And one of the episodes was this guy, it was a whole bunch of people, but in this community, like you get sent to this farm and you go and you ride on a bike all day, on like a stationary bike, and you generate electricity. And then you go back to your room, and it's like a cage with like LEDs on every wall, and you live life that way. That's your job. You go there, you pedal on the bike, and all of that. You know what I mean? I feel like something like that, and maybe this is getting a little too out there, but something like that, where, hey, you don't have a job, you're going to go pedal a bike to power, the community, or you're going to go do this meaningless labor job that we can't create robots to go do, something like that. It just, I don't know. I that's kind of far out there, but something like that, I don't know, not a bad idea. Is that evil for me to say?
No, I don't think so. I've always said, and I know I'm not the only one, is that we need to figure out a way to, when people are out of work, there are jobs to be filled. The problem is that there's the penalty of, well, you're making enough. You may be making half as much of what you were making before.
Yeah.
But, so therefore you don't get unemployment anymore. Well, wait a minute. Well, then what's the point of me even accepting that job? Because I'm in the same situation now. I can either get unemployment and continue looking for a job where I can actually support my family, or I can take this job, not get unemployment, and still be in the same horrible position I'm in now.
Yeah.
So there needs to be a better system in that we have this graduated. Yes, you were making this much. This was your quality of life, and you want to get back to that level. But in the meantime, you could do this, that, and the other thing, and we'll still pay you a lesser subsidy, and it'll be good for the economy, and it'll be good for lessening the amount that the government needs to pay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that people need to get paid out to what the level they were at before, because they still need the motivation to get that job. But, I think that would be incredible. Now, that's a very complicated system, and government doesn't do complicated well at all. But that would be a much better way of doing it. People, do need motivation to go to work. They need motivation to have a better way of life. If they're satisfied with their way of life, and that happens to be, taking money from the government, being on, whatever it is, whatever the assistance is, if they're capable, physically capable, mentally capable, that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah.
Now you guys are all think I'm a Republican because that would just sound like a Republican statement. But I'm independent, by the way. I'm either Republican or Democrat.
Yeah, both sides suck.
Yes.
That's how I look at it. Like, I don't know. I lean one direction on some topics and another direction on other topics, and I'm just like, you're voting for the lesser of two evils. Have you
ever looked at the Libertarian platform?
I don't know. I try to avoid politics at all costs.
Yeah, I know kind of how you think. I'd be curious. We don't need to talk about that here, but yeah, take a look at it.
Okay.
Might be surprised.
Well, we got a 3-hour plane ride, so.
Yeah, there we go. I'm not libertarian either. I'm just saying that it's definitely an interesting third party, and one that I wish had some representation in Congress. I'm not saying they need to be like the most powerful one, but I think they have a very valid point of view. I mean, shoot, they're the only ones now that are fiscally conservative. I mean, both parties aren't fiscally conservative at all. They're all spend.
Yeah.
And why is that? Because that's what gets you elected, as opposed to doing the right thing. Anyway, all right. Sorry, off politics.
Dakota Miner had a shed question, if we want to get into that.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Before you do that.
Yeah, go for it.
Rusky's Crypto Cave. Thank you for the hundo. Boop. Appreciate the donation. And D-Mining. Now, I don't think that's DJ, but it might be DJ. Did he leave off the J?
No,
or is that somebody else? Was D-Mining in the chat?
No, I haven't seen him. I think DJ would put DJ. So
I would think. So anyway, well, whoever it is, thank you for the $15 donation. I appreciate it. So yes, go into the shed conversation.
Yeah, Dakota Miner had a question. During the winter, how does the shed operate temperature-wise? Midwest frigid cold winters, the -degree weather affect miners. So I did chat about this. Someone had a question. I think it was in Hobbyist Mining has a shed chat. So in his Discord, but in the winter, what you do is you just slow down the intake and slow down the exhaust. So yes, you don't want 0 degrees is blowing in heavy duty. Because that will start causing, either rust or just cause issues. So you just slow everything down. You just, do you cover up some of the intakes? Yeah, so you can easily remove them. But you just start lowering the intake, lowering the exhaust. And some days you don't have to have anything running. It just keeps itself nice and, at a normal temperature, and it just moves air normally. So it kind of depends on how much you have. But like during this winter, I can't wait because I'll just turn the fans down on the exhaust, and that'll make less intake because it's not doing that negative pressure as much. It'll be great. Today I went in there this morning. It's a nice gentle 70 degrees out, 75 degrees out, and it was kind of a cool morning. Shed was perfect. Shed was 65 degrees in there, and everything's been running nonstop. So during the cold winters, you just turn everything down. You use less everything, which is great. That's a much better problem to have.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a shed, but I mean, I do it in my basement where I shut the intakes in the winter or reduce the intakes. I do not have my fan on multiple speeds. It's either on or off, but I will set the actual temperature in the basement to a higher level in the winter. I'll set it to 85 degrees so it can help heat the house. So basically, that way, if it really gets to 85 degrees down in the basement, then the fan will go off and get rid of some of that heat. But otherwise, I'm just looking to have it help heat the house. But if you have a shed, same type of idea. You got shutters, so automatic shutters. So when the fan's off, everything closes. So you could actually, I don't know if you have everything hooked up to a single thermostat or multiple, but I mean, you could certainly have it set up to multiples where, maybe a third of the fan shuts off at a certain temperature, and then another third shuts off at another temperature, and then at a certain temperature, everything shuts off. You know, whatever.
Step
There's
it down,
obviously
yeah.
a million ways to skin that cat, but the idea is that you start automatically shutting off intakes and outtakes as it gets colder outside. But yeah, I mean, if you have everything shut and you have an operation like you have with that much heat, it'll easily heat itself to where it's no problem.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, if you don't have as much as I do, like let's say you only have like a 30 amp filled with GPUs or ASICs, whatever the case, then you're not producing that much heat. Then a shed will stay cold. Then then you might run into issues where you just can't get enough heat in there.
It also depends on the size, though. I mean, if you got a 6x8 shed and it's 30 amps, it'll still stay warm enough in there because it's small enough.
Yeah, correct. It depends on your situation. So, I'll probably still have to have some exhaust running even when it's 0 degrees out, just because I have that much heat in there. But it'll be much less. So, UK Miners Club says to refresh, Max.
Okay.
So let me ask you guys. I'm going to bounce here in a minute. Whoa!
Wow, a jump of $1,000. So Chili, holy cow, came in with a $500 donation. Boop 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 for that one. And Francisco Gomez donated $500. Boop 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 boop. Thank you very, very much to you two. So yeah, now we are at 2,777. I keep checking the other one. I know everybody seems to be focused on that one, which is perfectly fine. Nope, that one's still at 140. But yeah, wow. Thank you guys. Very much appreciated. Means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right. Back to the entertainment.
So let me ask you guys something. I'm gonna get off here in just a minute. I've been going for almost 2 hours because I'm live as well. What piece of mining equipment, if you had to pick one, what piece of mining equipment do you regret buying?
I regret buying.
I'll start. Although it was only $15, I have a Butterfly Labs ASIC from like 2015 that's 600 gigahash, but it's not self-contained. You got to have a computer hooked up to it, like the little USB miners and stuff that you run, CG miner on and all that kind of shit. But it's a little ornament now. That's all it is. I mean, it was only like $15, like I said, on eBay, and maybe next bull run it'll go for 30 and I'll sell it again. But yeah, this little turd.
Well, I think for $15, you can't really go wrong. Did you learn something from it that was $15 worth?
Yes, I learned that. Yeah, just because
I was thinking more like a $1,000 purchase of something.
No. What's yours? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm sure I bought some GPUs that were too expensive back in the day. ASICs I've done okay with because I've only bought them when they were cheap. Get the little guy running. One of the little guys running through. So I wouldn't say I've made any bad purchases that I know of. Just probably spent too much on some GPUs. Maybe that's it. So I should have saved a little bit more and then waited till the prices came down. But I didn't go too crazy. So.
Yeah, Jake St. Peter brings up a good one. Helium miners.
Oh, you know what?
Okay.
I have 3 of those. Yep, there you go. I have 3 of those.
There you go. Yeah, I was like sitting here going, I can't think of anything. Thank you for bailing me out on that one. I've done pretty well with them. I can't, if that's my only quote unquote mistake. But honestly, now I'm doing crank on it. And I got like $190 worth of crank that I've gotten from it. I did have 2 helium miners early on. So I made quite a bit of money on helium early on that I cashed out of before it plummeted. So yeah, I easily paid off my helium investment. I have 3 of them. One of them isn't operating at this point, but I have 2 that are operating as helium and crank. But yeah, I recently actually cashed out of all my helium. Finally just got be done with it. And
Just move on.
yeah.
I got one that I converted to crank, but I earned 0 HNT with a helium. 0. Absolutely. I mean, there was no one to witness it. I'm in the woods, I was dead end road and it backed up to 40 acres. And the neighbors that I do have, they're like, what's crypto, let alone helium, So it just sat there pinging consistently and never got a response. So I never made any helium with it.
Hey, you wanna house my my helium miner at your place?
Yeah, if they talk to each other, yeah. I got
wouldn't
2
talk
of
to
them.
each other, but you might actually talk to Baldini's.
Oh,
might
really?
actually talk to his. Yeah,
Cool.
I'm not sure. I think you guys might be close enough. Maybe not.
Nice.
But yeah, he's got a pretty good setup for his helium miner if he still has it set up that way, where he's got like an antenna that he's got like an external antenna to the unit, and he has it attached to his chimney. And he's like above. He's on relatively high ground. He's got like a little rise just east of him that gives him a little bit shorter coverage going that direction. But going west, he's east of the river. So the land going west of him is, while he's got a little bit of a shadow, because just going over simple diffraction, you're not going to immediately hit anything that after the drop off. You'll get distance beyond that.
Yeah.
So
flat out that way.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, he's got a good setup.
Nice.
I'll read some of these other things people wrote. 2K 3090s. I spent $2,000 per 3090. That one hurts. That one hurts. Scalped 3070s, 3080s. It kind of depends. If you bought those early enough, you probably made out okay. If you bought them, when was it? So it was a year ago. Was Ethereum went away? So if you bought them early 2022, yeah, you probably never made enough money back from it. But if you bought them in 2021, you probably did enough to be okay with it on the scalp prices. Chili says KSOs. I don't. That depends what the price is, but I think you made enough in the beginning you're still in the hole, but you have 3 more years of it just running at very little wattage. I think you'll be okay. I don't think you'll completely regret it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, but do you buy something just to break even?
Yeah,
type of thing. So that's the tough part. But
if you can hodl the 200 and pay the 200 watts, or for 3 of them or whatever, 300 watts, then you'll probably be okay. But
now here's the other part of it though, is we're heading into the bull run. We say this now like, oh yeah, but there's gonna be all this hash rate, it's gonna be all this, all that. But if it goes up by 20 times, it makes everything good.
Yeah. And you can resell it and make fat profit.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, I have no trouble buying hardware that is going to make me money with AI, because it's making me money now. It's going to take a while, 12 months probably about to pay back, maybe a little bit longer than that, but the value of it is going to go up.
Yeah. And everyone, the easiest way to look at that is you look at Bitcoin mining, and the hash rate has jumped up so much here recently because a lot of those people bought a bunch. The big farms bought during the bull run or at the end of the bull run. And so now they're finally getting enough power to turn them all on and stuff. The GPU mining, it's down quite a bit, but it's not going to quadruple overnight when Bitcoin hits 50,000. It's going to be a steady climb. So there'll be moments there, quite a bit time there of profits. So I think it'll be fine. We'll be good.
Techman had a question. Can you do helium IoT and a crank miner same location or rewards worse? So actually you can use the same unit and dual mine. So you can mine both helium and crank in the same unit. That's what I'm doing on both of mine. So it definitely helps make it worth it at that point.
Crank pays you to transmit, not just to receive like with helium.
Correct.
So if you're not seeing anything, like I was crank mining out in Georgia, and even though it wasn't witnessing anybody, it wasn't seeing anything, I was still making something. It was actively paying out something. I mean, you get more if there's an answer on the other end.
Right.
And that's why if you have 2 of them, they can talk to each other and witness each other, in a similar location. And you can, you
still have that crank miner?
What's that?
You still have that crank miner?
I got 2 of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't. With the other one, I've still got to get set up on crank. I got to do the staking with the KDA thing, but which is surprisingly a pain in the ass just to fucking get Cadena into your wallet. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like if it's not on Coinbase or so with this whole KYC on shit. What's the name of the exchange? The green one. You know who I'm talking about.
Trade over. Green one.
KuCoin.
Oh, yeah.
I told him to go pound sand. I'm not doing it. I pulled everything I had there out and put it somewhere else on like cold wallets or a different exchange or whatever. And KuCoin was like the whore of crypto exchanges. Everything was on KuCoin, you know?
Yeah.
So that really affected me. Now I'm unable to get a lot of things. And maybe I'll change that in the future. But for now,
that was the same way. What was the one I used? God, I can't remember it. They are ones that went away as well.
Gate.io.
No, it wasn't Gate.io. It was
okay.
What the hell was it called? Bittrex. They had a ton on them as well. And
they went under, didn't they?
No, they didn't go under. They shut down their US armor. I mean, they may have shut down everything, but they didn't. Again, they didn't go under. They decided to shut down, and everybody was able to cash out. It was one of those. So they just decided they didn't want to deal with it, which made me so sad. Those people were good people. I actually did like beta. Well, I shouldn't say beta tests. I did surveys type of thing where you actually got on a call. They started asking you questions. They started having you, okay, we're going to show you that we're going to give you this interface to work on. How would you do this? How easy is it to do it? All that kind of stuff. And they paid me in a good amount of some type of crypto. I don't remember. I think it was Bitcoin. But yeah, I was like, this is awesome. You know, to be able to give that type of personal response to a crypto exchange, I enjoyed. And obviously enjoyed even more because they paid me to do it.
Like paid surveys.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
But they actually pay.
There is a company, I can't think of what it's called, but it's based in Schaumburg. They have a location in Schaumburg and a location in the city. And every so often they'll send me an email or call me or whatever. Most of the time they're like, yeah, you don't qualify, you don't qualify, you don't qualify. But the one I loved was I went in and was actually doing taste tests of different beers. They were trying to figure out. They were basically Blue Moon was doing a pale ale, and so and I forget what it's called. It's out now, but they were giving us different ones to try, and then after you were done drinking, and again they have to limit the amount that you can drink, so they're all just tastes of the beer.
Yeah.
But after you're done with that, then they bring you through like the marketing campaigns. That's when you know what you've tasted. You're like, I think this is what this is. And then when they come through, you're like, oh, okay. I didn't know the brand, but now I know the brand.
Yeah.
And but this was probably like 8 to 10 years ago. But yeah, now I can say I'm a professional beer drinker because I got paid to drink beer.
You got paid to drink beer.
Yep. And by the way, I stole that joke from them because they actually said this. It says, now every single one of you can say you're a professional beer drinker because you're getting paid to drink beer. We all, of course, started laughing. But
that's anyway. Fantastic.
Yeah,
there's one of those in Alpharetta, down closer to Atlanta, that it was near my wife's job, and they would do like the taste testing thing. It was, for Zaxby's or one of the chain restaurants. They say, we're going to come out with this new chicken sandwich. Come on in and test it and give us and we'll give you $50 or whatever it was. And they had stuff like that quite often.
Nice.
Well, guys, I'm going to get off here. I got stuff I'm going to do around the house. I actually got to go out there and get the lawn mowed.
I got to do that later. I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah. It's nice that I've got a lot less lawn now. And I have neighbors, so I try to take care of it.
Understood. Yeah. They like it when the lawn is well kept. Before you go, sorry. Neighbors seem nice?
Yes. Yeah.
Good.
Keep to themselves. one neighbor's got.
That's the best kind of neighbor.
Yeah.
They're around when you need them.
Yeah.
Because they care about their neighbors, but they're not in your business.
Mhm.
That's the best
so
kind
far.
of neighbor.
So far, I've met 1, 2, 3 of them. The other ones we just wave at when you drive by so far. So they all seem nice.
Good. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem. All right. Have a good one.
Yep. See you.
All right. Let me rearrange this now.
Yep.
There we go. You're in the lower third, though.
I know. My camera just changes. That's fine. I'd rather have that than the whole house because then you could see all my basement. So
Right. Yeah, it looks like a nice basement. It looks kind of similar to mine, different color. But you didn't go with the drop ceiling. You went with a drywall ceiling. Same thing with us.
Yeah. Well, I just did it 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
It was finished when I bought it. So, yeah, I had a little bit of a choice, but now this is the way I wanted it. But yeah, it's doing good. Other than the kids make a disaster of it already. So carpet's already ruined after 2 years. That's what happens when you have kids. So
yeah, I grew up on a ranch with a basement, and the basement was the kids' universe. You know, that's where we could go to be with our friends. You know, play ping pong, do various things, and so it was nice. And I'm like, yeah, I want that for my kids as well. Yeah. So, God, it was back in 2003. Had paid somebody to remodel it, and that was back when I was in the mortgage industry, so had a little bit extra money at that point.
And yeah, I had connections too, so you knew some contractors or people that knew contractors. So exactly.
Yep. So, but yeah, I love it. Now, my daughter's now has her like I call family room. You know, basically her living area is now in the basement. She loves it. We set it up for her. Yep. And what's interesting is it's a part of the basement that we hadn't really used much.
Yep.
We had used it back when they were really small kids as the play area, but then as they grew up, then all that stuff kind of just sat there.
Yeah.
And nobody went there, but they went to the other part of the basement, which was like the TV. So therefore that was where all the gaming systems were and all that kind of stuff. So, but now she's got that whole area. And then the other side, which is where the TV is and all that kind of stuff, that's like cordoned off with curtains because that's where all the mining equipment is.
Yeah. Yep.
So that keeps all the heat over there with the curtains because theirs are like heavy curtains.
I remember you and with Sunflower Mom was doing some stuff, and that made a big difference, just putting the curtains up to keep it all right there.
Yeah. So the difference in temperature between the basement and the upstairs typically is about 15 degrees.
Yep.
It used to be like 5, but as soon as you put the curtains up, it's like, I mean, think about it. It means if it's an 85-degree day, that means upstairs is going to be 70 degrees.
Yeah.
I mean, 70 degrees is comfortable.
Yep.
So unless it gets to like 95, 100 degrees, then you got a problem because you're just pulling in hot air and pushing out hot air, but the air downstairs is still 95 degrees.
Yeah. 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 Before I did the shed, I had my stuff downstairs and it was rough at times. So, yep, been there.
I'm sure. What was the most power you were pulling in the basement?
I only had 130 amp. I have on this wall here next to me, there's still a 30 amp that I'm going to use. I have a plan here. I'm going to try to get into the server world like the rest of you guys, Proxmox and stuff. But yeah, I had 4 rigs on it. So maybe not a full 30 amp filled, but it was close, 4,500 watts, 5,000 watts, something in that range. So,
yeah, I mean, back when, 4 rigs will basically use a 30 amp circuit when you're mining Ethereum.
Yeah.
Obviously, some of the things we have now, like Radiant and Dynex, you're basically reducing the power quite a bit. So what used to be like over 5,000 watts is now like 3,000 watts.
Yep. I think I remember doing math back in the day. It was, you could do like 30 to 32 3070s on a 30 amp. But if you did like half 3080s, half 3070s, then you can only do 24-ish. So because there was the difference there. So I remember I did all the math and stuff, but I don't remember what it was. But I know I had 4 rigs. So it looked really cool. I used those chump change hangers, and it looked awesome at night because all the
Yeah.
RGB lights and stuff. I mean, it looked cool, but it was hot.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's yeah, so now I've got one octominer on the bottom shelf, Ubiquity switch on top of that, and then I've got one of my AI rigs which has a 4070 and a 3070 in it on the left. On the right is what I call rig 1. Yeah, rig 1. That's got all and actually the octominer is 3070 Ti's and 3060 Ti's mainly. There's one 3060 in there. That's my LHR rig. I actually have everything split up by LHR and non-LHR.
Yep.
So that's my LHR rig. Then my rig 1 is all 3060 Ti's, well, 6 3060 Ti's and 2 3070s. And
Gotcha.
then my other rig now, which is above that, is it's my mutt rig. I've got 2 1660 Ti's, 3 3060s, and 2 3060 Ti's. I think that's how it breaks out, something like that. So yeah, it's got 8 GPUs in it. And then to the left of that, I now have my my other 3090 AI rig, the most recent one that I put together. So that's downstairs. I've got room probably for 2 more downstairs on the rack. It'll be a little tight on the top, I think, but yeah, that's my plan. And then I'll leave this one up here. It's a nice little heater when it's running.
Yep.
And
So
I was worried. I was worried about whether or not it was gonna be caught by the mic, but nobody said anything, so I can hear when it spins up and when it doesn't. But evidently, you guys can't, which is good.
No, we're good. So I have to ask, because no one's asked it yet in chat, but I know they're going to think about it. Have you cleaned up your wiring, your cable management yet?
No.
It's still the same?
Still the same.
Okay.
And you know what? It still works.
Yep, true. True. You just can't show it off because you did the one time and now you regret it. So
right.
Yeah.
Yep. It's hey, everything is very functional.
Yep.
Very functional.
And if you touch stuff, then stuff tends to break, so you don't touch it.
Exactly. The one thing I do want to test though is, so I think I mentioned it before, that I was having issues with speed on one of my flux nodes, and the where that was running, it was running right next to the actual PDU itself. So I'm curious if that Ethernet cable is still good or not, or what. I haven't tested it on anything because I don't want anything to go down.
Yep.
But right now it's just kind of hanging there, and I'm like, I'd really like to test it, but how do I test it? Because I have a feeling any type of like voltage test and that type of thing is probably just going to come up normal.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Do you just swap the Ethernet and see what happens? I don't know.
I could do that. And then I don't know, maybe the next time that flux node passes a payment, I could swap out the cable and see what the benchmark shows.
Yeah.
I could do that. Yeah, maybe I'll do that the next time. I don't know when the next time that one actually.
That'll be, I don't know, the easiest, cheapest one, and just switch to one thing at a time. Rusky, okay, function greater than form. Your shed is very clean, so you don't operate the same way as Max does. I've seen your shed. Your shed is very clean, very organized,
Yeah, diesel 846. Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't cable manage it.
That is true.
Yeah, but I mean, could everything be cable managed? Yeah, I mean, all of the Ethernet cables are just like draped over the front and going into the front of the switch, instead of like going along, like Panda does, where he like brings it along the side and brings it along the actual edge of the shelf and then brings it up to. Yeah,
I did that a little bit with the shed. I didn't at first, but I tried to consciously make it not just everywhere, but it's not perfect. Like you see all those people at Cable manage, and it looks absolutely perfect. I'm not that.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle somewhere, to where it's functioning fine, but it's not an extra hour's worth of work. It's an extra 10 minutes worth of work to focus on it. So.
All right. I need to send. I swear I sent him the link.
Yeah, you said
Maybe I didn't send him the
too.
link either. That's second TL asking for the link.
I was wondering, do you want me to? The whole reason I wanted to be on this stream. You want me to go into that or not?
Sure.
Okay.
I guess I didn't send it to him either. You mean the fact that I want to roast you because you're root for Iowa?
Oh no, that's a bad day. But as you can see, I still sport the attire even when we have a rough weekend.
Hey, Illinois won.
Who they play?
We won't go into that.
Iowa had a cupcake last week. We didn't have a cupcake this week.
Yeah, we had a cupcake. Florida. It started with Florida.
Okay.
Florida Atlantic.
Okay.
Like, who the heck are they? Are they even Division One?
Florida Atlantic is.
Are they okay?
Yes, I've heard of them. Yeah, I think they're D1, but that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, still a W.
It is a W.
Get a little work on, a little extra practice, a little extra work, but yeah.
Yeah,
Iowa laid a major egg. The reffing was not good, and that's pretty agreed upon. But Iowa, they had made a couple mistakes. Iowa's one of those teams where they don't turn it over, and they get a couple turnovers that kind of flip the field and stuff. And this is the game where Iowa had the turnovers. They had 2 turnovers in the first half that were one was just end of the play, just a little mistake, and then the other one was on a punt, and it wasn't necessarily the guy made a mistake. It was just kind of bad luck. But those plays usually bounce for Iowa's way, and this game it didn't. So at halftime, we were only down 10, and then came out of halftime, and we didn't show up in the second half. So
Who did they play?
Penn State.
Oh, well, okay.
At Penn State.
Yeah. That's not really saying much.
You can't make a mistake against a good team.
No, Penn State is like the forgotten third team of the Big Ten.
They're good.
You have Michigan and you have Ohio State, but Penn State is right there.
They're good this year. They're going to be just fine. So, yeah. So, 2 mistakes early where it should have been, if it wasn't 10-0, it should have been, 10-10, or, something close to that, because they got 10 points off those 2 turnovers. So, it should have been a better halftime. But the second half, Iowa didn't show up. Iowa didn't fight back. So it wasn't like, that determined the game. It just should have looked differently at halftime, which could have turned the second half differently, but it didn't. So, whoa.
Francisco didn't just donate to the one. He donated to the other one as well. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate that. So yeah, 500. So boop, 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 boop again. So yeah, so if we are over 3,000 raised. So we are getting there. Nice. Yeah. So yeah, thank you to everybody. Really appreciate it. All right, I am going to so you had said why I brought you. I brought you on the stream because you're Iowa crypto mining.
Yeah, that's not why I was pushing it. I told you from day one I'd make it work. So, do you want to bring this other person on?
Yeah, I'll bring second TL in, and then I'll let you talk. I know he's got limited time because he's got to go to work. It's Monday where he is. So let me bring him in. Mr. Second TL, let me I'm gonna remove this one for now.
6 a.m. for him?
I don't know. What time is it for you, Second TL?
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
God.
That's fine. I'm a morning person, and I do have time, right? My work only starts at like 9 o'clock, so lots of time.
Gotcha.
Is that beer you're drinking or coffee?
No. Coffee.
He is Australian though, so everybody. So that's why I asked him if he was drinking a beer.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what was the thing you wanted to talk about? I don't remember.
Okay, so the whole point of the stream is for ovarian cancer because of Sunflower Mama. I am also a cancer survivor.
Now I remember, yeah.
Yeah. So, it's more out there than people think. Mine was testicular, which, okay, we're all guys here. Been there, you understand it. But yeah, it was, I'm, what am I now? 16 years in the clear, something like that. So,
wow.
yeah. But it's, beware, guys. Don't be afraid. Something's not right. Go get it checked out. I'm one of those where a friend of mine was our family doctor, or one of my friends, his dad was our family doctor, and so it was like, okay, I guess I gotta go check it out, and boom, boom, caught it really early, chemo, surgery, chemo, done. So, and then just followed up with it after the fact. So, I was one of the lucky ones. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like, I didn't look at it as like, oh God, it's cancer. No, it was just something I had to get over with. But just everyone out there, be aware. Do the colonoscopies, do the checkups, do whatever you need to. Don't be afraid. You're not too tough to do it. It's fine. Just go do it. So
yeah, I mean, there's the good thing is that definitely are those cancers out that it's almost like a walk in the park. Like,
yep.
I know at some point in my life I'll probably get prostate cancer. My dad had it.
Yep.
So it's not technically genetic, but it does seem to run in the family. And so yeah, I get checked out every year, and while I am in that in between zone on my PSA, so I do actually have to have that done again this year. I haven't done it yet, but yeah, we're keeping an eye on it at this point. But I mean, prostate cancer, 98% survivability. I mean, when you start getting in that range, what's that 2%? That's the 2% that aren't paying attention and let it get to just a crazy point, and now it's stage 4 and it's spread.
Yep.
Prostate cancer is really slow growing. Again, it's still cancer. It's just, it has symptoms. There is a test that they can test for it. There's all these things. Same thing with colon cancer. Slow growing cancer. There's a way to test for it. All those types. So just need to, and some of these others. I know testicular cancer has a high survivability rate as well.
Yeah, it's 4 stages, and so I was stage 1. I was way early, so it was not a big deal. Maybe it wasn't 4 stages, but there's different stages of it. Yes, and so it spreads to the lungs and then to the brain, and then when it gets to that point. So I had a friend of mine's younger brother. He's only the younger brother's a year behind me. He was in my brother's grade. He had it. He didn't say anything, and he got too far. They were behind, so he did pass away from it when he was 21. So it's not. That's the problem is testicular. The main ages are 18 to 25.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, but we're all stupid at that age, and we don't want to say anything and don't want to say anything's wrong. And he was a quiet kid, and that was what happened. But just in general, if you say something, it's way up there on survivability. So
yeah, I mean, it's Lance Armstrong, same thing. That's what happened to him.
Yep.
Is he wasn't saying anything. I mean, he had, I don't remember what the size of his testicle was, but it was huge.
Yep.
Like, couldn't sit on a bike anymore. It was so big.
Yep.
And the guy's like, his doctor was like, what are you doing? This isn't right. You need to get checked out. And then once he got checked out, the cancer was everywhere in his lungs and in his brain. They said basically he's got, little chance of living, and he fought like hell and survived it. And then started cheating. Well, actually, he was probably cheating before that, but then he really started cheating.
Yeah. But that was, it's all just, guys, you're not too tough for it. It's fine. Go ask the questions. The doctors are there to help you. They're not there to question you or make you feel bad, or they just want you to be fine. So just don't be stupid. There's women out there too. You have, do your things, do your testing, your, breast cancer and that kind of stuff. So that's just the main thing, guys. It's just, if you have a problem, something doesn't seem right, go ask.
Yeah.
Go ask the doctor.
And don't let them tell you everything's fine if you know it's not.
Yeah.
Advocate for yourself.
Yeah. My doctor was like, he checked it out. He's like, yeah, it's probably fine. Because I was doing sports. Mine was just pain. I was working out. I was running. I was in sports. And it was just, there was some pain. And so when checked out, he's like, okay, let's just keep an eye on it. If it's still here in a week or two, then we'll do something. And so in a week or two, it was still there or still in. So then he's like, okay, so we'll get I'll go get you to do an ultrasound. It wasn't an MRI, it was an ultrasound. Got that done. And it was like, okay, your doctor will be calling you now. They didn't tell me the results right then and there.
Right.
You're on the table, and the nurse is there, and then she calls in a doctor. I'm like, what the hell? This is weird anyway, being 18. Yeah. And then the doctor's like, yeah, we'll have your family doctor give you a call. I'm like, what the hell? So then I go home, and
that
reminds me. Tell you at that point, though.
Yeah, that reminds me of when my wife, like shortly before I met her. I say met her because that was when we kind of hooked up, and she had a collapsed lung. The problem is that it didn't really show itself immediately. So she passed out on the street, and she's 6 foot tall. She weighed about 130, 120 pounds at that point. I mean, very thin, just like my daughter is at that age. Very, very thin. Healthy, but just thin. And so, you go, especially back then, you go into the doctor's office. He listens to your lungs. They seem fine. Like, you need to just go eat a sandwich. Basically is what they said. Yeah. So they basically sent her away. So then she went back again. They did not listen to anything. They just looked at the chart and they just figured she had, she wasn't eating, anorexia, and she wasn't that thin. But that's what the doctor was thinking. Like, you're fine. You come back when something's wrong. Basically is what he said. And well, not even basically what he said. That's exactly what he said. And then, so she went, and her mom was like, you go back there and don't leave until they figure out what's wrong. So she went back. This time they listened to her lungs. Nurse went, I'm going to go get a doctor.
Yeah.
And she's like, you do that.
Yeah.
Doctor came back, was like, yeah, you're going to the hospital. You have an entirely collapsed lung. There are no breath sounds on the one side. Her lung was a puddle in the bottom of her chest cavity, the one lung, because they did not identify as it was deflating. So thankfully, with my daughter, who also had the same thing happen to her, she had one that we didn't even know about until it was like after it had already happened. Basically, this one, I'm not sure if it was spontaneous. It's classified as spontaneous, but she had a collision in gym where she was going up for a layup, and one of the guys just like completely bowled her over and shot her like 15 feet into the bleachers. She actually had stitches in the back of her head as a result of it. The guy outweighed her by like, 100 pounds. So anyway, but that was kind of when it started. Hold on. Sunflower Mama's calling.
Correct.
You gotta take that.
Yeah.
So you had pain and then you got it checked out, right?
Yeah. So it was weird. So it was 10 days after my 18th birthday. It was a week before prom, my senior year of high school. So it was I found out on a Thursday, the 20th, April 20th. So mine has double meaning compared to everyone else's one single meaning for 420. And then had surgery the next day, started chemo on Monday, and then actually no, I had a week in between. So it was a week in between and then started the chemo. So I was in the hospital. They do it in waves. I think it was 3 weeks in the hospital, a weekend, 2 weeks off, weekend, 2 weeks off, weekend, 2 weeks off. I think actually, I only had two of those cycles, they call it. But yeah, it was for senior year, graduated with no hair. Yep, it all works, and then good since.
But it's amazing that they caught it early and then like so quickly on it, right? You mentioned you've done the scan and then the next
day of surgery.
It's like hectic. That's great.
Yep.
That they
8 a.m. the next morning. So I was, had the doctor appointment. Like I got out of school early that day, so I got out like you had doctor appointment like 2:00. Found out about 3:34. Went into work that night. Worked like normal. Next day, 8 a.m. surgery. So, guys, don't be afraid. Don't be too tough.
How long was the chemo for that? Like, and how many times a week?
It was one full weekend. So it was 5 days in, and then he had 2 weeks off. And so when the 2 weeks off, I actually went in, I think 2 or 3 times a week just for a quick hour or 2 hour. Just the way the chemicals work.
Mhm.
So the weekend I was hooked up 24/7, and then they do it like in the morning, and then the rest is like mostly like IVs, but they didn't want to keep taking in and out every day, so it was all locked in for the week.
Mhm.
And then when I went back in and the weeks off, just for the couple hour appointments, it was just go, do it real quick and be done. So it's 2 cycles. So week, 2 weeks in, or 2 weeks off. Weekend, 2 weeks off, and then week, 2 weeks off. So those are 2 cycles. So because it was so early, I only had to do the 2. But like I said, the different stages, you're going up to 4. So the first time in the hospital was no big deal. My buddies were up there every night just hanging out, and we were just the nurses were awesome. There's like I wouldn't say a cancer wing, but there's a wing that they do these chemo treatments, and so they put me at the end of it so we could be a little louder and not mess with people. Nurses were great. So my buddies would just come hang out every day. One of them, it was senior year, so one of them skipped most, pretty much the whole week, just came up and hung out with me all day. And so it was kind of cool. But I know, my likes and dislikes with flavors and food and that stuff was awful. So I lost a lot of weight just from not eating as much. I know there's like only a couple food things that I would eat during that time. And so my dad just kept getting the same food every day for me over and over again, just so I ate something. Sorry. One sec, guys.
No worries.
Yeah, cancer is so. It's funny. It's so common. I think everybody knows someone that had some sort of cancer and went through whatever treatment. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that don't make it. But it's great to hear people that do make it, and then do speak about it and make people aware that you need to get checked. It can be cured. It's not a death sentence necessarily. So.
Exactly. That's the key. Early detection is the key to survivability. You hear people say, oh yeah, stage 1 cancer. Like, oh, thank God. In other words, thank God you're going to live. Stage 2, pretty much kind of the same, but yeah, and nobody wants to hear stage 3 or stage 4, because that's obviously when it spreads or has spread. So yeah,
that treatment's rough. My brother-in-law, my sister's husband, he was in his 30s, late 30s, and he got leukemia twice. So they put him through the radiation. I think is the first that everybody. I don't know. I'm not a medical expert by any stretch of the imagination, but he went through the radiation type stuff, and he was clean for a year, and then it came back. And then he went on, I think it was more experimental stuff. It was arsenic that they had to fly in from some other country. I can't remember what it was. Medical aid didn't want to pay for it, all these type of stuff. But that, like, so close to killing him. And it's when you see, and he's a big guy. When I say big guy, I'm not meaning a round person. He's like a massive unit. So, and he was like, I don't know how people deal with it. I had such a hard time going to the hospital and seeing somebody laying on the bed, and it's like, this guy is not. It just doesn't look good. And people get through it. They are back in the gym, living a normal life, well, semi-normal life. So yeah, it's, if you can pick it up, you can, get the support. You can get through it on the other side.
Yeah, there's with leukemia, there's a number of different treatments. One of them being like they basically kill all of your bone marrow.
Yes,
and then replace it all.
Yeah,
but they have to kill all the bone marrow for a period of time, so you basically have no ability to replace anything. And then once they know they've got it out of your system, then they replace it. But basically, they bring you to the brink of death.
It's it's difficult to explain to someone when you see. Yeah, it's not a pretty sight, and like seeing him well, not now anymore since I moved out of South Africa, but seeing him after and knowing that he's survived it, and now he's like got less hair, and there's some stuff that doesn't, because of that treatment, doesn't work 100%. But I mean, he's through it on the other side. He can have a barbecue, he can have a beer. He goes to the gym now, so you can live a normal life after.
Yeah, your hair grows back different. After you lose
Yes.
it.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Like baby hair.
Yep.
When with Sunflower Mama, when she was going through chemo, she actually got a cold cap. Like this particular place she went, they had a machine that put super cool fluid into a cap.
Mhm.
And the cap's insulated, and then the inner cap is where all of the tubes are. And she did that, and that's why she kept her hair. She never became totally bald.
Okay.
She did lose probably about 50% of her hair, would be my guess, over time. But if she hadn't done that, her hair would have been gone after the first 3 weeks. I mean, completely gone. That's how harsh it's carboplatin. So basically, she was on paclitaxel and carboplatin. That's the common
Chemo drug.
Yeah, chemo solution combination
Mhm.
that they use for ovarian cancer. It's highly effective in most cases. It's just a matter of whether or not it'll eliminate everything. So, but yeah, she basically, what the chemo does is it goes after fast growing cells.
Okay.
So, which
Which
obviously
hair is
cancer
part of,
drugs
right?
are. Well, and exactly, the hair follicle is a fast growing cell.
Okay.
So if you slow it down, the drug passes it by because it's not a fast growing cell at that point. So she had to pre-cool for like 30 minutes prior, and then 2 hours after the treatment, she also had to sit there while her head was basically freezing. So, but yeah, it worked. She had hair all the way through it. Like I said, after the last one, she certainly wasn't happy with the way her hair looked. She had some bald spots. If there was a spot where we didn't quite get it perfectly, where it was cooled there, you could tell that that's where she was losing more hair, things like that. But I have no second thoughts. And oh my God, thankful to her sorority sisters from college. Most of these she hadn't even seen in, well, over 20 years, 25 years. And they all came to her aid and fundraised so that because this was not covered by insurance at all, and it was like $2,500. And so they basically fundraised amongst their sisters to contribute enough money so that she could do this. It's amazing. And that's the thing is, when you have something happen, like, something that, could cause you to die, like cancer, it's amazing what people will do. The amazing support we had during that period of time, both from the crypto community and our own community at home, was honestly amazing. Yeah, it was just, I still revel that you reconnect with people that you may not have talked to in a while, because they want to help you, so you just end up reconnecting. So that's rewarding. That's nice to talk to people you haven't talked to in a while. I don't know. That was the best part of it, if you can say there is a best part of it.
Basically getting together and standing for the cause and fighting together. I know that's that type of stuff. I know there's a lot of negativity in news, and news agencies promote stuff like that, but and there's a lot of bad people out there, but there's a lot of good people helping other people, standing together, fighting for stuff, and that sort of gives me hope in the morning for humanity when you hear these type of stories, and people working together to fight and help save lives like this.
As I like to say, news is entertainment. It's not news anymore. It's about what's going to get people to watch, and the more extreme the news, the more crazy something has happened, which is usually bad stuff. That's what makes news, and the good stuff doesn't make news. I used to, when I was driving for Uber, I always said, driving for Uber puts my faith in humanity, because people were super nice. I mean, yeah, you'd get the 1 out of 100, 1 out of 50, somewhere in that range, where they were just straight out being an asshole. But you know what? That means greater than 98% of the people out there are good people.
Yeah. That's true.
I was gonna add in. So you're talking about doing the cold cap. My rule, I made my own rules that, and my mom and my dad were okay with it. The day my hair started falling out, we're shaving it.
Right.
And so it was, because I'm 18, I'm a guy, it's whatever. So the day it fell out was the day of my graduation party. So like that night we're doing a graduation party, for me. And so, I get up that morning. I was gonna go to with some friends to graduation parties that day. So I'm in the shower. I'm just pulling out clumps of hair in the shower, and I'm like, all right, it's it. So I get out of the shower. I tell my mom, hey, hair's falling out. We're gonna shave it tonight. She goes, okay. After the party, you can do it out back because it's gonna be nice out and stuff. But don't let your grandma be there. Okay. After she leaves, you can do it. And I guess she was actually talking about my great grandma. I thought she was actually talking about my grandma. My great grandma wasn't quite all there. Alzheimer's and stuff was kind of starting to happen. And so, to all my buddies. So we did the normal party, normal thing. And then afterwards, put a chair out back. My aunt used to be a beautician, brought over like a razor and stuff.
Hey,
and my friends each took turns just cutting off part of my hair. It was awesome. And then, so then they each, they are trying to think of, do we just do half? Do we just do like a bowl and leave the top and take some pictures? Like they're just had fun. So, like I said, I was a little bit different because it wasn't anything like I was afraid of, but it was like, not everyone can kind of enjoy it.
It's a little different. Women to men.
Yeah. And I was younger, and it was like, okay, well, I'll be fine here. But it was like, so I made it more fun. So then it was kind of cool that, you kind of know who your close knit people are. So like all my family, my aunt and uncles, some close family friends were there, and then all my buddies, all my friends. And so it was kind of cool. It was like a group of like 30, 40 of us, and you kind of tell who your close people, the people that care are. So, but yeah, that was, I was just thinking of that when you were talking about that. So,
she had, when we were talking to the nurse counselor, she had said that a lot of women will just be like, just shave it off because it's going to come off anyway. I don't want to see this come out, because the stressful part is exactly what happened to you in the shower, is when it just starts coming out in clumps.
Yep.
So, and Sunflower Mama went through some of that.
Yeah.
Where
you always see the videos. There's like YouTube and TikTok and whatever else short videos of women going to salons and stuff and getting their head shaved, and then like I think there's a video of like a boyfriend girlfriend, and so the girlfriend's shaving her head and the boyfriend shaves his head right afterwards. And there's another one I've seen quite a bit lately that's older lady shaving, and then she's at the salon and the guy starts shaving his. When another one of the guys cutting hair comes over, shaves his head right next to her. And so like that kind of stuff, yes, it is. It's a big deal, especially for women to lose their hair, because that's their identity. It's what they've been messed with and have their things. And so,
I don't know about, Max has got a daughter, but people that had sisters in the house or growing up, every time that my sister got her haircut, they was crying. It's never, it's obviously different. I'm not comparing the two, but I've never had any of either my mother or my sister, my wife. It's going to be my daughters now as well, where they go to the salon with a picture. I want my hair to look like this. And they come back, and in the first day it's always, it looks like that. But the next couple of days they regret cutting their hair always. So like losing hair and cutting your hair is a big emotional thing for ladies.
Yep, definitely.
Well, I know we went off on that tangent. Do we want to talk back crypto? Do you want to talk other stuff?
Talk about whatever you guys want to talk about.
I didn't get water
these days, the brand.
Okay, so Obviously, my Bitcoin miners they're on NiceHash. That's been
Nice. Is that still the place to be?
yes.
Is that where it's at?
If
Okay.
you're mining with Bitcoin, LTC, or even D9s, because I'm hosting that one D9 for a crazy YouTuber we have in our group. There's no reason not to be on NiceHash, because even on normal days you're gonna get the same, or maybe even a touch more. But when NiceHash has a lot of people buying the hash rate, you get up a little higher. So I'm consistently higher on NiceHash. So plus it's Bitcoin, so I'm getting paid out in Bitcoin. It's like a 87-cent fee or something to pull it out every couple of days, 3 or 4 days when I get to the minimum. It's not like I'm paying a bunch of fees or anything. So it's the way to go. My GPUs. Yep.
So on NiceHash, do they still, like, I haven't used NiceHash basically in a long time. I'm part of the NiceHack guys, so I'm not. I'm still beating that grudge a little bit, but so do they still have withdrawal? They used to have like free withdrawals from Coinbase to Coinbase. They used to have a partnership with Coinbase where you could do that. So how does I know that they stopped that, and then they went with somebody else.
Okay.
Or how does the withdrawals work?
I don't know what any specials. I just have a normal withdrawal. I withdraw to my Zocor wallet because that's kind of my hot wallet. Yeah, it's an 87-cent fee, and so the minimum. I reached the minimum in like 3.5-4 days on my 5 Bitcoin ASICs. I don't leave it in there. Yeah, I'm not.
Awesome.
I'm not leaving the Bitcoin in there for any reason. I just, when I see it gets over the limit, I would withdraw it. A couple clicks and done. So yeah, that's what I have no issues. But yeah, I'm not leaving $1,000 in there or $3,000 in there or anything like that. No, I'm getting it out as soon as it hits the minimum. So worst case, I'm behind 4 days. That's the worst case scenario. So the GPUs are the ADHD kicks in, and right now, where does that over? Go down. Ergo, and then half on Radiant as a second coin, half on Alephium as a second coin, and then of course ZIL. So that's what I've been on. I was on Ethereum for a long time there, so I have a pretty big bag of it, but I want to not put all my eggs in one basket. So I switched over to Ergo because Ergo, it's going to go up, maybe not as much as these other coins, but it's a steady going up compared to some of the other ones. So that makes sense.
You also keep your Ergo on the Zelkor wallet then, I'm assuming, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. I have a ledger that I use for holding some stuff, but Ledger can't do a lot of it.
They can do Ergo. It can do Ergo now.
It probably can. I just haven't looked. I've never saved enough to, because before I was always profit. We talked about before you got on, I used to be profit, cash out everything. So I never held on anything. Now that I'm starting to hold more, that would be an option, is switching all over there. So.
Yeah, it used to be a development feature, so you needed to go to Ledger and enable the developer options. But as far as I know, you can do it now even without it. So
yeah, I'll look into it when I get enough to. And then a couple of the other altcoins that I'm keeping an eye on. Look at my sheet here. So Cairo coin, it's a Kapow coin. They actually have like a master node set up. So I want to get R620. Get a server rack, kind of go down that route. Some people are going, but I want to use it for the VMs for different wallets. Because I'm not one of those. I'm not doing it the right way. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. But I want to do VMs and stuff and just learn about that. But then I want to set up a master node, because actually Cairo coin, you need 1,000 Cairo coin, which it's more than you think to mine it. But then the requirement's very little. Like you only need like one CPU, 2 threads, 50 gigs of storage. You don't need much to run it. So I just make a small little VM just to do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I've been on Neuro AI. I've been on Chlor. I have a little bit of Game Pass. Alephium. I think that's a pretty good one. And of course, Radiant, I think they're doing a lot of good things. I think that'll be a good one. And then I got a bag of Nova that, I was able to mine for a little bit. So yeah, just keep it on those other ones. If I see the hash rate dropping those quite a bit, I'll switch over or switch 1 or 2 rigs over for a couple of days type of thing. So
Okay.
yeah.
You still selling your Bitcoin and keeping your alts, right?
Yes.
Still doing
Yep.
that? Okay.
Yep. Bitcoin pays the power. So
Pays the power.
Yep. Yep.
And
my
yourself,
power bill
Max?
is higher.
Right now, I'm just mining Radiant and doing AI. That's all for right now. I've mined. Let's see what I don't even want to look, but I've got some Lithium. I've got this much Meow coin. What else do I have in my wallet? I've got Varus. And I know I've got a couple others. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but you know, basically some of the alts. I don't have like a lot of the AI coins. Oh, I have a little bit of Dynex in there.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much most of them.
And Brandon, you also have some Dynex. You
I
also
have
on
28 Dynex, something like that. 23.
Okay.
Not much.
Yeah, I've got 20. That's it.
I was going to say though that the Dynex hash rate has steadied out. It has not. It went up there quite a bit after it did the change, and then it was profitable for everybody there for a while. It has really stalled out because I have a spreadsheet that has all the hash rate to all these coins that automatically updates every day, and so Dynex has been pretty steady. You know, so it's yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what you guys think, but like I capture the monthly IOA stats to look at sort of what GPUs people have and what coins and stuff like that. That excites me. But what I've noticed the last 2 months, it feels to me that the hash rate has bottomed.
Yes.
I haven't seen, like, I've been keeping an eye on some of these. You know, I don't scrape the absolute bottom of the barrel, but I've been looking at the Ergo hash rate, all of these stuff that I'm interested in holding. I normally have like 5 stuff that I'm interested in, so I'll just check the hash rate every now and again, and I haven't seen it drop to as low as it was, let's say 2 months or a month and a half ago. It's just not dropping anymore. Or at least that's what I'm finding. I don't know. I know, Depran, you look at these stuff more often than I do, but
yeah,
it feels like whoever is mining is, you know, they're not going anywhere now.
No. Ergo, I have it back to June 12th. I have like a snapshot from every day, and that was probably the highest was on June 12th. Everything since then has been somewhere around 20.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Some 21s, some 22s, some 18s, some 19s. Yeah. But it's been right around 20. So like right now it's at 20.88. Yesterday it was at 19.86. So like, I mean, you're right. Lithium does the same. Radiant does the same. It's somewhere around 100. Even these other ones, some of these other off coins went up, but it doesn't take many GPUs to make it go up.
Yeah.
You know, 500 GPUs on Chlor will make it jump big time, you know, or something like that. So where like, yeah, it looks like there's a bunch of people jumping on it, but it's not as many as you think.
That's actually one of the reasons why I like Nexa is because it has a lot more hash rate on it. So therefore it takes a lot more to move its profitability. So if it's profitable, you can switch to it knowing that it's probably going to be profitable for a little bit. I do have some Nexa. I forgot. I'm a Nexa millionaire. So
yeah, I like,
man, that's a lot.
Yeah, actually, a million in Nexa is not that hard to
get.
No,
that's what I'm saying. It's worth almost nothing. That was the joke.
Yeah,
the joke, son.
Yeah, sorry. I have Nexa hash rates. I have it all the way back to actually same date, June 12th. So you're right. Nexa's been the same. It's been right at 11, give or take. And so it's stalled out.
Is that Nexa doesn't? It's difficult to move the. Is that because the difficulty adjusts long or takes long to adjust, or is that just
profitability?
Profitability. Okay.
Yeah. That determines the hash rate.
Yeah.
The price of Nexa hasn't changed much. It's gone up and down steadily, just like every other coin, but it hasn't had these big jumps that some other coins have seen. Yeah. So yeah, you'll see like the Dynex, you know, like for example, that one went up, was it 50%, 100% in a day? Yeah. You know, so then everyone jumped over. So then the hash rate changed, you know, drastically. Nexa hasn't had that. Ergo hasn't had that. You know, it just slowly goes up or slowly goes down, but it doesn't change that much. So, you know, same with Radiant, had a couple of days there where it went up, so the hash rate followed the next couple of days. but otherwise it's been steady. Same with the lithium, like that. It's all about, you know, supply and demand, or in this case,
Yeah.
profitability. That's all that matters. So,
And in your opinion, I mean, I think it's both of your guys' first bear market, right?
Mhm.
So, what has been probably the most surprising thing that you didn't anticipate? I mean, we all knew there was a bear market coming. I mean, ETH was going away, stuff was dwindling down just before that point. But what's your biggest takeaway from the bear market?
you want to go first, Max?
I think he's busy
No. Okay.
multitasking.
So my biggest takeaway, I've been in this bear market as long as I've been I was in the bull market, you know,
Market, okay,
almost, you know, so I maybe had, you know, 18 months in the bull, but when I first started, but, you know, so we're at 13 months now of the bear. I think my biggest takeaway is you need to do a little more research, because during the bull market, Ethereum just threw everything on Ethereum, didn't matter. During the bull market, if you're in a position like me where I have cheap enough electric where I can be profitable, you can't just stick to one coin. You have to actually kind of follow it. You have to
move around.
You gotta be active. So you learn a lot more. And so that's the biggest takeaway from me, is I've actually learned a lot more in these last 12 months than I learned in the 18 months before then. Just, you know, and just how to, you know, we've learned about the triple mining. We learned that, you know, I should have been dual mining the entire time. We should have been dual mining Caspa and Radiant the entire time, you know, and you learn that kind of stuff where, you know, if you can get more than one coin at a time, there's no reason not to. So, I guess that's the main stuff I learned. Just, you know, that kind of stuff. Just learn a lot more about stuff. Miners, spreadsheets. Yeah.
Exciting stuff in life.
For us, yeah. I look forward to doing this every day. You know, getting on, changing my spreadsheets, updating them, seeing what changes have changed. That's more fun. Before it was just throwing everything on and how much I make today.
Right. Yeah.
That make it.
No,
that's to make $150 today. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I enjoy now. Nobody's asking me about how profitable is it, or when am I gonna break even, or what's up. Why, you know, nobody's asking those questions anymore. That's sort of the back of your mind. The beginning, when it was bad, people were like, "Oh, am I gonna make money?" Or it's like that stuff long gone now. Nobody is asking and stating any of those things. And yourself, Max, what was the big learnings out of the bear market so long?
You know, I came into mining during the bear market.
Okay.
So for me, I'm kind of like, I knew what was coming. I remember watching Red Panda when it was like, hey, we're making a profit today. This is awesome. It was a hobby back then. It was, you might make some money. And if we get into the bull market, we might make a little bit more. But it was all about the tech. It was all about the process. It was all about the fun. Everybody was watching. That's what it was about. It was about the coolness of it. We all thought mining was cool.
Yep.
So as far as learning anything out of the bear market, I don't know. It went. I won't say it went as expected. I think we got to a point where the reduction in hash rate happened a lot quicker than I thought it would. I thought it would take a lot longer to have the hash rates come down, but because I figured there'd just be some people just out there like, oh, I'll just stick that here and profitability be damned, and be very stubborn about it. People weren't. They just went, I'm out. Shove that stuff in the corner. Maybe I'll use it again someday, or selling out altogether. Yeah. I don't know. So yeah, it was, like I said, it was, and that's the other part of it is it's not like I went into this thinking I know everything. No, it's, we're gonna have to look at what the stats are, look at what other people are doing, and evaluate what we're doing, and decide whether or not we're still mining, or we're going to be the people that turn off for a period of time as well. And I mean, I remember right afterwards, I was off. I was off for a month. I was like, I know this is going to take a while. I'm not even going to look at it for a month. I'm just going to turn off. So yeah, turned off for a month, didn't mind anything. Went back a month later. If I remember correctly, it was still not profitable a month later, but it was close. I was like, whoa, this is a lot closer than I thought.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure I was looking at it more often than that, but yeah, I guess that was the one thing I was surprised at, was how quickly the hash rates came down. And the other thing is that, I guess if I say I learned one thing, look for trends.
Yeah.
And I know we've been talking a lot about AI, but bottom line is most people that are in mining are in it because they want to make money. That's the majority. The people that are left right now, it's more of a way of life than it is about making a ton of money. So I think that's a real benefit with AI, is it gives another avenue towards making money. And I think that will be better long term for mining, because it will keep hash rate active. So for instance, people that are turning on AI, they have now this active hardware. Now, if all of a sudden there's an increase in value of crypto, people can just pretty much very quickly change from, being in AI and actually moving their rigs over to do hash rate instead, as opposed to, I got to get that out of storage. I got to do this. I got to do that. It could take a couple weeks for that hash rate to come online. So that's where I think there's a benefit in the fact that hash rate can now come online a lot quicker to benefit crypto overall and increase security when the values go up. Because you think about it, security is always important. Of course, you got to make sure you can secure the network. But the higher the value of a coin, the more important security is, and the more important that having additional hash rate is more important.
Yep.
So how about you, Second TL? What are you mining?
Mining, a bunch of stuff on the GPUs. It's really Ergo and whatever the second coin. So I just picked Ironfish, not because I am necessarily a big believer in the project or whatever. It's just the wallet is easy to manage. So that's the main reason why I'm on Ironfish, and my FPGA is also on Ironfish. So it's an easy thing for me to manage. But I have most of my rigs off. When I say that, I've got one hosted, and the other three or four, I've got off all the time. I have one 3070 rig that I have on, let's say, life support, where I'm on variable power now. So it's actually quite interesting. It's fascinating, where I used to watch hash rates and stuff like that. I'm just looking at my power rate every half an hour. And when it drops below 10 Aussie cents, that's when I switch on my 3070 rig. So I sort of manage my power now these days. And it's funny because there's a certain time of the day. I don't know how it is for you guys, but let's say about when people are at work, so let's say 9:30, 10 a.m. to about 4 p.m. the power rate is fantastic.
Really?
So yeah, it's a weird thing. I don't know if that's when the sun is out here in Australia, or what the story is, but
well, yeah, it depends on what state you live in as to how that works. I know, like in California, they've gotten to the point where they've had this like reverse dip, where early in the morning it goes up and then it plummets as the sun gets strong, because there's so many people in California that have solar that there's this overabundance on sunny days, and California has lots of sunny days. As an overabundance of solar power, bringing that cost of electricity way down during the middle of the day, when in actuality you'd think it'd be the opposite. Here we don't have as much solar power yet, and so ours tends to peak. Our cost of electricity now tends to peak like somewhere between 2 and 7 p.m. depending on the day. Typically it's like 3 to 6, 4 to 6, that area. I think because solar power has come down, people are coming home from work, but people are still at work, and I think there's this transition. I don't know. I haven't been able to quite figure it out, but that's been pretty typical this year.
Okay. Yeah, so like in my head when I first signed up for the service, I thought it was going to be at midnight, between that and in the early morning, but it turns out it's in the bloody middle of the day, where it's the the best time. So, so yeah, I've got the 130/70 rig that I just switch on and switch off. Especially when I work from home, it's easy for me just to switch it on. So I don't have any fancy tools that pulls the APIs or does anything like that. I just switch it on. Um,
You
besides
don't have
that, I've got
special
the
like Max or anything.
no, well, no. So I just look at the app every now and again. Like I said, I've figured out the trend now where it's really mornings, but not early mornings, where it's basically as soon as people start at work, and it's also not every day. That's the other thing that I noticed. That's sort of the general trend. It's funny enough, weekends. So Saturdays and Sundays seem to be a cheap days as well.
Yep. They
I'm
are, and the
consistently
reason why is because businesses tend to shut off everything
Oh,
there,
okay.
as opposed to
enough.
if you home. I mean, think about it. Yeah, you might turn your thermostat up if nobody's at home, but it's still going to run on a hot day.
Yeah.
And at work, that sucker's off.
Yeah.
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 Set it at 80 degrees or some high number that it doesn't kick on unless it needs to. So
Yeah.
I forgot something for stream. I'm gonna turn my camera off and mute myself real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I just forgot something. It'll be, you guys will like it. So
Okay.
Cool. But yeah, so what has happened is, like, I used to be on normal power, fixed rate, and that has been creeping up. It used to be in the bull run, I was on 15 Aussie cents, and then so that's like 10 cents, and then it crept up to in the 20s. So it was like the going rate here was about 24 Aussie cents, which is about 17, 18, 15 around there US cents. And then it started becoming more, and I'm like, okay, cool. Now I need to do something different, because this is now the bear market, right? Everybody is looking at, okay, how do I adapt? What can I change? Do I get more efficient cars? Do I just stop mining? So you sort of shop around and looking at what you can do and what you can't do, and that's sort of why we are on the AI stuff now as well.
Mhm.
But
Right.
the same thing is just looking at other opportunities to generate some sort of revenue. Anyway, so yeah, so that's sort of what my mining stuff is. But majority of my rigs still off. One rig's always on, another one is just on whenever I feel like it or whenever the power is cheap. If I wasn't doing the AI stuff, I would definitely have my other rigs also on live support, where I'll also just switch them on whenever whenever I need to. And then I do a lot of the node type stuff as well, because that's the other thing that I I thought about, but I wasn't sure that conviction at the end of the day is because, like, the nodes is not, you're not competing necessarily with hash rate the same way, and it's low power. So yeah, that's the other stuff. Like, I've got a Flux node, I've got a couple of Ergo bots. So the plan, if you're interested into making at least a little bit of your Ergo do some work for you, let me know. I can help you with some of those things. But yeah, that's basically what I'm doing here down under.
is that SIG USD? Is it using that?
Well, there's a couple of different stuff. Yes.
Okay.
So you can. Yeah, like the Ergo stuff. That's why I quite like Ergo. I'm not a. Somebody called me an Ergo Maxi the other day. I feel quite offended by by that. But anyway, so what I like about Ergo is it's like Ethereum, but not. We're not getting kicked to the curb, and minus the gas fees. So it's a cheaper Ethereum alternative. So there's a couple of. There's obviously not the amount of apps that you saw on Ethereum by any stretch of the imagination. But there's a couple of stuff. There's a decentralized exchange where you can swap stuff around, and you can earn extra if you sort of provide liquidity.
Stake
You
it
probably
or
heard.
whatever.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You just put it up there. Then there is also a lender and borrower pool. So,
Okay.
so a borrower would say, "I want to borrow X amount of Ergo from you, and this is my APR, and this is when I'm going to pay it back."
Yep.
So they post it up there, and you can look at it and say, "Oh, that price is not for me." So it's like people asking for some loans. and fixing the term and whatever they want to pay back. So that's another side of it. And the latest one that I'm experimenting is like that, but more of a pool. So a lot of people just put their stuff in the pool. Depending if the pool is utilized, meaning people are borrowing from the pool, you'll get some sort of APR. So those are the three things. What I went and did, and if you follow some of my videos, I took, let's say, 100 ergo that I mined, and I created a wallet, and I called my wallet the Ergo Education Fund. So I've moved my 100 ergo. This is what my school fees are. I'm putting it in there, and then I'm going to play with all of these different things to see, what sucks, what works.
Yep.
Am I going to get rugged? That type of stuff. So it's just like a little play fun to sort of see how the ecosystem works, and does it actually work, and is people actually going to use it? Does it make sense? So that's sort of what the stuff that I play with. On top of that, because I do flux nodes and I've got extra computer power at home that I play with, you can also run decentralized bots for those ecosystems. So when there's these decentralized exchanges or this borrowing and lending, when somebody swaps, in your case, Ergo to SigUSD, that SigUSD has got a price. So somebody needs to go and figure out what is the closest price to match somebody that has staked to somebody that wants to swap. And you can run bots that automatically does that. If your bot wins that transaction, so think of it like mining, you get the fees associated to that.
Okay.
So I run a couple of these bots that do either the liquidation. So if some guys, the value of his collateral for the loan that he took out drops below a certain level, they liquidate that guy. So then, whoever borrowed him the money gets his collateral at the end of the day. So you can run bots that does all of these things in the background. So
where's the video on this? Is all I want to know.
I was thinking, I need to start watching more technical videos of this is what you can do.
He has not covered this in his videos yet.
Oh, yeah.
I have.
You have?
I have. Yeah.
Oh man, I need to go back and review then.
I feel bad now.
No, so like I started, and again, this is obviously the worst time to start these things, but I couldn't care less if bear market or not. I was just interested. That's why I said I took the 100 ergo, whatever I had, and then started to play with some of the stuff that they have. It's again, I wasn't mining, so I needed something to keep me busy and learn stuff. Anyway, so that's sort of when I started reading, looking at the GitHub, figuring out how this stuff works. So it's not profitable. So if you were wondering that, the fees that I generate from these bots is not, we're not making money. I can tell you that.
So
that.
You're 100. You're not ahead.
I'm ahead. I'm obviously ahead because like I've got the computer here, right? And so it's going to be on either way.
Yes.
And I'm talking about these little mini PCs, right? So they're going to be on either way. They consume 50 watts in total. So it's going to be on. I am generating fees. I've experimenting. There's a lot of stuff that comes into winning that transaction.
Okay.
It's about the amount of volume. So how many people are actually swapping? In the bear market, there's not a lot. So there's not a lot of fees to generate from that. On top of it, where is this person that's swapping it over? So if you're closer to the person that's doing the swap, your bot has got a better chance because the latency is reduced. So there's a lot of things that actually impacted. I mean, I didn't know any of this stuff when I started.
Yeah, until you
I was just in the Discords like, why am I not winning anything?
It's because you're on the other side of the world from everyone
exactly.
else.
It's like, where is these people? Why are they not swapping? And so there's a lot of things that that you can learn. Again, it's not super profitable, but it's something else, something to learn more about the ecosystem.
Can you put that on like a VM? Like if I do my
yes, that's exactly how I've done it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly how I've done it. And I've experimented with all sorts of stuff. Running my own node and running the bot, because then you're closer to the node, can see the transaction, the mempool and stuff like that. I've stood up a VM in the US and then installed it there because theoretically that's sort of where a lot of the transactions are. I've done one in Europe as well. So it's all the type of playing that that's fun.
So I did want to give an update. I've been waiting because we've had good conversation going, but T-Gig gave $223, just enough to get us over 3,000 for okra. I very much appreciate it. Boop boop. Appreciate the donations. Appreciate everybody's donations. So we are more than a third of the way there right now. We are at about 36.40 right now. So appreciate again all the support so much.
A third of the way into the stream.
What was that?
Aren't you like a third of the way through your stream?
We're a little bit over, but that's fine. Like I said, if we get a good portion of the way there, I think through other avenues, friends and family, that type of thing, I think I can maybe get over 10, but we'll see. Take it bit by bit. All right, let me.
So I went and got my panda shirt.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw you giggling, so I knew you saw it. So yeah, this is the same one that.
Whoa! You see my camera going crazy?
I do see that.
Yeah.
Do you need to reboot?
It just restarted.
Okay, this is actually leave it like this. This is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of like the next headroom.
I don't know what this is.
Wow, that's shaky. Yeah, that is pretty bizarre.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while he's figuring that out, I'm going to remove him from the scene. You guys talk amongst yourselves because it's been 2 hours for me. But actually, before I do take a 5-minute break, couple of things. One is in an hour, less than an hour, we will be at 6 hours. I have been told that EVMux can't go over 6 hours. I'm going to keep going with the stream until it shuts me off. As soon as that happens, I will regenerate part 2. Probably take me 5 to 10 minutes to do that, but the stream will start back up again 5 to 10 minutes after that. So I just want to give everybody a heads up that at right around 5 minutes to 4, most likely, it's supposed to shut off. I don't know if there's any, leakage on either side of it that it'll go, but if it'll shut me off a little early, shut me off a little late, I don't know, but we'll find out. We'll test it and find out for ourselves if it's a firm 6-hour cutoff or if you got a little bit of leeway on the other side. So we'll see. But I just want to give everybody a heads up that it will not be a technical difficulty at that point. It will be just need to restart part 2. So, alrighty. I will be back shortly. Let me add DJ. He looks better now.
Yeah, it looks
nowhere near as cool though.
All right, I figured it out. It was
it?
using Elgato instead of Camlink.
Oh,
so that it was like, you saw.
It was awesome.
That was a pretty good impersonation of it. That was good.
You like that? How you guys been?
Good. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
All right.
What have you been doing, DJ, this Sunday? Any grinding or what is it called? Door dashing?
Side hustle? Door dashing, some side hustle, yes. Mostly yesterday. Okay. Today we did a little bit. I've been reallocating some funds. So I sold some GPUs last weekend. Didn't really plan to. I actually put my 5700 XTs on Facebook. I put them for some stupid number for like 200 each, which nobody's going to buy because you get them on eBay for like 150, 125. But then somebody was like, hey, what else you got? Because he saw something. Hold on, my dog. Sorry. He saw something else in the photo. And I was like, yeah, I have all the GPUs, but I'm not really trying to sell those. And he made me some crazy offer, like $500 a pop on the 3090s. And I was like, well, okay. You know what? They're just going to sit there until the bull run another year from now. So I was like, you know what? So I sold him a couple. Anyways, I took like $3,000 and I've been buying comic books. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, to reinvest in. I'll save that part for Max though. He's gonna want to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been to comic books. I did play Magic the Gathering and Pokemon way back when, so I'm aware of that. But comic books, I couldn't tell you the difference.
I think it's such a good opportunity. Maybe not necessarily comic books, but like whatever market you're into right now, it's probably down.
Yeah.
Like whether that's stocks, whether that's crypto, whether that's comic books. I bet you Magic's down. I bet you trading cards are down. Like every market is down in the gutter. So I was just like already thinking, okay, I'm not really that diversified because I'm basically only in stocks and then in crypto. And I was like, okay, what are some other things I could do? And I've always been into comic books. I've sold my collection many times at the peaks. And so now we're at the bottom. I was looking at a lot of this and it's down 50 to 70%. I'm like, oh, this is a great time to get in, and I'll sell it to Timmy when it goes up.
So how do you follow the comic book market? I mean, it's not like the S&P where you can see a chart.
They have charts. They have charts.
Oh, they do. Oh, really?
For each, it's individual comics though. So
okay.
I go for the key comics. So I go for like the first appearance of Wolverine. I can't afford the first appearance of Spider-Man, but I'll go for like a big issue of Spider-Man that everybody wants. And you know what I mean? And I've been buying and selling comic books since I was like 12. I sold my whole collection. I had like 50 boxes, like 50 long boxes in 2021. Damn. So now, yeah, I was like, oh man, it's a good opportunity to rebuy,
Yeah. So you've been in the markets where when you see a comic, if it's good, bad, if it's something you should do more research on. So
yeah. And the comic industry, it really goes off of like the movies and the TV shows. Yep. You know what I mean? So I just think like, what are the chances that this character is going to be in a movie? Because that's where the hype comes. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So like Edge of the Spider-Verse, as soon as that got announced, like all these little cartoon bullshit, as soon as that got announced, all the Edge of the Spider-Verse characters just went to the moon. And then like the Punisher, I don't know if you guys knew the Punisher had a show.
Yes.
So did Daredevil, right? Like they went crazy. Now they've kind of, slowed down. But then if you kind of project like, hey, I think Punisher is going to get a season 2 or whatever.
There'll be a new Batman in a couple years or something.
Yeah, stuff like that. So, and it's fun, man. It's addicting. But
yeah. Okay. So what are you doing on the crypto side?
Crypto side. I'm preparing for winter, which you guys know it's freezing here. So I got a rig on in my room. I'm probably going to bring 2 or 3 more upstairs just for heat. And then at that point, I don't mind because I have heated floors, which is nice, but so expensive, dude. Crazy expensive. Like the propane.
Run a rig.
It's not efficient.
Exactly. I would rather run the rig even at my electric rate of 16 cents, which is terrible. Yeah. But at least I can say, hey, keeping the family warm, but at least I'm getting most of the money back. You know what I mean? Yep. So it's nice.
I remember some of those videos that you did. I can't remember. It was obviously not the house that we're in now, but you had like rig scattered the whole bloody house, and it was cooking in there.
Oh yeah,
like that? Jesus!
Every day, somewhere between 90 and 100 degrees, 105 every day, except for the winter.
That was so fun. I think you still tried to put a helium antenna on the balcony somewhere.
I did.
I did that house.
I did
That's
try.
The house that had rings.
So funny story with that helium monitor. So I ended up selling it because I had helium for a year at the time, and I made $5. It was never from connecting to anyone. So I put it on eBay to sell to somebody. The guy, he opened it, and apparently there was a wire that's cut. And he's like, hey, you're trying to scam me. And then he looked up my address. He's like, that's why you never got a connection to someone. You're scamming me. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense why I never got a connection. Apparently one of the wires was cut in the middle. So I was like, damn, I wish I would have known that. I would have kept it. But
yeah.
I didn't try to scam you.
Yeah. I wasn't getting anything, so yeah.
Yeah. Helium was a huge bust for me.
We talked about that earlier as our biggest mistakes, and helium it was mine for sure. I think Max said he broke even, so at least he didn't lose money on it. But yeah, helium was bad.
You got to get in these projects early, right? Like Dymo.
Mm-hmm.
I got in real early because I don't know who was talking about it. There wasn't many people talking about it, but like I have 3x my money on Dymo, and then it's at 0 watts, right? So now if you get into Dymo, I still think you're going to make money. It'll probably take you like 5-6 months to pay off, which is still amazing.
It's amazing.
But it's not going to be 2 months like when I got it. You know what I mean? But, I mean, you can't really say that for a lot of things.
No. Are you at the higher tier now? I remember you were saying that there's like 4 tiers or levels or whatever it is.
Okay, so I think I have 4 weeks left for level 4 on one of them because I have 2. Then my wife's car, after tomorrow, will be 2 more weeks until level 3 on that one. Okay. So they're paying a lot more once you get to like level 3 and 4.
And is that just a time thing or miles thing or?
No miles. So like with my wife's car, all we have to do is drive 1 mile a week. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can go to the mailbox or something real quick or go to the store and you're good for the week. But you have to keep the streak going. We found that out through Retro Mike. Is it 2 miles?
No, I was saying 2 weeks until I'm at level 3.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So the only thing I wish I would have done is buy more Dymos.
Oh, more of them. It's
difficult. I wish I would have. No,
where would you put them though? How many cars do you have?
I had people at work that were like, "I'll run it for you," and
Really cool.
Wow.
yeah, I wish I would have now. I mean, it ended up being just like I said, man. I 3x my money on both of them. Like, but I also sold, right?
Right. You
I,
sold
like-
a lot higher, yeah.
I sold when Coinbase got announced, so it got listed on Coinbase, and I was like, "Oh, time to sell." And then now it's down like 50%, 70% from there. But
Yeah.
But I'm looking
I
into
just,
render.
I just sold and I still broke even.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a quick
On two of them.
turnaround. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
And you didn't have to do anything. You just set it up
Oh,
in the car and
exactly.
be
Yeah, you
done.
literally just set it up. The only thing I have to make sure of is that I don't clip the cable.
Yeah,
That's basically
true.
the way I've got mine is I have a like 3 or 4 foot cable, so it runs like along the dash and then underneath the thing. But it's easy when you're getting in. So if your foot goes a certain spot, it can clip the cable. So just have to make sure you watch for that. That's it. Other than that, don't even know it's there.
Yeah. Pretty passive, honestly.
Yeah, can't get any more passive than that. Other than you better make sure if you're going to be gone for a while that you have somebody drive your car,
Yeah.
to and from the grocery store or something.
What's
Yeah,
vacation? Yeah, I don't know what the rest of you guys, but most of us don't get vacation. Come on, Max.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't
Work all day.
really get long vacations like that. So
Yeah.
I'm going to the conference, but I'll drive around tomorrow. So I'll get my Monday miles, and when I get back, I'll make sure I drive on Sunday and just make sure that I keep my streak alive.
Yo.
So you need to drive X amount of kilometers or miles, just to keep it going. There's a minimum that you need to do a week, or
Every week you need to do in kilometers. What is that, like 1.6 kilometer?
yeah, miles.
Something like that. It's really a small amount. It's a
Yeah.
very reasonable amount.
Yeah. Dude, my Hive Mapper has been dog shit lately. Sorry to curse on your thing.
Well, I'm actually really upset because there was this thing on Amazon that Overboard Tech talked about, and now you can't get it. It's a GPS repeater. You basically put the antenna outside the car, and then basically put it on the dash, and it's a repeater. So it basically makes a nice strong signal to your Hive Mapper. But now nobody seems to be making it. You can't get it anywhere. At least I can't find it. And that really sucks because mine's dropping out like crazy.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to connect to your phone, or is it not?
So it's not a lot of the time, at least for
Eventually,
me,
yeah.
it's not
Oh.
either the device isn't finding the GPS. It will, but I say like 30% of the time it won't find the GPS.
So it doesn't
The
count.
other 30-40% doesn't want to send it to my phone. And then I've had this weird bug. I've asked them in the Discord. They're like, just read our 600 announcements because they don't want to answer questions. So I'm like, hey, how come when it does send to my phone, it just basically deletes them all? It's like, brrr. And they're like, just read it. And I'm like, okay, thanks, guys. So I don't know, man. It's been a headache. I'm just like, I just love Dymo, bro. Plug it in. You're done for life.
Well, hang on. It's actually even better than that. There's features on it too. You
That's
can
true.
make all of your mechanic documentation. You can put all of that into the app. So it's yes, it makes money and you don't have to do anything, but you can also make use of it for other things. Put your insurance in there. So there's other value add to it than just the making money part of it.
Pretty cool.
So how does it work if you send your car for a service? You take it out,
They
or
pull it out because it goes
Okay.
into the
Yeah.
the OC. Is it
OB2.
Yeah, OBD2.
Yeah.
OB2?
Something like that.
so do you take it out before you take it for a service, or do the service guys
No.
just take it out?
So they unplugged mine. It's fine as long as I got connected in that week. Yeah, like Ford did that to me. They unplugged it for like 2 hours. I plugged it back in. It was good to go.
Yeah.
I mean, you could plug it in on Monday, drive, and unplug it.
Yeah,
Leave it
okay.
unplugged till the next week, and you'd still get your
Right.
streak. And that's obviously not what they want you to do,
Right.
but yeah, they you could do that and still get paid.
Yeah, because I know
Oh.
there's a lot of people concerned about it taking over your car. I guess you could plug it in, get your reward, unplug it.
The other thing I love about Demo is the fact that yes, they are tracking you, they know where you are, all that kind of stuff. If you're tinfoil hat and you don't like that, then fine, it's not for you. But what I do really, really like is the fact that you can make a red zone around your house where you are not tracked at all. So that's great because now nobody can pinpoint exactly where you live because I think it's like almost like a 5 mile diameter that you can like make sure that they are not tracking you.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's something that used to bother me with Hive Mapper. It almost tells you where my house is. And then if somebody has an antenna,
almost,
yeah,
unless you turn it off,
well, it's like a red
tell
circle.
you.
It would be like a red circle, and then you would just see somebody's antenna. I don't know. You could go in there and take it, or kind of scary.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean that does bother me. I know some people will actually like disconnect their Hive Mapper when they're a certain certain distance from home.
I do that. I get scared. But if you follow it, it goes like to the road before my road every time.
Oh, really?
It's kind of spooky.
Interesting. So what's the story with you, DJ? Are you going? Are you not? What's happening in your life? Or can you talk about it?
Yeah, I can talk about it.
Okay.
I can only talk about some of it.
Okay.
So, what can I say? They canceled my orders again. So what I think is happening, well, I can't officially say. It sounds like we're going over the pond, and I think that's why they keep canceling my stuff. I think they want me to stay here to go do some things over the pond. You know what I mean?
Got it.
That's what it's ready to do it. Or
that's what it sounds like. Yeah, I can't really talk about too much about that, but that's what it sounds like to me.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Yep.
3 times now. So.
Oh, 3 times? I thought it was only twice.
No, they did a 3rd time. Yeah.
was Korea the first one?
No, Virginia.
Oh, that's
Korea.
right.
Oh, yes,
Korea.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, and then I signed up for Washington State, which I was super excited about. It was an Air Force Base, actually.
That'd be cool.
It was cool. Yeah, they nixed that. So, I've always said I've always wanted to stay here though, because like my job pays for my house. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So if I move, then I have to rent it out to somebody, and I have to pay
It's
for
a lot of
it.
admin.
You know what I mean? I have to find somebody to rent my house.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Yeah, I'd prefer to. The winter though. Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, it's awful.
Wait. You don't like 7 feet of snow? Come on.
No, we got 8 feet of snow in 30 days. It was
I know.
awful, man. It was awful. Buried alive. Yep. And you know, my wife don't help. It's actually better when she doesn't help. It's
Yeah. You don't hear the complaining the entire time?
She's like, why did we move here? Because my job made me. I don't want to be here. I'm like, just go inside. I'll do it. Yeah.
Put the earbuds in, turn some music on, and go.
And then she'd be like, why do Americans live like beggars? Why do you guys have all this snow in this country? And you know, she's from the city.
Yeah.
So they're like futuristic stuff. And she's like, why do you guys live outside like beggars in woods? Because we have like 10 acres. So then I have to freaking, shovel it all. And she's like, this caveman life. Just go inside. I got it.
Hey, there's a whole industry based upon that. I mean, you got, snowblowers and, makes the life easier if you got all the tools associated with it.
So I had 1,000cc 4-wheeler, and then we were told we're moving, so I sold it.
Oh,
so I guess it's back to shovel and my little snowblower. But
oh God, go find an ATV. You can sell it again.
Yeah,
go find one.
It's all right.
Hey,
Is that just to clean the driveway, right? To get the snow out of the driveway?
Yeah. So
Sorry,
I didn't know this.
I don't see snow.
So I didn't know this. The road that connects the 4 houses where I live is a private road. I didn't know that when I bought the house. The city does not support it. So my driveway is anywhere from 150 to 200 feet long. So I have to do that. Plus, as a community, we have to do like a quarter mile. But they don't wake up, they're civilians. So they wake up at like 8 o'clock, 7:30 to go to work. I got to wake up at 5. So I'm trying to get through all this madness, and I'd have to go out there, and I don't know what we'll do this year. But
Go find an ATV. You're gonna hate yourself if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go find an ATV. Go find a blade. Yeah. Do it now before winter gets closer, because then they start jacking up the prices on it. So
Yeah.
Yep.
I got the plow already. Just don't have the ATV.
you already have a blade. So yeah.
Yeah.
Go find an ATV then.
The ATV, 4,000, 6,000. Ugh.
Yeah.
You're gonna hate life if you don't.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can just resell it. The
That's
ATVs are
true.
always sought after. So
Yeah. The other thing you could think of is if you don't, you're gonna get 12 feet of snow.
Mhm.
If you do,
Oh.
it might only be 3 to 4 feet of snow.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
And
Always
is
way
that the
worse.
same in Iowa or the brand where you are, or is it like?
No.
He gets lake
How is
effect
it?
snow. So he
Yeah.
yeah.
He's
I
on
mean,
he's on the east side of the lake. The weather comes across, picks up
Yeah.
the moisture from the lake, and dumps it.
Yeah. So like I bought my dog they were only an hour and 15 minutes away. We drove out there. There was 0 snow, and we just had 8 foot of snow. They have literally 0 snow where they live on the ground, and my entire like city is just covered in snow. So it just, you know what I mean? It just comes over from the lake, freezes on us, and the rest of New York's not as bad.
Right.
Yeah, it's terrible, man.
Yeah, it's like anything. I mean, how far away are you from the lake?
5 miles, 4 miles.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Like right
you
there.
get 10 to 15 miles away from the lake, you're very rarely getting much in the way of lake effect snow at all. We're on the the west side of Lake Michigan, so it's rare. Typically, wind blows west to east. West winds. Occasionally, we'll get some northeasterly winds that will, dump Chicago in lake effect snow. But I'm so far west. I'm about 35 miles west. I mean, it is so rare when we get lake effect snow. So yeah, we're like in the range of a big year for us. I mean, a really big year for us is if we got like 100 inches. Well, that's for the whole season.
Yeah.
Oh,
8 feet times 12 in 30 days. Yeah, you're talking about getting just that in 30 days, and that wasn't the only part of the snow. My brother went to school at Michigan State up in Houghton, Michigan. Their yearly snowfall there is like over 300 inches.
Oh yeah.
A year. So it's very regional, and it's always based upon where you are in the lake. Houghton is like in the little finger up in I forget which lake that is. Lake Huron? I don't know. Whichever one's up there. I don't know, Lake Superior, Lake Huron. Anyway, whichever one's up there, it's the little finger that goes into the lake. So they catch it from both sides because they got lake on both sides of them within 5 miles. So yeah.
So, what are you guys mining? I kind of heard
Ergo?
some of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still doing the triple mining.
Nice.
I'm doing Radiant to Mining King's Pool. Although, God, I
doesn't have
looked
any blocks.
again. His luck sucks.
Yeah,
His last one was like 260%. This one, last time I checked, was like 236%.
We're at 236 right now.
Are you guys solo mining?
No.
No, it's just a small pool.
Okay.
Yeah. But here's the thing. So there was a week there. Well,
Yeah.
we got block upon block upon block.
We had
None of them over
7 in a 24-hour period.
Wow.
I think it was 7. I'm pretty sure it was 7 blocks within a 24-hour period. It was huge.
Yeah. And
What's
so
the
we were
average? Average
I
luck.
can't tell.
100?
Well, no, I told you.
Yeah.
It should be expected round time should be 16 hours.
Yeah. See, I don't. I think the statistics aren't updating as much as they should.
Okay.
Because if you look at like minors and stuff, I've moved stuff up and down, and that number doesn't change much. So I don't think it's updating nonstop. So I don't trust that. But in general, if you hit that pool should hit 1 block a day.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. If it hits 1 block a day, you're making your average. You're making what you should be making, and so forth. But yeah, we're going to where we had to make up for a lot of really good. We had a really good week there.
Yeah, we did.
We had a couple good weeks. So end of August, we had great luck, and then here the 9th through the 16th, we were really good luck too. So
yeah, just the way it works.
Yep.
My Cowboys play today. It's gonna be amazing.
I haven't watched. I haven't seen my fantasy. No one
God.
joined us with fantasy. So
I think the Bears are playing now. They're playing Kansas City. It's going to be ugly.
Yeah, that will be ugly. But it's NFL. Weird stuff happens in the NFL.
Not that weird.
How long does the season go for?
17 weeks and then the playoffs.
18 weeks now, actually.
Oh, that's right, because there's 17 games and still a bye week. That's right.
So yeah, it's 3.
Because it used to be 16, then they added 1.
Right.
No, it used to be 7. Well, they played 16 games, but it was over 17 weeks. So every team
Yeah.
get a bye week. So it's 3 preseason games over the course of like 4 or 5 weeks, and then it's 18. It's 17 games over the course of 18 weeks, and then playoff starts. So then playoffs 5 weeks, I think. Because I think it's 3 weeks of playing, then a week off, then the Super Bowl. So Super Bowl, I don't know what's going to be February 5th. 7th,
Oh yes, that's
whatever. So, yep.
So what do they do then with all the snow stuff? Then do they clear?
No.
Oh,
Nope.
pile it
Just
up.
undercover.
You just play. Well, it
Undercover.
depends where you go. Most places,
All right.
they like it because it gives them an advantage because they're from there.
Okay.
Oh,
So
you
I
don't
went-
football snow?
I went to the Bill Stadium in December. One of the worst, funnest times of my life. It was awful. Awful, bro. Like snow. The wind was like 60 miles per hour. Awful. You know, this whole stadium has zero heat. Even when you like go to the concession stand to buy chips and stuff, they don't even have doors to block the wind. So you just feel the wind through the whole underground. They intentionally make it like that so you're freezing your ass off because I guess the New Yorkers are used to it. It was miserable.
So didn't Buffalo just make a new stadium?
Uh,
Or are they talking about making a new stadium?
I don't know.
They're talking.
Yeah.
So I think I saw plans for it. Of all places not to have a roof, Buffalo does not want to have a roof on their new stadium.
They don't want
Yeah,
one.
because it's character.
Yeah.
It's character.
Something.
It's like Green Bay.
What? Of all
Green
places,
Bay doesn't
that
want
one
to.
would
Green
have a
Bay's still
roof.
at Lambeau. We're good enough. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, but Lambeau's just
The thing is, when you get there, it's not like a stadium shape like, you know what I mean, like this. They don't even have this piece. So it's like bleachers.
Right.
So that way you feel all the wind on this side. You get all the snow from up top. I thought it was a high school stadium. It was literally like outside. For real. When I went there with my friend, we drove by it. GPS is like, you're here. I was like, oh, that must be the high school. So we kept looking for it. And I asked somebody on the side of the road. They're like, that's it. I was like, no, that's outside. Like, it's just bleachers. It's just I was like, no, that can't be it. They're like, that's the Bill Stadium. I was like, oh my God. I was like, what is this? It was awful.
hold
It'd be fun.
60,000 people still too.
There's a reason why the Bills are as bad as they've been in years past because the owners are cheap.
They're super cheap, man.
Stadium's good enough.
Yeah,
They still come out and sell it out. Why should we build another stadium?
yeah.
Oh.
They were making fun of them last year because they had big snow for a game, and you know, their new stadium's not going to have a roof on it. It's like, what the hell? You can do it. You can figure this out. So
The Chicago Bears are finally talking. They bought land, bought the old Arlington Park land, which
is
is
that
a
the
huge
south of the
piece of
stadium,
land.
right?
No, it's northwest.
Northwest of the stadium.
Yeah, northwest. It's a huge piece of land. Obviously, some people want it, some people don't. But anyway, they want to build like not just the stadium, but like a whole economic area around the stadium. People can go to bars and stuff afterwards, and you know, all of that is huge money. Be silly not to do it. And they're talking about building a stadium finally with a dome, which I mean makes all the sense in the world. I mean, first of all, you can get conventions like crazy if you can get it out of the city, because the city is all union, and McCormick Place has trouble getting places because you want to plug in a power cable. You got to have an electrician union member to plug in a power cable. I'm not kidding. I'm not over exaggerating. That is literally, and if you do, you are caught plugging it in, it's a huge fine from the union. So anyway, get it out of the city, you get it to the suburbs. Yes, there'll still be unions, but it's not anywhere near as crazy as that. So, I mean, they could make a gold mine because Schaumburg now has a convention center that's doing well.
When you have a roof, you can then have the Taylor Swift concerts and the other concerts like that, and bring in more money, and because then they're not worried about, you know, oh, we're gonna go to Soldier Field. And if
Soldier Field still has that stuff, but obviously they can only do it during the summer. They're not going to do it
6
during
months
the
a
winter.
year.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's more income there.
Yep.
So yeah, just having covered like that, you can open up to many more options. So
yep.
Okay.
I feel like he's calling the plays for the Bills the way he's covering his mouth as he's talking.
Yep. Is that land? Is that gonna be next? Because I kind of know Chicago a little bit. Is that next to Soldier Field? Next to like the aquarium and stuff like that?
Oh, McCormick Place?
Yeah, whatever they're buying.
Yeah, McCormick Place is right next to Soldier Field.
It's
yeah,
right there. Okay, so they'll knock down Soldier Field and use that as parking or something, or change it into the bars.
I don't know. They're not talking about knocking it down. That's the surprising part of it. So I don't know
they
what
want
they're
to
going to
keep
do with
both stadiums.
I guess, but I don't know what. I mean, that's the moneymaker.
Yeah.
So they only have, I think, 5 more years left on the lease, because it was like 20. Well, now it's like 15 years ago was when they last redid the stadium to make it look like a spaceship inside the old stadium.
Yeah.
It like literally looks like a spaceship landed inside the pillars and all the concrete work and stuff. It kind of looks a little ridiculous, but it is a very nice stadium when you go in there. I had a guy that I was doing cycling coaching for, and he had season tickets with his family, so he took me one weekend into the President. It wasn't like a skybox or anything like that, but there's an area of special seating for people that you can get served there. You can go back and there's just much less crowd and all that kind of stuff. So it was pretty nice.
Sorry, my job keeps calling me, man.
Oh, no worries. We thought maybe you were calling plays for the Bills because the way you were covering your mouth. And...
Well, actually, I think I'm going to get off. I just realized I've been on here for 2.5 hours. So
appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. Well,
appreciate you being here.
Maybe if you're still recording tonight after the kids go to bed, maybe I'll jump on, but I don't know what time you're going to end tonight.
The plan is to end at 10 p.m., but I'll kind of see how things are going, how many people are here, if people want me to keep going.
I'll jump on then with you then.
Yeah, that type of thing. So we'll see. We'll see how things go.
Yep. All right, guys.
Peace out, dude.
Sound good.
All right. Thanks again for coming. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right. See ya.
How much you raised so far, Max?
Let me do a quick refresh, but it's over $3,600. So let me do a quick refresh. Yeah.
Shout out to everybody.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is. Not to the goal yet, but I'm very, very happy. Very, very happy. So it was 3,000 on the one, 640. So 3,640.
Oh.
Yep.
And are they going to know it's from you?
I mean, these are all on their websites. Here, actually, I can bring it back in. Hold on. When you came in, I took it out of the scene, but so this is the one page for the one charity. So yeah, I've set up a fundraising page for everybody to go in and actually make the donation on their website, but it's my fundraiser. So yeah, awesome. They'll know. They won't know me personally. They'll know it as Max Voltage. So it's obviously a little bit anonymous to them because it won't have my name on it, but that's all right.
Hey, that's a beautiful thing. Man, I was watching this TikTok today and it was from Japan and it was a restaurant that's like fully robotic. But so you go up there to the teller, you order with her, you go sit down, this robot brings the menu over, it like wheels over, like, and it's like, hello. Like you have to tell it your language when you come up to the front though. And it says, hello, what would you like to order? And then you like tell it and it says, thank you. And it goes away, it rolls away. And then this different type of robot will roll over with your food like 10, 15 minutes later. And you'll just have to grab it off the tray. It's crazy, man. The whole thing. I don't know about the chefs though. Probably not the chefs, but it's wild, man. It's wild to think
where it's going.
It's going. It's going to be crazy. Yep. I think you guys were talking about robots earlier today at some point when I was listening.
I don't remember. It might have been
like
when
taking jobs. I think if somebody was about taking jobs.
That might have been when I took a break because I don't remember talking about that actually. But yeah. Yeah, we were talking. We've hit so many subjects.
Peak of all trades, because he was talking about Black Mirror. It was a Black Mirror episode.
Oh yeah.
I've seen that episode. I've seen that episode. I don't think it'll be quite like that because in Black Mirror, the humans are the ones peddling. And I'm like, no, in the future, the robots will do all that. We just get to go in VR and we get to enjoy our lives. We're not going to have to do any of the work. It's going to be the robots.
So everybody will be in the Matrix is what you're saying.
Yes. It's going to be beautiful. I can't wait.
We're all going to be like that one guy who was like, I'm going to give everybody else up because I don't even want to know that the real universe even exists. I just want to forget about this and go into the real world. And you're going to guarantee me a good life in the Matrix.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, the red pill and the blue pill. I think the red pill is the truth. I will slap that red pill out of his hand and say, "Give me 2 of the blue, baby. Let's go home." Yeah, plug me in. The kids can come.
I think it was the other way around. I think the red pill put you back into the matrix, and the blue pill was the one. I could be wrong.
Okay, I'll take whatever gets me back.
Yeah,
I'll be like, "Why did you unplug me? I was flying through the universe. Like, what are you doing, man? I don't want to live in this peasant life." No, I am trying to get ahead of it though, long term. I'm hoping towards the end of my life. I don't know if it'll happen in my lifetime, but I'm hoping towards the end of my life, I can save up for maybe 5 to 10 robots. So that way, when people are worried about losing their jobs, Daddy's already, like, I think I told you guys this. Daddy's going to have 5 to 10 little miniature fleet, and they're going to go bring Daddy his money. And every day they're going to come home and be like, "Sir, I got 300. I'll be like, "Is that all you got for me, Susie?" And slap the shit out that robot. I'm like, "Get your ass out there until you get another 500. And just,
I don't know. Do you think that'll be in our lifetime?
I think we'll definitely have robots. I don't know if they'll go to work.
Yeah, I think basically you just invented Peter.
Who's Peter?
People
Griffin?
for the ethical treatment of robots.
Oh,
Peter.
hey, I ain't worried about them. That'd be all right. Mining King had a good question. When am I going to get AI rig? Listen, if the Mining King made me one that was plug and play, I would. Other than that, I'm just buying the coins. It's just so much easier for me, man. I just don't have the time. I've seen you guys and I support it, and I honestly think it's really cool. I love what everybody's doing with it. I don't have the time to, like, if it goes down, to, you know what I mean, uptake and change this. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to make money. So if it was plug and play, I'd be down for sure.
So translation, you're lazy.
Yes. Yeah. My time is money, man. Time is money. I don't want to put any of my energy into any of it. I just want to click one button that says buy, or if it, like I said, if it's plug and play, I'd be down. Like, you know how like a little ASIC is.
Oh.
If Mining King can make that for me, or somebody could produce that, and I just put in my info, I'd do it. Yeah.
Like those flux nodes you sold.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. God, I hope I can bring that back one day.
Bull run next year.
Yeah, but SenseCat put us out of business. I mean, we went out a bit. We stopped before that. We kind of figured going into it, we were like, "Look, dude, this idea is too good. We got maybe 3 to 6 months before somebody in China steals it." And then we quit about 3 months in, and then they stole it, right? So, yeah, because there's nothing proprietary about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Anybody can do it. So,
Sorry. Going back to the AI thing. DJ, we can walk you through it. It's really, honestly, stupid easy. Once it's running, I haven't had to do anything to mine. It just runs.
If you're going to go down and I have to update it, do I have to do any of that crap?
There are times where you should update it, but
yeah.
I haven't found the need to. And that's like every couple of months, probably, maybe every 2 months, probably a good idea.
That's not bad.
No, it really isn't. And honestly, if you don't update, I can't see anything on the Vast AI like machine listing that states, well, this person's on the latest version. There's nothing like that. Now you may get better performance out of like updates. I know the latest one they said 4090, I think they said was going to increase performance with it. But if you don't, and they said, and subsequently they thought it would also affect the 3090, although didn't sound like they were sure. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing that says that, oh, okay, this one's got the latest version and therefore is going to perform better.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. So it's, it really is. The way I did it was more difficult because 2 of my rigs are actually on Proxmox. So I had to set up PCIe pass-through. So that took a little bit of extra steps. But even so, there were so many people that were saying, don't do it. It's not going to work. Proxmox has so many problems with it. And I'm like, okay, so what do I lose if I try? Nothing. So let me try. And I tried, and I'm like, it's been up ever since.
That's good. What about the router? I don't want to get a new router.
What router do you have now?
Whatever comes with Spectrum.
Yeah, you got to be able to port forward, although generally those types of routers are okay with port forwarding. It's probably fine. It's UP&P that's a problem. And this is not UP&P. This is straight port forwarding.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just want money. I'm telling you, man. Well, you guys already know the bull run's coming. I need to inject as much capital as I possibly. That's how I think of it, anyways.
Yeah.
I need to inject as much capital as I possibly can now, because I'm not going to have the time. The yields are going to be poo-poo. The money will be good in the bull run, but the yield is going to be really bad once people start seeing it's profitable, and they're all going to be chasing it. And I'm trying to get it all in now before the Timmies come. You know?
Yeah, but we're in the accumulation period.
Yeah.
Prior to the halving and just after the halving. So yeah, we
Got
got
another
I'm guessing about 6 months, six to 8 months
I think
to accumulate.
It's a good
spot
number.
on. Like Feb next year. I think it's speculation is going to start.
Yeah, it'll go up some, but the big bull run won't happen, I think, until summer of next year. A couple months after the halving is when we'll finally start to see. I'm guessing like 45 to 50,000 range by midsummer, and then by the end of the year we'll be well over 60 would be my guess.
Oh God, I hope so.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to next year. Next year's going to be a lot more fun than this year when it comes to mining and crypto and all that.
Oh yeah, man.
Can't wait to have my breaker strip again.
Hey, do you guys see Dynex is up, man? Dynex up like
What?
15%.
Really?
I figured that was probably the case because I noticed that actually has gotten profitable again. Like 2 cents a day profitable, but still profitable.
Hey, Dynex. I sold all mine already, but like I said, now that it's winter, I've been turning on a couple things, and I'd rather have that than just the stupid heated floor.
Yeah.
Gas is, or what do they call it? What
Natural gas.
No, I don't even have natural gas. I got propane. Oh my gosh, it's expensive, dude.
Well, yeah, because you have to have it delivered to your house.
Yeah.
What?
Oh God, it's like $500. It's crazy.
No, then you can just switch a rig on, right? Or
Yeah,
couple.
exactly. And then
it's almost easier then.
it's so much better.
Yeah,
It's so much better.
to make that propane tank last a lot longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
in
the
the
Northeast.
winter,
That's a big thing in the Northeast of actually having propane tanks delivered to the house instead of just natural gas delivered through utility.
I'll say it's better though, because we lose power a lot and the propane doesn't lose power. You know what I mean?
So neither does natural gas.
Oh, see, I don't have natural gas.
Yeah, so natural gas, same thing, except the problem is depending on what type of igniter you've got, as soon as your furnace would go out, you may not be able to reignite it when the thermostat tells it to. So, yeah. Just depends.
Check my Dynex. I don't think I have anything. Dude, the hash rate never went down, even when the price went down.
It keeps on going up, eh? But that's like a general trend, right? Once people set their rigs to something, the same with mining pools. People don't like change that much. So when the price dips a little bit, there's really only like these handful of people that sort of go and chase the next thing. Or it's a lot less now, I think.
Only got 3 Dynex in 24 hours on a rig? Oh my God. Man,
Yeah,
I used to get so much more just a couple months ago.
I know. When I had everything on Dynex, I used to get like 25 a day. When I had everything on it, was great. Now it's like, yeah, it takes me 3 days to get that 25. When last time I mined it, it's been a while since I mined it.
But you never know. Dynex could blow up one day, like really blow up. I think it's got potential, man. Yeah, I think it's got potential.
Doing some cool stuff. Like, I like that they're opening up the proof of useful work side of it, so you can sort of see because it's sort of like two things, right? They run a blockchain and then they run whatever useful work comes their way, and then making the useful work side of it visible and the rewards for solving that stuff visible. I think that's like the coolest thing to see, that somebody is actually paying Dynex to have something solved, and that's on top of the normal block reward. So the more people use it, I would imagine the more rewards there would be.
Yeah. Render as well, man. I'm very bullish on Render. but you can't mind render,
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so that's purely you buying a render and then selling it.
Yeah, I usually buy it on Coinbase.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Quick update. This guy, 2NDTL Mining, donated $100.
Wow.
Thanks, second DL. Appreciate it.
No worries.
What a nice guy. Who is that?
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why I
Really
read it
not
like
me.
second TL. Yes. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated.
No worries. I'm gonna have to leave also soon. There will be kids coming out of that room and
No.
going to the
Fair enough.
toilet that is there. So-
Okay. Yeah, I figured. So I'm like, yeah, he's beyond his time, but hey, I'd love to have you
Yeah.
around.
That's what I'll just keep conversation going.
My man. Always nice talking to you.
So as I will remind everybody, in about 10 minutes, the stream may suddenly shut off. I will be respawning a new stream because this is supposedly only goes 6 hours. We're going to test that theory and see if it actually automatically shuts me off at 6 hours. But have no worries. I will get one up and running shortly thereafter. Maximum of 10 minutes it would take me to do. Doesn't take that much to do. So I'll get it spawned up as quickly as possible.
Cool.
Man.
So DJ, like you recently joined the Sleep Money Club, right?
I did.
So how are you finding it so far? Is there lots of opportunities? Are you doing all of the different passive income or side hustle type stuff, or finding a lot of value?
I would say the first like 2 or 3 weeks I was, because I had so much more time. These days, without giving out a lot of details, we have all new, I guess you call it managers. And we were working like 15 to 20 extra hours a week. So now I get home when it's dark and I pretty much just go to bed. So now I don't even have, and during work, I don't even have time, man. Like we're not even eating lunch. Like it's so busy. It's crazy, man. It's so crazy. So I can't blame the Discord for that, right? Like that's on me because I just literally can't check it. But I would definitely say like when I was checking it, it was really nice. It was really good. I liked it a lot because they'll just put me on things. The thing with Andy, from my experience, he's open to whatever for the most part, as long as he's kind of early into the project or it's beat down into the gutter, down 60, 70, 80%. Like that's a good buying opportunity. He'll put a couple $100 in it. Obviously Neoxo, I think, was like 10,000 because he bought 10 master nodes. But he'll go in and he'll get in real early. And if it works out, great. And if it doesn't, I mean, that's fine too. But he's even been doing NFTs. He's buying weird stuff too. Yeah, he bought this, you saw that? It was like, I think he's doing really well on it. It was like some collection of art from some famous artists, but it's been making a killing for him. So he just gets into like anything, He's what's the word? Starts with an A. He's agnostic to what it is. You know what I mean? Is this a good opportunity? Is it cheap? Are we in early? Cool, kind of deal. So a lot of those ideas is things I never would have thought of. You know what I mean? So even if I don't use that stuff, there's probably 100 people in there that are like, "Hey guys, check this one out," and I'll be, "That sucks. Oh, that one actually sounds kind of cool. Let me see what that is." Well, you know what I mean? And so I think it's definitely worth $60 for sure. But you have to be active. Like if you're not there to be active, then it's not gonna be worth your time. You know what I mean? But you can make $60 on one of the ideas pretty quick. I mean, you could go buy Flux. Well, maybe not Flux. Flux kind of bad example right now. You could go buy Casper or Dynex and make $60 in a day easily. You know what I mean? So poor Flux, man. What's Flux at? Let me see.
It's like 32 cents, I think.
Yeah. Hey, if you need to buy Flux, I mean, it's a good time.
Below.
Yeah. I think it's a great time to buy if you're interested in Flux. One thing that I like about Flux, I think I spoke about this a couple weeks ago with some of the folks. Like Vast AI is just you doing proof of useful work, right? So it's just you're by yourself. I think I said the restaurant analogy, right? Like if you had like a little restaurant and you hired one person to deliver your pizzas for you, that's nice on a small scale, right? It's kind of like what Vast AI is, right? Like you'd have one delivery guy doing one job. That's cool. You served like a block or two that night. But if I'm more interested in like networks of stuff, and I'm hoping Flux can be one of those networks, right? Where now we're hiring DoorDash. So suddenly I have this massive DoorDash community or proof of useful work personnel who can accomplish larger jobs, larger paying jobs, right? And that's more marketable on a larger scale. I'm hoping maybe something like what Render's doing, because Render's massive, right? Because they have so much compute, but it's all working together to solve larger paying. They're doing cinema, they're doing like rap videos. I don't know. They're doing like large scale stuff.
So how does Render? Where do they? Because like Render is not open for you and me to participate. Besides like buying a coin on Coinbase, right? But so where do they get their compute from? Is it they own it, or
From
they have
my
their own data
understanding,
center?
From my understanding, they have their own. Plus, they do
Okay.
take on clients. They don't say how many you have. I know the Mining King applied. There's been a couple people that applied with like 5 rigs. They're not trying to work on that small scale. You know what I mean? They're trying to be massive. So you can still apply. I don't know what the minimum is. I'm guessing maybe like 1,000 or 10,000 GPUs or something. So they're definitely not NVIDIA level, but they're certainly well above, like your Vast or like the entry level stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Which I think is
it's
good.
like it's like Vast, but just a closed ecosystem. So you sort of need to apply, and then they'll accept the big players. Is sort of what you're saying, right?
Yeah, but I don't know any of the big players, so I
Okay.
don't know anybody who's been accepted.
Okay.
But I mean, they have a massive backing. Like they got on Coinbase. I mean, that's huge, right? And if you look at their CEO, I can't think of his name. Super famous, super well known in multiple industries. They have movie stars on there. I don't know if they actually work for the company or what, but it's on their website, and they've got a huge backing. So I like the potential of Render because it's like $1, maybe $1.40 right now. And I'm not saying it's gonna be the next NVIDIA, but if it even gets close to like an AMD, maybe a fraction of an AMD, it could be a pretty big market. And I think long term, like I don't know what you guys think, AI is not going anywhere.
No.
Right? Like 10 years, 20 years from now. So who knows what Render could become like long term, or any of these proof of work projects. They really could,
Like I think. Well, I was picking up some GPUs on Friday that I bought on
Nice.
Facebook Marketplace, and anyway, the guy was asking me sort of what am I going to use these GPUs for, and like I told him I'm going to do some AI stuff with it, and he's like, "What AI? Are you running ChatGPT?" And I think a lot of people don't know that AI is sort of, it sounds like this new cool thing or whatever, but it's been used, especially the machine learning aspect, lots before ChatGPT even existed. There's a lot of machine learning that happens, and that stuff is only increasing. If it's like the Amazon recommendation engine, or recognizing all sorts of things, images, traffic lights, traffic signs, all of this fancy stuff that you see in cars. There's a lot of that type of stuff. It's just going to become more and more and more as people want to automate certain things or automatically do certain things. So yeah, I think it's here to stay. Exactly what's going to look like in the next couple of years, probably don't know, but definitely just going to become bigger and bigger.
Because I didn't understand what AI was until I went to Mining Disrupt, and I got to see like behind the scenes of proof of useful work for Flux, and it was kind of eye opening actually, or at least Flux's. And I was talking to, I believe it's Alex. He's like the brain over there at Flux. And he was using Python, which, I'm not good with Python or anything, but I know what Python is. And he was showing me how his AI worked. And so he would like type in something, kind of like how you would with ChatGPT, but they would use their graphics cards to render something, right? And I think they ended up showing, it was like the lungs, and they could detect like maybe a cancer or some kind of sickness and stuff. And I was like, oh, so this is what AI is. Because in my mind, when you hear AI, before you kind of learn about it, you're thinking robots, you're thinking, not saying that it doesn't use that, right?
Yes.
But like, that's my idea. And I think that's what most people think is like, dude, we're talking about making robots go to space. And it's like, well, not always as sexy as that, right? So really just, that was pretty eye-opening for me.
No, that's like such amazing. I remember my first experience at work with it. So I used to work at like a big beer company, and so tracking statistics around which is our beer shoppable in a shop, right? So when a normal person just goes to a bottle shop and picks up his beer, you don't think a lot of it. But if you're in a beer company where your bottle is positioned, the visibility, how much percent of that fridge is yours compared to the competitor, all of that type of stuff is a massive thing to track statistics and deals that we make with the bottle shop in terms of sponsoring stuff or paying for advertisement, or all of that type of stuff. It's a big deal to track those type of statistics. What we used to have is sales reps sort of counting roughly, okay, there's about, I don't know, 20% of the shelf is ours, our brands, compared to the competition. And we used to track that type of stuff. Are we gaining market share for the visible, shoppable markets, or stuff like that? Anyway, so it was all manual counting, more or less. So we started taking a photo of the fridge, and with machine learning, there's a lot of, this is what the ultimate result looked like. But we took a photo, the app then recognized our brands compared to the competitors, and it automatically spits out the percentage.
Oh, that's cool.
Was just one photo. So you just take a photo and you walk away. It automatically then recognizes our brands, our bottles, compared to something else, right? So something that used to take a lot of time and wasn't very accurate.
We're about to find out if we're going to disconnect.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
It still looks like it's broadcasting, so
let's see.
We'll see when it shuts us off. It will eventually shut us off. I've already spawned the other one, but we'll see how far it lets me go. It said it actually gave me a message that said, we will automatically shut you off at 6 hours. You had 5 more minutes, but that was like in about a minute from now is actually when the message came up. So we'll see.
Type 22 if you can still see us and hear us.
Yeah, I can still see that they can see us.
Chris said it just restarted his stream.
It restarted the stream?
That's what he said, yeah. Well, hey, that's good, I guess. I mean, if it kept him.
Yeah. Like it automatically restarted